I'm your husband. Won't you tell me?"
"Why would you want to know?" she asked at last, her voice small, marked by some indefinable emotion. Shame, perhaps?
Why indeed? Because he needed to know. Because he needed to believe her, to understand her story, where she'd come from and who she was, and also because he needed to know just how badly he'd have to hurt her son of a bitch father in reprisal. "I want to know what he did to you, Daisy, because I'm going to do each one of those things to him in return, only with 10 times more depravity." It was as honest a reply as he could manage.
"You mustn't say that."
There was her voice again, lilting and haunting in the night's inky stillness. "Tell me, Buttercup," he urged, pulling her tighter to his side, as though he could somehow absorb her, take on any pain she'd ever experienced just to lessen her burden, and keep her forever safe from harm. He would have gladly done so, had it been possible. All the disgust he'd felt at betraying his duty had somehow faltered in the blinding brilliance of the feeling of her trusting form next to his. She was silent for an indeterminate space of time. No sound but busy London outside, clacking hooves, her steady breathing, vehicles travelling, so many people all around them, and yet there they were, 2 naked bodies pressed against each other, connecting in a way he'd never before imagined possible, a way that transcended the physicality of a mere joining. He'd bedded his fair share of women, but he didn't lie to himself that any of those occasions could compare to this.
"It began after my mother died," she said, quietly at first, and then with more authority she continued. "I was 4 years old, and I'd spilled ink on the new rug in his office, where I wasn't meant to be. He whipped me with a riding crop. As I grew older and began acting as his hostess, the punishments he meted out changed. Fists and kicks mostly, though he was always careful never to strike me where anyone else could ever see the mark." Jesus. The air felt as if it had been sucked straight from his lungs. She spoke calmly, with a matter-of-fact acceptance that disturbed him.
Daisy had mettle, the sort he couldn't even begin to fathom any other fine lady of his acquaintance possessing. His fists. His voice was toneless. Van Reed's fists were practically the size of ham hocks, and he had used them upon a helpless woman, whose bones were as dainty as a bird's. Sebastian's blood went cold. And kicks. By God, the man was built like an ox, and he'd kicked Daisy. To manage such a feat, she would have had to have already been on the floor, struck down by him. Where? Where did he hurt you? He had to know, and yet the knowledge would make him ill.
"Sebastian," she protested, "it doesn't matter."
Oh, it mattered. Retribution would be his. Van Reed would be made to pay. But he didn't wish to push her too far, or upset her by asking her to relive such viciousness, and so he tucked her head against his chest and kissed her crown. "I would take each of those beatings for you, Buttercup. If I could, I would remove every memory of them." She burrowed closer, rubbing her cheek against his bare chest, like a cat, trusting.
"Thank you, Sebastian."
She had no cause to offer him gratitude. Already she had given him far more than she should this night. She had given him everything she had, and he'd taken it, every last shred. Her innocence was his, her future was in his hands, But she didn't know that. Naïve that she was, she hadn't an inkling that he was the last bloody man in all of London she should have entrusted with such a priceless gift. He stroked her hair, sweet-smelling and luxuriant as silk, a new surge of protectiveness settling heavy in his gut. The devil of it was that, given the opportunity, he'd do it all over again. "Sleep now, Buttercup," he told her. Soon, the steady, rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the chamber. Sebastian stared into the black void of the night, still stroking her hair, unable to find the same solace that only slumber could provide. Chapter 14. She woke as dawn slipped through the window dressings, painting drowsy shadows and golden swathes of light over her chamber. For a moment she blinked, thinking herself back at Aunt Caroline's. But no, the size of the room was disproportionately large, and she lay on a firmer bed, quite on the wrong side. Where had the striped wallpaper gone? It took her disorientated mind a thorough scan of the chamber, from left to right, until she recalled where she was, who she was, what she had done. Beneath the bedclothes, she wore not a stitch, her body sore and tender in new places. Good heavens! She pressed a hand to her scalding cheek as memories of the night washed over her. A foreign lick of anticipation trilling down her spine. He had been inside her. How would she face him today? The question took on a rather poignant significance when her eyes adjusted better to the dim light, and she realized he was still in her bed. She clutched the counterpane to her bare breasts as her hungry gaze absorbed him. He lay on his back, bedclothes hugging his hips to reveal the breathtaking beauty of his bare chest and torso. Even in repose, he exuded masculine strength, from the defined slabs of muscle on his abdomen to his broad chest and shoulders. His hair was swept back from his forehead, his brow for once unmarked by a frown, his nose a flawless line to match his equally perfect mouth. His lashes fanned over his high cheekbones, the dark growth of a beard stippling his jaw. She ought to look away. Her eyes traced the dents near his hip bones, the dark trail of hair that went below the blankets and straight to his hidden manhood. She remembered the way he'd felt, thick and smooth and hot in her palm, the way he'd felt thrusting into her. They had been as close as a man and woman could be. They were husband and wife, consummating the marriage with only right. But how odd it was that he had seen and touched every part of her body. Why, she didn't even know what he liked to read, what he preferred for breakfast, or how he took his tea. And that was when she noticed the faint tracery of something on his hands and arms. Not raised scars, she noted, but a discoloration, scarcely even noticeable in the early morning glow. She'd seen markings like that once before, on the face of a man who had been burned in an incident at one of her father's factories. Her gaze lingered on her husband's strong arms. Had Sebastian been in a fire? "They're scars, Buttercup." His words, low and intimate as velvet, dragged over her bare flesh. She couldn't suppress the undignified squeak that rose to her lips. Flushing hotter still, she dragged her gaze back to his face to find him watching her, heavy-lidded and sensual. He didn't seem disturbed by her unabashed examination of him, but she knew a pang of embarrassment at being caught. "Scars?" she asked, gripping the bedclothes even tighter as she thought of how she must appear. Her hair was unbound, trailing wild down around her face, and She was sure she looked a fright. This was her punishment for ogling him. She could have slipped from the bed, thrown on her robe, taken a brush to her unmanageable locks. Instead, he'd caught her at her frumpiest, while she looked upon him the way a caged lion watched a hunk of raw meat on the other side of the bars. He watched her intently, his sensual lips tightening as he appeared to weigh his next words. I was in a house fire as a lad. Fortunately, I survived almost unscathed. Almost unscathed. She wondered if he referred to the scars he bore, or to something he didn't wear on his skin, but carried inside. A fire must have been frightening, and for a small child to have experienced, well, her heart ached for the boy he must have been. She ran her fingertips over the evidence of that long-ago inferno. He didn't move away from her touch, simply allowed it. His skin felt smooth and warm, every bit as perfect as the rest of him. I'm sorry, she whispered, and her apology was twofold. She was sorry for what had happened to him, sorry for staring. I'm not worthy of your pity, Buttercup. His tone was wry. I don't pity you, she said quickly, for she didn't. Empathy and pity were two different beasts. Touching him was having a strange effect on her heartbeat and her ability to concentrate. Her body hungered for his, but she was keenly aware that she didn't wish to appear overeager. I'm curious. There's so much I don't know about you. And she wanted to know all of it, all of him. Already she knew his scent, his body, the way he moved in her, but she wanted more from him. She wanted their marriage to be more than a necessity. Curious. He watched her in that predatory way he had that sent a thrill straight to her core. Yes, she forced herself to say with as much feigned nonchalance as she could muster. I find myself wondering whether you prefer poetry or prose, and whether or not you take sugar in your tea. Poetry and tea? The frown returned, furrowing his brow. If those are your most pressing bloody thoughts this morning, then I've been terribly remiss. Of course they hadn't been her first thoughts. She searched his face now, wondering if he was dismayed or he was teasing her. You haven't been remiss, you're... Sebastian. A slow smile curved his lips, his dimple re-emerging to taunt her. I must have done something right in order to only receive half a Your Grace. He was teasing her, all right. She was certain of it. This was a different side of her husband, one she'd yet to see. He seemed at once self-possessed and perfectly at home, yet vulnerable. His customary ice had thawed, and here, in this distrait morning light, she felt as though she were perhaps seeing the true Sebastian for the first time. You've done many things right, she told him, blushing even more furiously as the words left her lips. Sweet Lord, what was she saying? She'd meant that he had been kind and honourable, had rescued her from an intolerable situation when he hadn't owed her anything, and that he'd stood up against her father on her behalf, that he'd touched her with the sort of worship she'd never imagined possible. But as his deep blue gaze bored into hers, the air between them was suddenly heavy, charged with sexual innuendo she hadn't intended. I could do more things right, he told her with unrepentant cheek. Perhaps we could pare it down to a 1/4, Your Grace, by the time we break our fast. A 1/4, Your Grace? Truly. She laughed, threw back her head, embraced it, laughed as she hadn't ever done before. Her life had not held much room for mirth. Perhaps the time had come to change that, in the most unlikely form. A man she'd married out of necessity and desperation. A man who carried a burden on his shoulders he'd yet to share with her, who hadn't any living family, and who had defended her in the face of her father's wrath. Her heart felt light, whole. She was still laughing when he rolled atop her, pressing her to the bed. His hands cupped her face, and he rocked his hips into hers, so that she felt every marvellous part of what was hidden by the bedclothes against her now. He was hard and demanding, and answering sensation blossomed between her thighs where their skin met. She wanted him. Her laughter dried up. His gaze bore into hers. "I like the way you laugh, Buttercup." And just like that, her heart felt full. A new awareness budded within her as she caressed the taut muscles of his upper arms and let her legs fall open to welcome him. "Perhaps you can even manage to make it a 1/8, Your Grace." She teased him back. He undulated against her again, running his length over her slick mound, grinding against the bud of her sex that he'd plied with such delicious torture last night. Slowly, he fitted his mouth to hers, his upper lip nestling into the seam of hers. He bit her lower lip, swiped away the sting with his tongue. Her fingernails sank into his arms, urging him in silent plea. He broke the kiss at last, running his nose alongside hers and inhaling deeply of her scent, as though it pleased him. "I'm aiming for 1/16, Buttercup." His mouth, swift and knowing, swallowed her laugh, and then his fingers dipped between their bodies to toy with her pearl, sending needs shooting through her, and she stopped laughing and kissed him right back, with all the crazy tumult bubbling up inside her. She embraced it, embraced him, and he made love to her as the sun rose over London and the world came back to life. And Daisy's world was irrevocably changed. Chapter 15. Why did thinking about her bloody laugh make his cock go rigid in his trousers? And where was the scent of bergamot originating from? Why was it making him harder? Sebastian sat in his study, flipping through the efficiently ordered correspondence his secretary had presented him with, numbers and letters blurring before him. Even spies of the realm still needed to manage their empires at home, and sometimes that proved the devil of a task, particularly when he was supposed to focus on the price of wheat and the cost of stonemasons and the growing influx of American cheese. A week had passed since he'd married Daisy. He'd given up any pretence at honour and had given in to his need of her, reasoning that having his fill would slake the all-consuming desire she'd fanned to fire within him. Night after night he'd gone to her chamber. Not just nights, if he were honest. He'd come upon her in the library one afternoon, and, on another occasion, he'd brought them both to earth-shattering orgasm right here on his desk. There had been the morning he'd lifted her skirts and fucked her in the hall, where anyone could have come across them. The wickedness, in the open, on the verge of being caught by a stray servant at all times, had only propelled them both into a crescendo of pleasure. Each time his body left hers, he was certain it would be the last, that it would be enough. And the next time he came across her, he couldn't stop from touching her, kissing her, wanting her. Even now, beneath the watchful eye of his secretary, he wanted her so much his teeth ached. He had left her abed hours ago. She should have been well purged from his mind, exorcised from his body. A bloody week of losing himself inside her, and he was only left needing her more. He should never have bedded her in the first place. Yet how could he not have? And how could he stop when he'd already had her so many times, and yet his yearning only increased rather than sputtering out like a tired old flame? How many times had it been? Once, twice, perhaps a dozen? More counting. There he went, spiralling deeper into the abyss. 13? 14? With each number, he strummed his fingers on the surface of his desk, as though the tactile sensation could somehow shake him free from his infernal torture. Free of this insatiable need to have her again, warring with the overwhelming sense of disgust that he'd taken her at all. That he'd spent the last week the happiest he'd ever been in his entire life, and that he didn't want it to end. Bloody hell. Carlyle would have his head on a pike if he ever learned the truth. None of these thoughts were doing him any good. He crumpled the letter he held in his fist. "Simmons?" "Yes, Your Grace." His eternally efficient secretary interrupted his grim musings. "Where is the letter from my agent at Thornsby Hall?" he demanded. And if his voice was harsh as a whip, it was only because he was doing his damnedest to hide the ridiculous state of his trousers. Tight. Too bloody tight. He shifted in his chair, but that did him no good. So he forced himself to stare at Simmons, which would surely force his cock to return to its normal state of order. His secretary was all angles, all male, arms disproportionately long, so that his fingers hung to his knees, and a scar on his upper lip rendered his moustache preposterously off-centre. He didn't have golden hair or pink nipples, or smell like a sultry combination of dessert and sexual congress. Christ, that last rogue thought wasn't helping, not a goddamn whit. Simmons cleared his throat, his expression growing ill at ease. He was an easy read, and Sebastian liked that about him. It wouldn't do to have a man he couldn't see straight through involved in his personal and estate matters. Simmons was trustworthy, dependable, and he never asked questions. "Your Grace, I believe the letter in question is currently in your hand," Simmons said then. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. Perhaps he ought to sack him. Did he think he was daft? "Of course it isn't, or I wouldn't be asking you for its whereabouts, now would I?" "Forgive me, Your Grace. It is merely that I know the order of the correspondence. They're arranged by level of import, and your concern over the cost of suggested improvements at Thornsby Hall led me to place it atop the stack." He stared at his secretary, who stared back at him, unrelenting. This was Simmons' only fault, his inability to kowtow. And truly, it wasn't a fault in Sebastian's book. Not ordinarily. In this moment, however, it was, because he was beginning to fear Simmons was correct, and that he'd been so distracted by thoughts of his glorious American minx that he couldn't even bloody well read. His gaze lowered to the crumpled sheet in his hand, and he recognized the familiar slanted scrawl of Carnes, his Thornsby land agent, peering from between his fingers. "Simmons," he said without looking up. "Yes, Your Grace?" "That will be all," he dismissed. Far better to wallow in his humiliation and shame on his own, he reasoned, than with his secretary watching over him. With his broad shoulders on his otherwise narrow frame, the man looked like a bloody upside-down triangle. He waited for Simmons to take his leave before releasing the letter and spreading it over his desk in a futile attempt to smooth out the many wrinkles. Thornsby Hall was his family seat, and his chief concern these days when he wasn't otherwise engaged in duty. His father had allowed it to fall into disrepair, and Sebastian had begun to undertake the tremendous investment of restoring it to its proper glory. A great, sprawling estate of 7,000 acres, it contained some of his fondest boyhood memories. Thornsby Hall was to be his reward when he retired from service to the League. Or when he was removed from service, which seemed far more likely given his recent carelessness. He forced himself to read the correspondence from Cairns in full, but his mind remained diverted. £50,000 for this year's needed improvements. The leaking roof had been repaired, thank fuck, but the crumbling southern wall needed to be addressed. Something about an increase in the turkey flock, fodder cabbage, turnips, and sheep. There it was again, damn it all. Bergamot. And her laughter, the first morning after he'd made love to her. Her laughter had been like a gift, unexpected and treasured, a joy to his soul. That beautiful, mellifluous sound had wound its way inside him, imprinted itself upon his very memory, so that he would never again hear another woman's levity without thinking of her. Of Daisy, with spun gold hair, and her sad eyes and insuppressible daring. Of how he had once laughed with her, and it had been the best fucking morning of his life. The only morning, in as long as he could recall, where he'd allowed himself the luxury of being. He had been Sebastian, and she had been Daisy, and none of the mire surrounding them had intruded. Realization struck him then, with the force of a fist straight to the jaw. He didn't just lust after her. Bedding her had not been based upon basic sexual need alone in the same way it had with his past lovers. It had been necessary, yes, but in the way that filling his lungs with breath was necessary. Why else would he have been caught up in her for an entire week and still more lost than he'd ever been? Bergamot hit him again. He lowered his nose to his shoulder and took a discreet sniff. Jesus! His neck smelled like her. It was as if she'd planted her scent on him as another method of feminine torture. He must have been remiss in his morning ablutions, but he couldn't say he minded now, for he liked the way she smelled. He liked Daisy. A knock sounded at his study door, and unless he was mistaken, it wasn't the knock of any of his servants, which could only mean one thing. Her. She wasn't satisfied with invading his mind and imprinting her scent upon him, but now she intended to infiltrate his inner sanctum as well. He would ignore her, he decided, flipping past the Thornsby Hall letter to the next. She was his temporary wife, he reminded himself. Their union wasn't meant to last. It was a falsehood, a ruse. They needn't play at being husband and wife. He wasn't required to invite her into his study. And he bloody well ought to stop spending every night in her chamber. He would, just as soon as he could bring himself to look at her without needing to tear aside her fripperies and fill her with his cock. That didn't seem likely any time soon. The knock came again, followed by her voice. "I've been wondering all week and have yet to reach an answer. What follows a 1/16th, Your Grace?" The woman was mad. He should continue ignoring her, turn her away, begin to erect a sensible distance between them. But he was grinning, and that meant he was just as mad as she. Fit for the lunatic asylum, the both of them. "You may enter," he called out, and it wasn't solely with resignation. No, indeed, there was also a most unwanted note of anticipation underlying his words. The door opened, and she swept inside, a vision in a pink and red striped frock, with lace underskirts peeking through. Her hair was styled differently today, worn in a loose twist atop her head, with curls framing her face. She looked like a goddess he'd seen in a picture at the Grosvenor Gallery once, luscious, romantic, purely feminine. The air fled from his lungs as he stood in deference and bowed. How was it possible that she was even more beautiful, more vibrant and magnetic than she'd ever been? How was it possible that he wanted her more than ever? She offered him a formal curtsy as well, but her full lips quirked into a confident smile. "Sebastian." 132nd, he answered, skirting his desk and going to her. Suddenly he couldn't be in the same chamber as her without having her in his arms. He tried to remind himself that he was a spy with a duty to the crown, but that argument had grown increasingly muffled as he'd gotten to know Daisy better. She made him recall what he'd forgotten over the last dozen years, that beneath the facade he was forced to present to the world, he was also just a man. His training had prepared him for torture and death, had taught him how to defend himself with or without weapons, to kill with his bare hands, to read a man's face, to anticipate his enemy's every action. But none of his training had prepared him for the onslaught of one small, daring woman. The warm tones of her gown enhanced the moss of her eyes as he approached her, and he won a laugh from her that settled somewhere in the vicinity of his heart. "Good heavens, that is quite a small fraction. Would one even pronounce the y?" "I can't be certain." He caught her waist and pulled her against him, savouring the already familiar crush of her breasts into his chest. But one could rectify the matter by referring to one's husband by his given name. "Oh?" She raised a brow in feigned innocence and batted her long lashes. "And what is that? My memory is appalling, I'm afraid, and I've forgotten." "Perhaps I can stir it for you, Buttercup." He gave in to temptation and lowered his mouth to hers. How naturally they fit together. How easy it was to slide his hand into the soft confines of her neat coiffure, cup her perfectly shaped head, and angle her just as he wanted her. His tongue traced the seam of her lips, demanding entrance, and she opened for him without hesitation, her tongue tangling with his. She tasted of chocolate and decadence, and he wanted more, always wanted more. And that was the problem, wasn't it? His hands tightened on her waist, and he led her backward until they reached his desk. He could never have his fill of her. He dragged his mouth from hers and trailed a fervent line of kisses to her ear, tonguing the silky patch of skin behind it. She tasted of vanilla and the light salt of her skin. She moaned and clutched at his shoulders. So responsive, his Daisy. "You've bewitched me," he accused softly into her ear. "I'm meant to be attending estate matters, and all I want is to lift your skirts and feel if you're as wet for me already as I suspect you are." She would be drenched when he touched her, and this he knew by the way she strained against him, as if she desired all points of her body to be in simultaneous contact with his. He felt the same. He wanted every inch of her flawless skin naked and pressed against his, from her hard pink nipples to her pale curved legs. "Shall I leave you to estate matters?" she asked, breathless. He tore his lips from her neck to survey the contents of his desk. Correspondence, a stack of news, some pens and sheaves of paper, his ledger. To hell with all of it. With one swipe of his arm, he sent it raining to the carpet. Papers flew, somersaulting over themselves, pens clanging together, the news crumpling into a heap. "I do believe I've had enough of estate matters for the nonce," he decided, grinning down at her like a love-sick fool. No, surely not love-sick, nor a fool, he corrected himself hastily. It had only been a week after all. Love didn't come upon a man so precipitously, and especially not when the lady in question was suspected of treason. He was sure of it. In an effort to ward off further maudling sentiment, he took her mouth with his once more, and this kiss was unapologetically demanding. He sucked on her lower lip, then caught it between his teeth and tugged. Frantic, fierce need speared him. The need to have her, to consume her. His cock twitched against his trousers, his balls already drawn tight in anticipation of flooding release. Her palms, which had dropped to his chest, and had been conducting a slow, torturous exploration over his waistcoat and shirt, gently pushed, putting enough distance between them to break the kiss. Her gaze sparkled into his, the green of early spring rebirth after the barren death of winter. "You've a duty, Sebastian," she said then. For a heartbeat, he stilled, the blood pumping through his veins turning to ice. Was it possible that she somehow knew after all? Jesus, why would she repeat the words his own conscience riddled him with every day? And then she tilted her head in that way he'd come to know meant she was being earnest, cupping his jaw in her hand. "I don't wish to distract you from your work. I missed you, but I don't wish to be unfairly demanding of your time. I'll leave you to it then. I need to go over the menu with Mrs. Robbins, and I've yet to make myself at home in your library. Father thought reading invited sloth, so I haven't read as much as I would have preferred." He released the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. She was babbling, and she was adorable, and he was going to come out of his skin if he wasn't buried deep inside her in the next 5 minutes. "Daisy." He pressed a kiss to her open palm and held her to him when she would have attempted to make her retreat. "You may distract me any time you wish, Buttercup. My time will always be yours. And if you wish to buy an entire new library's worth of books that are to your liking, I won't blink a bloody eye. Read until you need spectacles, but you're not leaving this room until I've made you spend." Her eyes widened, cheeks going rosy. Love-making remained new to her, though she'd proven an apt and willing pupil. She was still very much an innocent, however, and he would enjoy debauching her for the rest of their lives. The rest of their lives. The unbidden thought sent something profound streaking through him, and it wasn't dread or a sense of futility. It wasn't guilt or duty. It was... Christ, he didn't know what it was. Rather than further complicate matters, he lifted her onto the desk, his hands fisted in her billowing skirts, crushing the fine silk, but he didn't give a damn. Slowly, his gaze never leaving hers, he drew them to her waist, petticoats, chemise, and all, and lifted them so that they lay atop his desk. As he surveyed his handiwork, his mouth went dry. She was perfectly coiffed and demure from the waist up, her bodice in place, hair as elegant as when she'd entered the chamber. But from the waist down, she was pure, unadulterated siren. Lacy drawers hugged her hips, narrow ankles clad in silk stockings peeped from beneath, and her heeled black leather shoes dangling over the floor somehow rendered it all incredibly erotic. He wished he could keep her here, in this moment, forever. Beautiful and bold and undeniably his. "Sebastian."
She said his name quietly, and it held a wary note of protest. "Buttercup," he returned, his fingers finding the button on her drawers, just below the point of her corset. He slid it free of its mooring and pushed the undergarment down her legs, leaving her nude from the waist down, except for her stockings, garters, and shoes. He nearly came, right then and there, as he drank in the sight of her. She was so fucking beautiful it hurt to look at her. His chest physically ached, and his cock, well, Jesus, that was another matter entirely. He sank to his knees on the soft carpet, ignoring the startled sound she made, and urged her legs apart. "Open for me, darling." He had seen her before, had tended to her intimately on their first night, but this was different, in the undeniable daylight of his study, in the midst of the afternoon, and he was intending to dance a different sort of attendance upon her. She hesitated, only a moment before giving in to him, sliding her legs apart so that he could see the heart of her, as pink and beautiful as her full mouth and hard little nipples. He hummed with pleasure as he ran his hands along the soft expanses of her inner thighs and lowered his head. His tongue traced over her pearls slowly, allowing her to get accustomed to him. One swipe, then another, and another. He ran circles over her, teasing and leisurely, listening for her intakes of breath, attuned to the tilt of her hips and the rocking of her body against his mouth as he learned what pleased her. A lilting moan torn from her, and it was his name, and he felt it all the way to his cock. He sucked then, loving her on his tongue, in his mouth, and nipped her with his teeth. She tasted musky and sweet, and like the affirmation, it seemed, of life itself. He ran his tongue over her seam, finding her wet and hot, and then let his tongue find its natural place inside her. He filled her as deeply as he could, thrusting, worshipping, claiming. She surrounded him, enveloping him, her fingers in his hair, her cunny soft and wet, and so bloody sweet, he never wanted to stop. With one hand he cupped her pert derriere, angling her against him to maximize his ability to pleasure her. His other hand splayed over her mound, his thumb finding her pearl with unerring accuracy. Again and again he sank his tongue inside her as he worked her clitoris. Her cries of pleasure grew in crescendo, raining around him so that he was completely surrounded in nothing but Daisy. Her scent in his nostrils, her taste on his tongue, her moans in his ears, her slick flesh beneath his touch. She was going to come. He sensed it, revelled in it as her body jerked into his with increasing insistence, until all at once she was arching against him, trembling and crying out, her release liquid and sweeter than honey on his tongue. He lapped it up, his cock so hard he feared he wouldn't even make it inside her before he lost himself. Tearing his mouth away, he stood, and in one swift motion he pulled her from his desk and spun her around so that she faced it. He couldn't look at her for one moment more. He'd never felt closer to another woman in his life. He never wanted anyone the way he desired her. And yet everything was a lie. He was a lie. But as much as he couldn't face her, he also couldn't bear to let her go. "Sebastian?" Her tone held a note of question. "Hush." He soothed into her ear before pressing kisses to her throat. He clamped his hands on the sweet curves of her waist and guided her forward, grinding his hips into her from behind. "I'm going to make you fly again, Buttercup." He hefted her skirts out of the way and tore open his trousers,
pulling himself free of his smalls. He dipped his fingers into her silky heat and then smeared her wetness over his aching cock. One swift undulation of his hips brought him inside her. "Oh!" Daisy said. He kissed her ear, her throat, stilling though he was half certain stopping now would kill him. "Do you want me to continue, love?" She hummed, arching her back and bringing him even deeper inside her tight sheath. "Please." He didn't need to hear it twice. Burying his face in her hair, he pounded into her. His fingers sank into her folds, finding her pearl. She met him, thrust for thrust, her head back, her breath coming in pants as she cried out his name. She came before he did, tightening on his cock with so much force that he lost himself in the next instant, sliding home within her as he exploded. There wasn't time for him to withdraw, and in truth, he didn't want to. He let out a hoarse cry of his own as her body milked him dry. Deep inside her, he came, filling her with his seed, sealing their fates. She was his, and that was that. He collapsed against her, kissing her throat, still inside her, and he had never known another experience in his life that had been as true and real. "My God, Daisy," he rasped into her skin. "My God!" There was nothing else he could say. Chapter 16. "Your Grace, there's another delivery of books. Where would you prefer them to be placed?" At the sound of Giles's crisp, perfectly modulated voice, Daisy turned away from the wall of spines she'd been attempting to organise. His expression was placid, unflappable as always. If he thought it odd that his employer had purchased 6 crates of books for his new Duchess, the butler didn't show it for a moment. "More books?" she repeated in question, though she needn't have. The first delivery had come just after breakfast, followed by another and yet another. She should have expected that Sebastian wasn't finished, that he executed this gift as he did all things, with a complete disregard for half measure. "You may as well send them up. What is it they say, Giles? In for a penny, in for a pound." But the staid butler didn't answer. He bowed. "As your Grace wishes." And then he disappeared, leaving Daisy alone in a sea of books once more. Alphabetize or shelf the books according to subject matter? That had been the question troubling her the most until Giles's return to the library. But given the number of deliveries they'd already received, another question was beginning to supersede. Where to put them all? Following their conversation in his study, and the sizzling interlude that followed it, the likes of which still made her cheeks heat several days later, Sebastian had surprised her with a trip to a bookshop. How marvellous it had been to be surrounded by walls of books, their heady leather and paper scent, and to know she could read any of them she liked. "There are 3 crates worth, Your Grace," Giles confirmed then. "I didn't wish to presume and have them brought here immediately, given the library's current state." Daisy cast a wry glance about her at the butler's apt observation. Crates littered the elegant carpet, some half empty, and others yet filled to the brim. Although the scene had the appearance of mayhem, she was methodically working her way through all the books on Sebastian's shelves, deciding which books to keep, which to store, and which others might be donated. "The library is yours," Sebastian had told her at the bookshop. "Remove whatever displeases you. Fill it with whatever you like." "It's your library," she had said. "I wouldn't dream of encroaching." It isn't encroaching when you've been issued an invitation, Buttercup.
He touched the tip of her nose then, and she had felt his heat even through his gloves. His expression had been serious, almost sad.
The library is filled with musty old tomes from the last 3 dukes, and I haven't done much to make it my own. It is only right that you should make it yours.
His soft words and solemn regard had made her heart pang. How was it, she'd wondered, that she could have been so wrong about him? He had seemed arrogant and aloof. On the first night they'd spoken, they'd matched wills and wits, and she'd been so certain he was an autocrat, like so many of his fellow lords. Like her father. But in truth, he was multifaceted and complex, and he'd appeared in her life when she'd needed him most, setting her free.
"Your Grace," she had protested. A ghost of a smile had flitted over his sensual mouth then, and he'd brushed her bottom lip with his thumb. "A fool, Your Grace? Where have I erred?"
She had frowned back at him, looking about to make certain they hadn't an audience. "You are too generous."
And he'd shaken his head slowly. "I'm selfish. Far too bloody selfish. I enjoy your happiness, Daisy. It occurs to me you've had far less of it than you deserve. Buy all the books you want. That's why I've brought you here."
In the face of his disconcerting kindness and the temptation of pages awaiting to be turned, she gave in. She had lovingly browsed the entire shop, lingering over her choices as she narrowed her selection down to 8 books. Sebastian had followed her, watching, making several recommendations. He'd urged her to purchase more, but she'd refused, not wishing to overindulge in his generosity. She'd left the shop thrilled, thinking the matter settled. Until the first delivery had arrived that morning, and the second, and the third. Each opened crate revealed more than the last. Here was a treasure trove of literature waiting to be devoured. Shakespeare and Chaucer and Trollope and Dickens, Browning and Tennyson and Byron and Austen. History books, books in French and Latin, the 2 languages she'd told him she was well versed in. Best of all had been the single book, wrapped in fine paper and delivered by hand. She'd opened it to find an edition of Gulliver's Travels, Sebastian's bold scrawl on the first page.
"A favourite for a favourite. S."
If her heart had been Pegasus, it would have galloped and flown from her chest. But her heart was only mortal, formed of weak flesh, and it had pounded instead. Pounded with the knowledge that the mysterious feeling flitting through her over the last fortnight had solidified into something tangible and definable, something quite frightening and altogether unexpected. Love. Daisy stared at the row of spines before her, unseeing. Over the past few hours, she'd had a great deal of time to think. Alone in this vast chamber, with nothing but a cheerfully flickering fire in the grate and hundreds of small worlds confined in pages and words, she had realized that she loved Sebastian. It didn't matter that their marriage was new, that there was so much of him she had yet to discover. The heart knew what it wanted, and it stubbornly wanted the man who had listened to her, who had rescued her, who had made her feel at home for the first time in her life. It wanted a handsome duke who could make her laugh or make her melt with equal proficiency. The door opened, and with it came 3 strapping footmen, bearing crates laden with more books. "Over there, if you please," she directed, enjoying the task laid before her. It was good to finally have a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging. She felt it here. Now, if she could only manage to conquer Sebastian's heart the same way she meant to surmount his library. As she watched the footmen gingerly make their delivery, she realized she was still holding the swift volume. She'd carried it about all morning, unable to relinquish it to the shelf. And of all the words waiting to fall beneath her eye in the cavernous chamber, there were only 5 that mattered to her the most. A favourite for a favourite. Chapter 17. The realization struck Sebastian, much as he suspected lightning might, on a cold, foggy March morning as he reconnoitred with Griffin for the first time since his wedding night. Then again, it wasn't so much a realization as it was a revelation, or perhaps, to be more accurate, a fallacy. For it was improbable, foolhardy, and altogether wrong. He said it aloud into the mists anyway, because he couldn't contain the words in his mind any longer. Not for one moment more. "I'm going to keep her," he announced, aware that his awkward phrasing made it sound more as if he decided to keep a racehorse rather than a wife and mother to his future children. But there it was, just the same, poor delivery aside. Saying it felt equal parts alarming and freeing. And also right. So very, very right. Daisy was his. She was his, and she was innocent of any and all Fenian plots. She was kind and good, sweet and giving, and everything a woman who had spent most of her life being abused by her father should seemingly not be. She was the part of him he'd been missing, the part of himself he hadn't known existed until he recognized it in her eyes.
"Bloody hell, Bast!" Griffin bit out. "You know it's impossible."
Sebastian kept his eyes trained forward as he rode, pretending as if he hadn't heard his friend speak. It was early, and Hyde Park was not yet teeming with the scores of horsemen and parade of the fashionable that would inevitably clutter it. Dawn rides had long been their habit, the perfect cover for relaying sensitive information that was best not entrusted to paper. Impossible? No. Improbable? Yes. But as it happened, Sebastian wasn't inclined to give a damn. For the first time in his life, he felt at peace. He dedicated his life to the League, but he had finally reached his limit. He would not send an innocent woman to jail. He would not misuse her after she had given so freely of her body, mind, and heart. By God, he would not treat her as a pawn for another moment more. Because she wasn't a pawn. She was Daisy, and she was strong against all odds, and her laughter was infectious, and she had changed him in a way he'd never imagined possible. She had opened a door into a life he might have, and God help him, he intended to walk through that door, with her at his side. He intended to take that life and make it theirs.
"Sebastian,"
Griffin said again, and this time his tone was grim. Grim because he could read Sebastian better than anyone else could. But Sebastian didn't want to hear any of his friend's sermons. He didn't need any further reminders and warnings concerning Daisy. His mind drowned in them. The only thing keeping him afloat in this vast ocean of self-loathing and confusion threatening to consume him was the same person Griffin warned him away from. Daisy. And that was why he wanted her as his true wife, for the rest of their lives. She was everything he wanted, and nothing he'd ever imagined he'd needed. He'd realized that he couldn't get her out of his life
until he got her out of his blood, out of his head, and out of his bed. But he couldn't do that. Wouldn't do that. She was his. Full stop. "Sod off," he said conversationally. He didn't want to hear what Griffin had to say. Not a word. "You took her to the opera," his friend countered. "A bookshop, a museum. Hell, Sebastian, you're courting the chit. Have you lost your goddamn mind?" He continued to ignore Griffin, urging his mount into a faster pace. Eyes and ears everywhere, he thought bitterly. Apparently, Carlyle's little birds had been following him about with more dedication these days. Was Griffin one of those birds? The thought was akin to a knife to the gut. He was like a brother to Sebastian, the brother he'd never had. Griffin's gelding matched his mare pace for pace. "You're bedding her," he called out, "and it's turning you into a fool. Do yourself a favour and find someone else to fuck." That was bloody well the wrong thing to say to him. The wrong fucking thing to say to him. Sebastian reined in his horse and dismounted, forcing his sometime friend to do the same. They squared off like a pair of prize fighters, staring each other down. Rage coursed through him, tightening his jaw until his teeth gnashed together. Sebastian broke the uneasy silence first. "Never speak of her that way again," he warned in a voice that vibrated with barely suppressed fury. He had never before wanted to smash his fist into Griffin's nose the way he did now, so much that his knuckles ached with it. "You want to hit me, Bast?" Griffin sneered. "Over a set of skirts you haven't even been bedding for the span of a month? Go ahead, you prick. Choose a treasonous tart over our brotherhood. Hit me. See what happens." A set of skirts. That was the phrase that did it. Or perhaps it was treasonous tart. Sebastian would never know for certain. All he did know was that in the next breath his fist collided with Griffin's jaw. His friend's head snapped back, and he stumbled before regaining his footing. "Jesus, Sebastian! What the bloody hell?" He stared back at Griffin as pain seared his knuckles, and as a reddish-purple bruise blossomed on his friend's jaw. "Fuck! I didn't intend to strike you, Griff. I'm sorry. It's merely that she's—" He allowed his words to trail off, for fear of where they'd been headed. "She's the woman I love." Had he really been about to say such a ludicrous thing? Of course not. There was a vast difference between desiring a woman as his companion and having her in his bed and loving her. He'd only been married to her for the span of a fortnight. Christ's sakes. "She's colluding with the Fenians," Griffin finished for him. "Tell me you don't think she's innocent, Bast." "Her father is colluding with the Fenians," he corrected coldly. "Her father, who beat her savagely from the time she was a wee, defenceless girl of 4. Her father, who she never wants to see again. Van Reed is the enemy we seek to bring to heel, not Daisy." Griffin's expression remained hard as stone, unreadable. "I suppose we'll find out the truth of that soon enough." There was something his friend hadn't said, and he knew it. "Meaning?" "It's time, Bast." Griffin rubbed his bruised jaw. "Carlyle wants you to proceed with approaching Van Reed about a diary. He expected you to do it sooner than this, and he isn't pleased. You're to invite him to your home. We need to pin the firearms to him. We've word from our American agents that an attack is imminent. They've commissioned a bloody submarine, Bast. It's built and seaworthy, and they have every intention of using it to bombard one of our vessels. This is war." Sebastian's blood went cold. He knew what was expected of him, but He'd been hoping like hell that there would be another way, that Carlyle would change his battle plans and leave Sebastian with a more palatable option. The thought of having Van Reed present in his home made his skin crawl. The son of a bitch ought to be disemboweled for what he'd done to Daisy, and that was a bloody nasty business. Sebastian had seen the aftermath of just such a killing, and though it haunted him to this day, even an end as ghastly as that would be too merciful for Van Reed. Now he was to pretend as though all was roses and rainbows, to invite Van Reed to his study and play the part of dissolute Raquel, to bring the bastard close enough to Daisy to hurt her once more. He didn't know if he could do it. He needed time to think, to clear his mind. He had hit the one man in the world who was like a brother to him. But Griffin had not hit him back. For some reason, that troubled Sebastian the most. "Thank you for the message," he said tersely, and then he spun on his heel and threw himself atop his horse once more before riding hell for leather away from the only person he'd ever believed he could trust, away from unwanted duty, away from everyone and everything. Griffin's words echoed in the staccato of his horse's hooves. "This is war." Yes, bloody hell, it was. Daisy descended the stairs for dinner at precisely 8:15 that evening, just as she had every night since her first dinner with him. What had begun as a small assertion of her independence had quickly changed. She kept him waiting, and he took her to task, though increasingly with more sensual heat than genuine irritation. It had become rather a diversion of sorts between them. He pushed, she pulled. He was inflexible and disciplined, where she longed to experience life free of the constraints that had once contained her. She wanted to soak up every moment of every day in this new life she led, while Sebastian seemed somehow restrained. The sadness in him remained, haunting his beautiful eyes. It was only when she teased him that he came to life at last, shedding his armour and allowing himself to simply be. She'd come to realize that her husband was a rigid and disciplined man. He woke before dawn, breakfasted early, devoted himself to his estates and other matters, took his exercise, and then awaited her at dinner. And she liked keeping him waiting, even if it meant she secretly paced the floor of her chamber, sneaking glances at the mantel clock as she made certain not to be punctual. But there was an undeniably different air about him tonight, as she glossed her right hand lightly over the polished balustrade, holding her skirt slightly aloft with her left. She'd become adept at sweeping down the staircase as though she glided, and she'd chosen a sea-foam blue silk evening gown, trimmed with rosettes and a revealing décolletage. But none of those trivialities mattered when her eyes found him as she was halfway down the stairs. He wasn't pacing tonight. His back was to her, head bowed forward as though in prayer, hands clasped at his back. She didn't know him to be a particularly pious man, and in the fortnight they'd been married, he'd never missed the opportunity to unleash his caged energy on the parquet floor as he awaited her. Something had changed, and she felt it the same way she'd experienced a chill running straight down her spine. She paused, on the fourth stair from the bottom, watching him. This was not the reunion she'd anticipated after receiving a library's worth of books, all carefully chosen with her interests in mind, and especially not after an inscription that called her a favourite. A favourite. As though she were someone to be cherished, perhaps loved, though that was a finer emotion that she didn't expect from him after only a fortnight of marriage. Hearts did what they would, and just because hers had stubbornly decided to fall for him didn't mean his in turn could be expected to feel the same. Still, those words had worked their way deep inside her to a place she hadn't even known existed, making her smile all day long. Those words had been responsible for the soft hums of pleasure emerging from her as she made herself at home in the library. Those words were what caused the frisson of desire to glide through her even now, accompanied by the swift fluttering of her heart. But he still hadn't turned to face her, and he must have heard her footfalls on the stairs by now. "Sebastian?" she called softly. He turned to her at last, his expression grim in the moment before he appeared to collect himself and don one of his many facades. A sensual smile curved his lips with ease. "Late again, Buttercup?" he asked, but there was no bite to his words, only a bitter-sweet resonance. Her heart clenched in her breast as she forced herself to descend the remainder of the stairs. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting," she said tonight, the same as she had each night before, taking extra care to maintain the flippancy in her tone. This time, she had a new explanation for her tardiness at the ready. "Someone sent me the contents of an entire bookshop, and I spent the course of the day attempting to reconcile the shelves, the existing literature, and the new volumes." He strode toward her with a confidence that was purely his, all ducal, and somehow elegant and sinful at once. His dark hair was swept back from his high forehead, and he wore a black coat, black trousers, and a crisp white shirt beneath a gun-metal brocade waistcoat. He looked dark and lethal and delicious. And hers. He was hers, she reminded herself, as he took her outstretched hand in his and guided her down the last step. The guidance wasn't necessary. His touch, however, was. She was smiling at him like a foolish girl, but she didn't care. "Have you nothing to say, you're—" "Sebastian," he intervened, drawing her closer. He lowered his head, and their lips nearly met. His scent swept over her, pine and man and husband. "A 1/2, your grace, is all I'm willing to allow tonight, Duchess." Her fingers tightened over his. He was ever an enigma, keeping a part of himself from her, the part she wanted the most. His eyes were blue, so blue, bluer than the brightest country summer sky of her childhood before her father had moved them to the city. "Thank you," she told him, "for the books." He raised her hand to his lips for a kiss, his gaze searing hers. "I would have far preferred for you to select them yourself, but you were stubborn as ever." His extravagance still did strange things to her insides. When he'd attempted to convince her to buy half the bookshop, she had objected. Of course she had. What sane woman would want her husband to empty his coffers over her literary whims? Her father would never have allowed such a thing. That thought had ultimately rendered her acceptance of Sebastian's somewhat high-handed gift all the more acceptable to her. Sebastian wasn't attempting to control her with his gift. He wanted to please her, and that was the difference. "I'm a simple woman," she said then. "I don't require crates of books, fancy houses, or servants to satisfy me." He squeezed her fingers, his expression inscrutable. "What does satisfy you, Daisy?" "You." She nearly said the word. She almost revealed herself to him, made herself as vulnerable as she could possibly be. Instead, she shook her head, unwilling to give him everything, uncertain if she could. Her feelings remained too new and strange, The notion of telling him she loved him made her mouth go dry and her heart pound. "I look forward to reading," she told him instead. "Thank you. Thank you for listening to me, for choosing books to my liking."
"Are they to your liking, Buttercup?"
His question was unexpected. No one had ever been as concerned with her happiness and satisfaction as Sebastian was. Sometimes his attentiveness threw her. Other times it made her sigh. In this instance, her smile broadened. "The selections were most judicious. You somehow know what I would want to read most." He hesitated, and she couldn't suppress the sensation that he wanted to say more. Instead, he inclined his head and offered his arm. "Dinner, my darling." It was a tired phrase, she thought. My darling. As she clenched his muscled forearm. She wasn't his darling, was she? That phrase, so easily rolled off his facile tongue, didn't mean what her imprudent heart longed to believe it did. The truth was that she hadn't the slightest inclination of what, if anything, he felt for her, aside from desire. The way he looked at her, the way he touched her and held her, told her all she needed to know on that account. But though he'd warmed to her, she mustn't fool herself. And right now, he watched her in that way of his that was intimate and assessing all at once. While here she stood, wishing he'd meant to call her his darling in the truest sense, wishing he'd forego all manners and formality, sweep her in his arms and take her upstairs. Oh, foolish, foolish heart. "Dinner," she forced herself to say, for it was far wiser than blurting her feelings. "Yes, let's." By the loin of mutton à la Bretonne, Sebastian realised that it was no stroke of chance that all his favourites were being served in the course of one dinner, and he knew instantly that it wasn't the redoubtable Mrs. Robbins who was solely responsible. Though Mrs. Robbins had been a retainer for his entire life, she had never in all her years of service orchestrated such a dinner on his behalf, unless he had specifically requested it. He met Daisy's gaze over the lovely table setting. Fresh hothouse blooms carefully arranged amidst new table linens, silver and china. Candles flickering with a pleasant glow, all of which he was certain was her doing as well.
"Leave us,"
he told the servants, dancing attendance upon them without ever taking his eyes from her. They remained silent until they were blessedly alone.
"Buttercup,"
he said then, his throat going embarrassingly thick. He would have said something else, but he didn't wish to further embarrass himself by wearing his heart on his bloody sleeve. His heart on his sleeve? Christ! From what hell had that rogue thought emerged? The answering smile she gave him was so blinding that it robbed him of his breath. For a moment he stared, basking in her beauty, forgetting all about the untenable mire in which he currently found himself. Submarines, dynamite, and Fenian menace, not to mention the goddamn League itself and his unwanted mission. Dissipated like a storm chased away by the sun. "Is your dinner to your liking?" she asked him, repeating his earlier question to her. Jesus. He devoured her with his gaze, from her golden hair carefully plaited and styled high atop her head to her high forehead, the dainty slashes of her brows, her elegant nose, and those wide, luscious lips he loved to bite and lick and crush beneath his. Then, lower for just a beat, over her full, creamy breasts. Suddenly, he was no longer hungry for dinner. "You arranged this." If his voice sounded rusty and deep, it couldn't be helped any more than his reaction to her could. He hadn't bloody well wanted to marry her, He hadn't wanted the all-consuming attraction he felt for her. He hadn't meant to burn whenever he looked upon her. To want, nay, need her so much that he was willing to do damn near anything to keep her at his side, as his Duchess. But he did. She tilted her head, considering him and, he feared, seeing far too much. With the aid of Mrs. Robbins, of course. You've been unfailingly kind to me, and I wish to convey my gratitude in some small way. The beast in him instantly thought of other ways she might convey her gratitude as well. None of them involved mutton or potatoes à la lyonnaise. Fighting a groan, he shifted in his chair, as discomfort settled in the vicinity of his trousers, a familiar affliction whenever he was in her presence. And then he thought of how she didn't owe him her gratitude at all. She didn't owe him a bloody thing, and if she knew the half of it, she'd never speak to him again. Over the past fortnight, he'd done his best to compartmentalise his duty and the way he'd begun to feel for Daisy. But eventually, the twain would meet, and his meeting with Griffin earlier had made that stark fact all the more real. He had a duty, even if he'd fallen in love with the woman he was duty-bound to distrust, even if he was still trapped in the emerald depths of said woman's eyes. He couldn't tell her the truth. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Guilt sliced through him with the precision of a bayonet. You needn't feel beholden. I'm not the Galahad you think me. It was as much of a warning as he could issue to her without giving himself away and putting his mission and the League at risk. The reminder of what he was expected to do, lure in her bastard of a father, pretend as though he'd married Daisy for her fortune, bring him close enough to hurt her once more, made a swift stab of nausea ride through his gut. The mutton was delicious, and it was his favourite dish, but he couldn't stomach another bite of food. You're a good man, Sebastian, Daisy said, her cheekbones flushing a charming pink beneath his scrutiny. It's futile to try to convince me otherwise. A good man wouldn't have ruined you in the moonlight without a care for your reputation. Bitterness unfurled. How could she be so innocent and good, so blind in her trust of him, she who had been only mistreated and used for her entire life? He had kissed her, ripped her bodice in the gardens of a ball where they could have been seen by anyone. He had shamed her, used her, all in the name of duty, and without a care. From the beginning he had deceived her. Knowing that she was suspected of treason, he had still lusted after her, had taken her bloody maidenhead, while he was meant to annul their marriage. And he had done all this as he knew there remained a chance she would be cast into prison. He hated himself, hated lying to her. Even now, he couldn't tell her what he so desperately longed to tell her. He had sworn an oath to the League before he'd ever sworn an oath to her. But now the two were hopelessly at war with each other. Daisy held up her hands, palms facing the ceiling, a teasing smile flirting with the lips he longed to claim. Ruined, and yet here I sit, perfectly well. Your conscience may feel otherwise, but believe me when I say that my ruination was my saving grace. I don't regret that night, Sebastian. I wanted it, and not just because I wanted to be free of Lord Breckley, but because I wanted you. Her words sank straight through him, leaving a path of fire in their wake. By God, he wished he were free. For the first time in his life, he was no longer content to be a part of the League. For the first fucking time, he wanted to be Sebastian, simply himself, with no secrets, no lies, no danger, no worry, no allegiance to anyone other than the woman facing him across the expanse of snowy linens and gleaming cutlery and delicious-smelling mutton.
And that was when he realised it in full. This restless feeling sliding around within him, this sense of incompletion and confusion. The life he led, secrecy, collusion, danger, had ceased to fulfill him long ago. He wanted something more, something real. He wasn't going to bring Van Reed into his home, or within striking distance of Daisy. Not today, not tomorrow, not the next day. On this, the safety of his wife, he wouldn't hesitate to defy Carlyle. He wouldn't risk her. She was too precious to him. And when his mission was over, he was going to retire from the League. If Daisy forgave him after he told her as much of the truth as he was able, they would go to Thornsby Hall and raise 6 children. Children with Daisy. Something warm settled in his gut. The thought of planting his seed in her, watching her grow with his babe, took his breath and made his cock even harder than it already was by being seated across from her, in her charmed presence. "Sebastian?" Her voice was hesitant, questioning. "Won't you say something? I fear I've shocked you with my confession." He shot from his chair so quickly that it thudded backward, tipped on its side on the carpet behind him. He didn't give a damn. "You could never shock me, Buttercup," he reassured her as he stalked around the table. Being in the same space as her without having her in his arms was suddenly insupportable. He had to have her, right bloody now. Everything else could be dealt with another day. The League, her father, his mission, the lies between them. But here in this moment, he was going to give her the only honesty he could. It wasn't what she deserved, but it was all he had. Her eyes went wide as he hauled her from her chair before making a thorough swipe of the table behind her with his arm. China, silver, and the 4th course all went crashing to the centre of the table. He didn't give a damn if every last monogrammed plate was smashed to bits. Didn't care if the mutton went to waste. His hands went to her waist, spanning it easily. She ought to eat more, he thought absently as he lifted her up and deposited her on the table at her back. Her hands went to his shoulders, and she still hadn't said a word, her shock rendering her speechless. When her derriere settled on the table linen, and he caught her billowing skirts in his fists, she found her tongue at last. "Sebastian! What are you doing? We haven't even finished dinner or had dessert. Cook has prepared cocoa biscuits and strawberries." She was breathless, flushed, and she smelled better than anything ever had. He wanted to inhale her, trap her bergamot and vanilla and ambergris in his lungs, so that whenever he wasn't in her presence, he could still breathe her. His gaze fell to her mouth. "You don't like strawberries?" "You do." Her fingers tightened on his shoulders. "How did you know I don't like strawberries?" He didn't answer her. Instead, he rucked her skirts up to her waist, pooling their voluminous layers on the table. And that was when he made the most astonishing, delicious revelation. His Duchess wasn't wearing any drawers. Nothing but silk stockings and garters and well-curved legs. And the most tempting cunny he'd ever seen. She was his. To hell with the cocoa biscuits and strawberries, love. He sank to his knees in appreciation, his hands on her hips, gliding over warm silk until they reached warmer flesh. "All I want is you." "Sebastian!" She sounded equal parts scandalized and breathless. "You mustn't. We're in the midst of dinner. The servants—" "Mine," he thought as he kissed the tempting skin above her garters. First her left leg, then the right. "No one will disturb us."
He had made it clear to his staff after their first dinner. There would be no discreet knock, no hesitant interruption. He had all the time in the world to savour her, and savour her he would. Sweet Christ, but her thighs were glorious. There was something delectably carnal about all that ivory, garters, silk, skin, and the way she attempted to press her legs together to preserve her modesty. Mine. There it was again, unbidden, the claim he staked upon her. He'd meant what he said to Griffin. He was firm in his decision. This woman, who was soft and kind and beautiful, who made him laugh as much as she made him lust, she belonged to him now, just as he belonged to her. There would be no annulment.
Sebastian!
Her hands flitted to his shoulders first, then to his hair, but instead of pushing him away, her fingers tunnelled a path to his scalp.
This is wicked.
He hummed his satisfaction as he kissed higher, caressing her thighs with slow, languorous strokes as he urged her to open to him. I want to taste you, love. Another kiss, then another, and she allowed him to nudge her legs apart. A noise emerged from her throat as well, half moan, half mewl, and he'd never heard a sweeter sound than Daisy losing the tight grip she attempted to keep on her control. Slowly, he spread her legs, inch by torturous inch. He kissed each inner thigh. Mine. Nipped her with his teeth, making her jerk as her fingers tensed in his hair. Mine. Licked the soft skin to soothe it. Mine. Higher he went, his mouth dragging over her, worshipping, loving. And then she was open to him completely, and he slid his hands to cup her bare bottom and drag her closer. He was like a man lost on a desert plain who had just stumbled across a babbling stream, sinking to his knees to cup that life source and bring it into his body with a desperation born of pure necessity. He ran his tongue over her seam, once, twice, again and again, teasing, tasting. She moved beneath him, moaning, twisting, her legs clamping down on his head. He removed a hand from her bottom to stroke her thigh, calming her, letting her adjust to the onslaught of sensation. Sweet. She was so bloody sweet. Musky and feminine, and something else uniquely her. She filled his senses, surrounding him, until there was nothing else that existed. There was only Daisy on his tongue, Daisy's breathy sounds of helpless desire, Daisy's fingers in his hair, her thighs soft against him, the wet, delicious heat of her. Mine. He found the prize he sought, his tongue probing through her slick folds to discover her pearl. He flicked over the exquisite bundle of sensation, working it with his tongue. Mine. He blew a stream of hot air over her. Oh, she said, and then, oh, Sebastian. Very gently he bit, catching her between his upper lip and his teeth, before raking over her pearl again and again. He sucked her, looking up to find her watching him, her expression slack and unguarded, her lush mouth partially open, her chest heaving with each laboured breath. Their gazes clashed, and he allowed her to slide from his lips with a lusty pop. Spend for me, Daisy. I want to make you come with nothing but my tongue. This was all he could offer her until he was free of the league, his body and her pleasure. He could make her fly, could give her release, and he wanted that for her now more than anything. She deserved so much more, So much better. She deserved his honesty and his love, and he would give her both as soon as he was able. For the moment, he could only run his tongue over her slit again. Once, twice, 5 times, more, before sinking it inside her as deep as he could. Pointing his tongue, he thrust it inside her again and again. His hand travelled up her thigh to the skin revealed beneath her corset, directly above her womb. Here, she would carry their babes. He flattened his hand over her. Mine. And her hand came to rest upon his, their fingers tangling. Please, she said. Her plea spurred him on. Back to her pearl he went, licking, sucking, nipping, learning what she liked best. The particularly sensitive spot below that sweet bud, and slightly to the right, made her buck and go wild. He closed his mouth over her, raking her with his teeth until finally she exploded. He watched her as she came, her back arched, head thrown back in ecstasy to reveal the graceful column of her throat, her breasts straining against her bodice. "Sebastian," she cried, "I love you." The rush of her release was liquid and instant, and he lost his ability to form coherent thought. Mine. Bloody fucking hell. Mine. Had she said that? Those 3 words? He didn't dare to hope, to believe. Just when he was convinced he'd been mistaken, he heard her low moan, and it was undeniable. "I love you. I love you. I love you." Oh, Christ. This woman would be his undoing. He tore his mouth from her at last, hauling her into his arms for a tight embrace. If he'd been able to pull her inside himself, he would have. So fierce and unexpected was his reaction to her words and his need of her. "Thank you, my love," he said into her ear. "Now, let's get the hell upstairs so we can finish what we've started." She kissed his jaw, her arms tightening around him. "Yes," was all she said. He withdrew and helped her restore her dress into a semblance of order. Wordlessly, he took her hand and led her to her chamber. Once there, he made love to her twice, once with frantic abandon, and once with slow, tender passion. With his body, he told her the words he wasn't yet free to say. Words he wouldn't say until this God-forsaken mission was over and he could be truthful with her. Words she deserved to hear after he was freed of the shackles of his oath, and his only duty was instead to her. When at last he lay in the darkness with her curled against him, both of their bodies spent, Daisy's even breathing indicated she was asleep. He kissed her bare shoulder. "I love you too," he whispered into the night. Chapter 18. The next morning, Sebastian broke his fast in his customary fashion, close to dawn, alone, and with the Times ironed and laid out beside his plate. He forked up a bite of œuf cocotte and chewed thoughtfully as his mind drifted from parliamentary matters and news of the world abroad. To hell with everything ordinary. Today was no ordinary goddamn day. Today everything had changed. The sun rising to break London's bleak fog had seemed unnaturally bright. His coffee tasted better than it ever had. His chest felt lighter, and he couldn't bloody well stop grinning like a fool. Daisy loved him, and he loved her. Yes, Christ help him. As sudden and strange and ill-advised as it seemed, he had found the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his days loving. His relationship with Daisy was cordial and easy. She possessed intelligence and determination and wit, all enhanced by a lively sense of humour. When he was irritable, she made him laugh. When he was arrogant, she subtly reminded him. When he reached out his hand, she took it. She'd been tardy for dinner every bloody night, and he hadn't even minded, although he was certain she kept him waiting by design. When she arrived, a teasing smile on her lips, resplendent in her evening finery, it was all he could do not to take her in his arms, carry her back up the staircase, and make love to her all night long. She was like sunlight after a torrent of rain. Something about the woman was impossibly charming, and it wasn't just her beauty. It was some indefinable quality he'd never known another female to possess. Or perhaps it was her, Daisy, who affected him so. She'd had him at war with himself from the start, half of him wanting her desperately, and the other half of him determined to keep her at arm's length where she belonged. But as the days had progressed, the words pawn and annulment had found themselves unceremoniously thrust into the recesses of his mind. He'd watched her, of course, and had sifted through her personal effects, not without an organ-piercing stab of guilt each time. He'd located her journal and had painstakingly read every entry. All he'd managed to discover was that she was thrilled to begin reading the contents of her library, and that her penmanship was surprisingly slanted and imperfect. He frowned at his newspaper, the words blurring before him. Aside from the deficiency of her handwriting, Daisy was exactly as he'd suspected. A kind-hearted, vivacious young lady who'd been mistreated by her father and had been desperate to escape him and the decrepit lecher of a match he'd chosen for her. The most pressing task at hand for him was amassing evidence of her innocence to provide to Carlyle. The sooner he could remove Daisy as a suspect, the better. Troubling questions remained, of course, her connection to the Irish shop girl and Padraig Maguire, chief among them. He recognised that his love for her did not exculpate her. Of course, the hardened spy within him even had to acknowledge that there was a chance she was guilty as sin after all, and he had allowed his feelings to cloud his judgment. Either way, there was only one conclusion to the situation in which he found himself. Daisy was either guilty or she was innocent, and Sebastian was either a fool or he wasn't. To that end, he would continue to follow leads and build a case for Carlyle. He had every hope that they'd bring him to the inevitable conclusion that Daisy had no parts of her father's plotting with the Fenians, that the woman he was so bloody drawn to, the woman he'd fallen hopelessly in love with against his every instinct and all his years of training combined, had no more to do with dynamite plots than the Queen herself. "Pardon the interruption, Your Grace, but you some correspondence this morning?" Giles interrupted, his tone faultlessly formal. He lowered the neglected paper and acknowledged his butler, accepting the correspondence as though it was likely as harmless as a letter from a maiden aunt. Sebastian waited until Giles had discreetly resumed his place by the sideboard before tearing open the seal of the letter. His eyes scanned the familiar, brief scrawl, that old, worn knot resurging. His blood went cold. The message was coded, its contents seemingly innocuous enough. "Would you care to meet for a morning ride? The skies look too ominous to wait until afternoon." It was unsigned, but that hardly mattered. He knew the note's author, just as he knew he had a pair of hands, and the sun glinted in the sky above him, even though he couldn't see it from where he sat. Carlyle wanted to meet at once. And nothing about a sudden summons from the Duke of Carlisle was ever a matter for rejoicing. Dread, heavy and hard and unpalatable as hell, twisted in his gut. This brief idyll with Daisy was bound to be disrupted. But damn it if he hadn't enjoyed every moment of it while it had lasted. The devil, it seemed, would always collect his due. He may love Daisy so much that it made his chest physically ache, but he wasn't free to pursue that love just yet. For now, he was bound by his honour, his word, his loyalty to the crown, and his family legacy. He felt them all like steel manacles circling his wrists, keeping him prisoner. From the moment he'd taken his vows, his life had ceased to be his own. Everything had changed, but just the same, nothing had. He folded the note in thirds, carefully keeping his expression bland for the sake of the footman and butler dancing attendance at him. He should have remained in Daisy's chamber, her body sleek and soft and warm and naked in his arms. He could have woken her with his kiss and then slid his cock home inside her. Instead, he had risen early and dressed in customary fashion, requesting the papers and his breakfast. He had done all this because, despite the fact that he would like nothing more than to pretend as if he was free to love Daisy the way he wished and the way she deserved, he was not. And lingering in her bed only prolonged his own torture and inner torment. Ah, but if only he had stayed, kissed her sweet lips, rolled her onto her back. But no, he supposed the note would have found him anywhere. Still, it would have been a damn sight more pleasurable to have spent the morning sucking his wife's pretty pink nipples than reading a piece in the Times about the government of India and the Emir of Kabul before running off to do Carlyle's bidding. Sebastian slid the note into the pocket of his coat, resumed breakfast for several more bites, and then announced that he would need his mount saddled while he changed into riding dress. Yes, it was time for the devil to collect his due. The ride to Carlyle's personal residence was chilly, made more miserable by a ceaseless damp that had descended upon the city. For such a summons as this, his instructions were to always rendezvous at Blayton House. As they travelled in the same circles and feigned friendship as often as possible, two dukes might quite easily and inconspicuously call upon each other. More of Carlyle's hiding in plain sight, as it were. It didn't take long to reach Blayton House, and before he knew it, Sebastian was handing off his reins to a groom and being led deep into Carlyle's inner sanctum by his forbidding, hoary-haired butler. Carlyle stood upon Sebastian's entrance to his study. "Trent." Carlyle was the face of genial civility. "Fancy a drink?" It was the role he played for the world. Drunken Lothario, hardened rake, light-hearted man about town. In truth, the Duke of Carlisle was an odd fish, severe, harsh, dark, and deadly. Sebastian had once witnessed him gut a man with his blade before calmly wiping it clean with a monogrammed handkerchief. For some odd reason, the sight and scent of that long-ago moment returned to him now. France, 10 years before, on the outskirts of Paris. They'd been on a mission to free Griffin, and they'd been beset by a small party of German soldiers. The odds had been against them, Sebastian and Carlyle against 5, but they'd prevailed. Carlyle had been savage, killing 2 of the Germans with his bare hands and a third with his knife. Sebastian had dispatched the other 2. Strange, so strange, that he should recall that day just now. The butler disappeared. The door clicked closed. Sebastian faced his superior. "Will I need a drink for whatever reason you've ordered me here?" 2 minutes, the Duke muttered, his expression turning as grim as a death mask. It was highly unusual for Carlyle to reveal he had the capacity to experience emotions. Seeing this side of him disturbed Sebastian, who watched as his superior stalked to the sideboard, snatched up a decanter, and poured whiskey into 2 glasses. Not even after killing the 3 Germans had Carlyle been this disjointed. Sebastian extracted his pocket watch, heeding Carlyle's warning that it would not be safe to speak freely until 2 minutes had passed. He accepted the whiskey the Duke offered him, tilted back his head, and swallowed the contents in a fiery gulp. It burned a path straight to his gut. He flicked another glance at his watch. 2 minutes has passed. A bomb was discovered early this morning by a night constable, Carlyle said, taking a hearty swallow of his own spirits before continuing. It didn't detonate, thank Christ. The poor sod saw a smouldering box and was foolish enough to extinguish the flame. Thanks to his foolishness, the residence of the Lord Mayor still stands. A desolate streak of despair snaked through him. They had heard whisperings from their operatives stationed in America for many months now that London was a target. The explosion at the armoury in Salford had been but the beginning. The Fenian foe had been growing in numbers, power, and audacity. But until now, the threat had seemed nothing more than that, a threat to be monitored and obliterated before it manifested itself in far more dangerous means than chattering amongst spies, ebullient rallies, and incendiary articles. London, the League had been sure, would be far too risky of a target for the Fenians to pursue. It would seem that was a grave fallacy. At long last, their greatest fear had become a reality in the heart of London. Jesus, he said slowly, passing a hand over his face. The whiskey had begun its pleasant, detached warming of his senses, but it did nothing to dull the urgency of the matter facing them. Griffin's warning of the day before churned through him. The bloody submarine. This is war. Fuck. What information do you have? Not much at this juncture. The constable took the box to Bow Lane Station. There was almost 40 pounds of gunpowder filling the damn thing, along with some foreign newspapers and 2 addresses, one in London and another in Liverpool. Carlyle stalked back to the sideboard, slamming his half-full whiskey glass on the carved mahogany with such force that Sebastian was shocked it hadn't shattered. Our men are investigating the addresses as we speak. If the constable had not walked by when he did, the bomb would have exploded. He's bloody fortunate he wasn't killed. Another 30 seconds, perhaps, and he would have been. 40 pounds of gunpowder. Holy God! The bastards who had fashioned the bomb had intended to cause a great deal of destruction. They needed to be stopped by whatever means necessary, and as quickly as possible. A sickening sense of inevitability slid home inside him. He thought of Daisy then, and how he'd allowed himself to believe that he could actually be free of the burden of this life and all its duties and encumbrances. Griffin had been right. This was war, damn it, and the enemy had infiltrated London, prepared to maim and kill as many innocents as possible. How could he possibly leave the League now, in such a time of need? Had he imagined that he could ever leave this life? That he could simply be a man in love with a woman? That he could retire to Thornsby Hall and raise golden-haired babies with Daisy? In the span of an hour, everything had changed. A bomb had been set. Lives were in jeopardy. This was bigger than all of them. Bigger than his own selfish desires. He knew what he must do. He stiffened on his seat. How can I be of service?
The Home Office wants you in Liverpool immediately.
Carlyle's answer was quick, decisive. He'd likely spent the dawn hours crafting his strategy.
Why Liverpool?
He asked, recognising that such an assignment would take him from Daisy when the last thing in the world he wanted to do was leave her side, especially with so much unfinished business between them. Just last night, she had told him she loved him. He needed to tell her the truth, to beg her forgiveness. But first, he had an oath to uphold. And he would loyally uphold that oath until he met his end or until he was relieved of his duties, whichever came first. The last fortnight aside, he was capable of thinking and acting like a rational, loyal subject of the Queen. Like a man who had been tasked with defending England and her people from all supposed threats, whether or not they happened to be lovely, golden-haired, luscious-lipped sirens who smelled of vanilla and bergamot. Carlyle's gaze was on him, hard and assessing.
Liverpool is where Van Reed just spent a great deal of time. We suspect him of bringing supplies and funds to aid the Fenians already planted in England. The address inside the box could have been planted to mislead us, or it could be a valuable asset to our cause. Either way, we need one of our best men to be our eyes and ears there for the next month at least. If there is a dynamite ring based in Liverpool, we will run them to bloody ground before they can set one more bomb.
Sebastian nodded. Van Reed again. Why could Carlyle not accept that Van Reed, a corpulent animal who had beaten his own daughter and attempted to marry her off to an aging reprobate, was the source of the evil they wanted to defeat? That Daisy had no part in it, that she was an innocent victim who deserved far more than a false marriage to a man who had done nothing but deceive her from the day he'd met her. For his part in this travesty, Sebastian could not keep his gorge from rising each time he thought of it. But his was not to question. He owed his loyalty to the League and to his country first, regardless of how unpalatable he found his present task.
I'll need to inform Daisy of my plans. No.
Carlyle stalked forward again, dark as a thundercloud.
You will inform her of nothing. Her part in this plot remains unclear. But she is not to be trusted. Indeed, you must not even think of her as your wife. She is a means to an end, nothing more. Am I understood, Trent?
The words tumbled in his mind, settled into his veins, cold as winter's ice. A means to an end. Nothing. He saw her face, lovely and expressive, thought of the way she came alive in his arms, all innocent fire, heard her words, "I love you." She had slipped past his battlements and crept beneath his skin, and he could never do what Carlyle asked, not any longer. For as long as he lived, the taste of her, sweet, wild, delicious, would remain with him. Some long-overlooked restlessness inside him hungered for her. He could kiss her senseless on 1,000 nights under 100 different moons, and he would still want her more than he had the night before. She was not, could never again be, just a means to an end.
She is an innocent in this, Carlyle.
Sebastian met him halfway, unafraid and unapologetic. Yes, he had a duty, but he also had a mind of his own, and everything in him told him that Daisy was not a part of whatever evil her father sowed. Maybe it was what he wanted to believe. Something had changed for him from the moment he'd met her, and it left him questioning everything. His loyalty, his oath, the League, his instincts, his own bloody honour. Everything. The Duke considered him.
You've been bedding her against my orders, then?
It was not a question, but a statement. Rage swarmed through him to hear Carlyle speak so cavalierly of her, as if she were no better than a tavern doxy. He clenched his fists at his sides to keep from smashing one of them into his superior's jaw. "Go to hell!" "Jesus!" Carlyle stared at him, his expression for once undisguised. It was pure, unadulterated disgust. "I would never have expected it of you, Trent." He didn't wish to discuss Daisy with anyone, and especially not the Duke of Carlisle. It felt like a betrayal to her. "God damn you, Carlyle! The League doesn't own my cock, and I'll do with it what I like. Furthermore, I swear to you that I have uncovered nothing to suggest she has even an inkling of the Fenian plots. She cannot abide her father, who beat her and wanted to marry her off to Breckley despite her own vehement objections. That is what she wants you to believe. I dare say this wouldn't be the first time a good man has fallen prey to a traitorous cunny." Carlyle snorted. "Certainly won't be the last." He had never longed to thrash a man to within an inch of his life more. Sebastian took a menacing step forward. "Do not dare to disparage her in my presence again." Carlyle met him halfway. They squared off, boot to boot, of a height with each other. Sebastian was a bit leaner than Carlyle, but he was sure he could win handily in a bout of fisticuffs. "Push me at your peril, Trent." Carlyle warned, his tone soft yet somehow as harsh as a whip. "Forget whatever spell she's cast upon you with her wiles. We have far more important tasks at hand. More bombs will be fashioned and lit in the streets. They've already blown apart a building and killed a child. Innocent lives will be taken unless we act, God damn it." Yes, damn it all to hell. Sebastian took a breath, his superior's stern admonition recalling the stakes to him. Dynamite, death, and destruction. So many lives were in danger. How many more innocents would shed their blood and lives at the hands of these monsters unless they were stopped? He had sworn to defend his country, and regardless of the way he felt for Daisy, he had to stay true to his oath. "Liverpool," Sebastian muttered, flexing his hands. He would not beat Carlyle senseless. Not today. Another day, perhaps. For now, there remained a different sort of war to fight. "Yes." Carlyle's eyes blazed with something akin to madness. "I need you in Liverpool. I need you clear-headed and alert. You've always been one of the best, Trent, and we can't afford to lose you now." He would go, though the notion left him cold and hollow. Curious feeling that. For the entirety of his years serving in the League, only one other mission had given him pause, and that one had been marrying Daisy Van Reed. "You'll not lose me," he said hoarsely. "I'll uphold my duty to the end. I'll travel to Hades if the League but asks, and you know it." Carlyle gave him a fleeting smile. "Not Hades just yet, Trent, but you must leave at once." At once. The words echoed through him, unwanted as ice going down his spine. "I'm to leave now?" He thought of Daisy, curled on her side, naked beneath the bedclothes, warm and sweet-smelling. She loved him. He loved her. And now he would have to leave her as if she meant less than nothing to him. Carlyle nodded. "I trust it won't be a problem. You cannot tell Miss Van Reed where you're going or for how long you'll be gone. She isn't to be trusted. You will send her a note advising her that a matter on one of your estates requires your intervention." He wanted to argue that Daisy was no longer Miss Van Reed. He was proud to give her his name, to blanket her in the protection of his family. She was Daisy Trent now, and she belonged with him, at his side. But how could he even claim her when he was about to abandon her, to leave her with a note and nothing more? The notion left him cold. His mouth went dry. He didn't want to do this. Not today, not ever. No part of him wanted to leave Daisy behind, but he was torn as ever between his duty and the woman he'd inexplicably come to love. What were more lies in a steady growing sea of them?
A matter on one of my estates.
Cholera, Carlyle bit out.
Tell her she must remain in London for her own safety. Everything you need will be waiting for you at the rendezvous point in Cheapside. When you arrive in Liverpool, send me a telegram telling me the weather is fair. I'll join you there as soon as I'm able.
Sebastian nodded. This was a role he had played before, and perhaps all too well. Being a spy was in his blood. He could do anything he must, would do anything he must. Being nearly burned alive hadn't been enough. Why stop now? Indeed, why stop when there were others far more vulnerable than he to be protected? Daisy included. Perhaps this would be the way he could finally prove to Carlyle that she had nothing at all to do with the Fenians and their plots.
"I'll do as you ask,"
he said finally, though he still refused to be the first to take a step in retreat. Sebastian Fairmont, Duke of Trent, did not fall back from a challenge, and neither did he step away from his oaths and his duty. Sworn to protect, at all costs. He had known that the day may come when he would have to sacrifice his own happiness for the greater good. This was that day, and suddenly the day was grim, and nothing was as it had seemed. Carlyle, as it happened, was a man who knew when to switch tactics. He would have made a bloody brilliant general. He sidestepped Sebastian and stalked back to the sideboard, hands clasped behind his back, as if he hadn't a care in the world.
"Good man, Trent,"
he called over his shoulder. Sebastian still itched to hit him. He needed to leave the chamber before he did something foolish, like charge his superior and feed him his irritatingly even teeth.
"Your Grace,"
he said instead, keeping his voice carefully modulated with a blend of respect and formality. Not even Carlyle could fault him.
"I will take my leave."
"Do, Trent," the Duke called dismissively over his shoulder.
"Get whatever you require, and hie yourself to Liverpool at once."
Grinding his teeth against a further, most unwise retort, Sebastian spun on his heel and strode to the door of Carlyle's study. Putting space between him and the Duke was essential. Too much longer in the heartless bastard's presence would nullify the remaining shreds of honour and dignity to which he currently clung. His hand hovered over the filigree knob when Carlyle's voice stopped him.
"Oh, and Trent, do yourself a favour when you reach Liverpool. Find a whore and fuck her raw. You can thank me later."
There went the last thread of his sanity, clipped like a scissors attacking a fine embroidery thread. Snip. He was about to come undone, to explode as surely as the dynamite they chased. But no, he would not. Carlyle loved to goad, to push a man to the edge of reason and then boot him off the ledge. Sebastian wouldn't fall into his trap. He forced out a breath, controlled himself.
"Go to hell, Carlyle,"
he threw back, with a calm he little felt. Growling another feral curse, He tore open the door like the savage roaring to life within and slammed it behind him. Still, the small show of violence wasn't enough. He would have to leave Daisy behind today. And Jesus Christ, something within him wasn't sure if he could. He rode away with an aggression that matched the roiling fury inside. Duty called. He had an allegiance to his country and his queen, and that far outweighed the selfish whims of the human heart. Nothing mattered but this mission. Not what he wanted, not the indelible connection he felt to the woman he'd married, and certainly not his own needs. He had broken the cardinal rule of the spy and had allowed himself to forget he'd been playing a role, that the pleasure of his days with a pawn had been manufactured and temporary. Time seemed to pass in a blink, and he was back where he'd begun, his imposing townhouse, presiding over him, mocking him. So many deceptions had built that home, and he was yet another duke, living a life of secrets, a life that would never be his own. He knew a deep pang of resentment at the realization before he banished it. He had no right to feel as if he was owed anything, for he had known what being a member of the League would entail when he'd sworn his oath. He'd forfeited the right to make his own choices. He did what the League ordered. He protected the crown and the people at all costs. He did not, damn it all, put all his years of training and loyalty in jeopardy for the sake of one golden-haired American woman, even if his stubborn heart loved her, and even if she made him laugh, and even if being in her presence reminded him of the life he wanted, the one that was just beyond his grasp. He couldn't be selfish now, even if every part of him wanted to tell Carlyle to go to the devil so that he could stay right where he was, familiarizing himself with the lovely enigma he'd married. No, it wasn't meant to be. Perhaps Daisy wasn't meant to be, and he'd only been fooling himself to imagine this would end any differently. With grim intention, he handed off his reins to a groom. He would return to his chamber, write a note to Daisy, and leave before she even knew he'd gone. In the end, a clean break would be easier for them both. Far preferable, it seemed, than facing her and delivering a protracted lie. Carlyle could bloody well stuff his cholera nonsense up his meddling arse. Love and duty didn't bloody well mix, and he was hopelessly adrift. Chapter 19. Daisy slept far longer than she ordinarily would have. When she woke, the day was bright and bold, shining through her window dressing in a pointed reminder that she ought not to have lazed about as long as she had. Part of her expected Sebastian to be lying next to her in bed, but that same part was destined for disappointment, for the side of the bed he ordinarily occupied was empty. She rolled onto her side, swiping a leg and arm over the place where he should have been. It was cold, which meant Sebastian had been gone for some time. Had she expected him to linger? Had she expected him to reciprocate after her embarrassing declaration yesterday? The mere thought of what had occurred was enough to make her slap the back of her hand to her forehead. Sebastian had... Good heavens! She couldn't even form the words, in the privacy of her own thoughts, for what he'd done to her. During the midst of dinner, on the table, with the servants likely aware of what he'd been about. And what had she done? Not only had she revelled in it, but she'd brought the entire, deliciously wicked interlude upon herself by not wearing drawers. She still hadn't enough undergarments. It was silly, and she felt utterly ridiculous. But when she'd sent for her wardrobe from her father's home, not all of her undergarments had arrived. As it was, she was frightfully short on drawers, She did need to acquire more, and last night had been ample proof of that. Then again, if eschewing drawers meant that her husband would treat her to so much decadent love-making, she might be tempted to leave them off every night. She could grow accustomed to such treatment. The wanton thought made her cheeks go hot. That was it. Time to rise and see to her day. She wished she hadn't embarrassed herself by telling Sebastian she loved him. In a weak moment, the words had escaped her. One big rush, before she'd been capable of tamping them down. There had been no calling them back. Lord have mercy. They'd been married for a fortnight. What had she been thinking? Daisy threw back the bedclothes and forced herself from bed, into the chill morning air. Of course, she knew what she'd been thinking. Here was a man who was capable of great kindness and gentleness, who kissed and touched her as if she were precious to him, who laughed with her, who took the time to know her. He paid attention to the smallest detail where she was concerned. Before him, the only other man she'd ever been close to in the same sense had been Patrick, her betrothed, and that had not ended well. Patrick, too, had been kind and gentle. He'd made her dream of a world in which she didn't live beneath her father's thumb. Then had come the day when her father had decided that her marriage to Patrick was no longer beneficial to him. Daisy crept across the carpet to the bell-pull, yanking to summon her lady's maid as she shivered into the morning air. Why was she thinking of it now, when her happiness with Sebastian filled her heart to near bursting? It was silly, really, but for some odd reason she recalled the day her father had told her she would not be marrying Patrick Maguire. Her father had called both her and Patrick into his office, and he had given Patrick an ultimatum: marry my daughter, or run my empire. Of course, Patrick had chosen the latter. Who wouldn't have? Her father owned half of New York City, and enough factories to start his own country. Any man would have chosen the empire. Those old hurts had healed, as a bruise with time. Now she was fiercely glad to have discovered the sort of man Patrick was before binding herself to him. No, Patrick's choice didn't bother her any longer, even if her ribs recalled every moment of what had happened after that awkward interview when her heart had been broken. For her defiance, she had received her father's wrath. Broken ribs, as it turned out, were a great deal more painful and infinitely more difficult to recover from. But recover she had. She didn't regret her past, for all of it, the good, the bad, the painful, the sad, had fashioned her into the woman she'd become. Her past had made her strong, had shown her that in spite of everything, there was still good in the world. There was still a dashing rake who had rescued her, who laughed with her, who knew she didn't like strawberries, who made love to her with such tenderness that the mere thought sent an ache straight through her. Her door opened to reveal Abigail's familiar form bustling into the chamber, and Daisy was once again glad that she'd been able to retain her lady's maid. Her father had dismissed her from her post without reference following Daisy's elopement, and she'd found her way to the Duke's residence where Daisy had instantly hired her. "Good morning to you, Your Grace," Abigail greeted. "It is a fine day, isn't it?" Daisy returned her smile, in spite of the turmoil of her emotions. There was no sense in dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. Both existed, an unavoidable axis of her life. Abigail held up a folded sheet of paper that bore a seal. "His Grace directed this to be delivered to you." How odd, Daisy thought, as she accepted the note. A brief, naive hope flitted through her that it was a declaration of his love. She opened it to scan its contents.
A love letter? It most certainly was not.
Dearest Daisy, a matter most private and urgent has necessitated my immediate departure from London. I shall return as soon as possible. Yours, regretfully, Sebastian.
She read the note 6 times before her shocked mind finally began to absorb the words it contained. Her eyes kept returning to 2 in particular. Immediate departure. Departure. Immediate. They played in her mind like a taunting song, sending a cold, hard knot of dread into her stomach. She swayed, catching her balance on the footboard of her bed. Sebastian was gone? His Grace has left? She asked her lady's maid, feeling disorientated, as if she'd woken from a long sleep and couldn't make sense of where she was.
Early this morning, Your Grace, Abigail confirmed with a cheerful smile, as though Daisy's heart wasn't breaking right then and there in her chest. She had told him she loved him, and the next morning he had left her with nothing more than a 2-sentence note. He hadn't even woken her before he'd gone, had disappeared from her bed in the pre-dawn light and ridden out of her life with no explanation. A private and urgent matter. What did that even mean? Where had he gone? And when, in heaven's name, would he return? Your Grace? Abigail's voice reached her as though from the opposite end of a long hallway. Daisy blinked. The note fell from her fingers, sailing to the floor. Tears stung her eyes, and a queasy sensation stole over her. Your Grace, is something amiss? Abigail asked again. You've gone pale. Sebastian had left her. He was gone, and she was going to be ill. She raced across the chamber, just barely making it to the chamber pot before casting up her accounts. Chapter 20. 24th of March, 1881. Dearest Sebastian, I hope this letter finds you in good health. A week has passed and I've still yet to receive word from you. The note you left behind was rather terse and imprecise. Indeed, you neglected to mention just how long your absence would be and what your destination was. At your leisure, might you apprise me? I do hope you won't be away for long. Your loving wife, Daisy. An entire week passed without word from Sebastian. Each day seemed more interminable than the last. Daisy felt like a sleepwalker, going through the motions of the passing hours without being aware of what she was doing. She met with Mrs. Robbins to plan menus and oversee the household, as though nothing was wrong. She greeted Giles at breakfast. She continued organising the library. But the house was dreadfully quiet and cavernous without Sebastian. She missed him at dinner. She went into his chamber just to smell the lingering scent of him, walked into his study in the hope she'd find him there. At night, she longed for him and hated herself for the weakness. She had no one to laugh with, no one to surprise her with kisses or meet her gaze in a wicked glance over the table. It was unshakable, this feeling she had as if a part of her had gone missing. She wanted that part of her back. 2 weeks after a lifetime of waiting had not been enough. She wanted to rail against the unfairness of it, to rail against him, to find him, wherever he'd gone, and bring him back to her. But she also wanted to deliver the most blistering, crushing dressing down in the history of dressings down. She wanted to demand that he face her, that he explain to her how he could have disappeared from her life as suddenly as he'd entered it. How could he have left her like this, leaving her to think she meant less than nothing to him? Had he gone to a mistress? Had he left because she'd confessed her feelings?
The questions plagued her, day after day. She woke up and wondered, travelled through the day in meaningless attempts to distract herself, all while wondering. Laid down to bed at night, wishing he was with her, wondering still. Where was he? When would he return? As the first week of his absence melded into the second, the sadness permeating Daisy began to harden into resolve. On Monday morning, she and Mrs. Robins sat together for their customary planning of the week ahead. "Would you care for some Ruth's cup of cocoa, your Grace?" the kindly housekeeper said. Her hair was steel grey, and fine laughter lines bracketed her eyes and mouth. She was sincere and kind, and always smelled of fresh soap and powder. Daisy had come to appreciate her steadfast presence, but she could hear quite plainly the sympathy steeping the elder woman's voice. It was the same sympathy she'd seen in Giles's expression when she'd asked if he knew where his Grace had gone, or when he might return. "I'm afraid not, your Grace, though I'm sure he shall return as soon as he's able. Such matters do occasionally call his Grace away." Such matters. Private and urgent matters. The mere thought made her curl her lip as she sat in the sunshine-stained salon with her husband's housekeeper. She straightened her spine. "Whatever for, Mrs. Robins?" "It's just the thing for those who suffer from bouts of worry or sleeplessness," Mrs. Robins said gently. "There now, your Grace, I know you're fretting over his Grace, and it's plain to see you aren't getting as much rest or sustenance as you need. I'll have Sally brew up a cup for you, shall I?" "No," she bit out, watching as the housekeeper's smile faded before adding, "Thank you. Perhaps I will try some later." "Of course, your Grace." Mrs. Robins nodded. "Forgive me for my presumption. I wish to see to your comfort." Daisy forced herself to smile, for none of this was the housekeeper's fault, and she was a dear heart. "There's no need to ask for my forgiveness, Mrs. Robins. I greatly appreciate your concern as well as all your guidance in household matters. I do realize that my presence here has been rather unorthodox and unexpected. You've been an invaluable asset, truly." The housekeeper flushed with pleasure. "Thank you, your Grace." The questions bubbling up within her crowded onto her tongue then. Just the night before, she'd gone into his chamber, determined to scour it from the highest shelf to the lowest point beneath his carved oak bed, in hopes of finding any clue as to where he'd gone. Nothing had seemed out of place. Everything had been in immaculate order. Not a piece of furniture out of place. Nothing. That was, except for the note she'd located, slipped between the pages of a book, folded 3 times, and dated the day he'd left. "Would you care to meet for a morning ride? The skies look too ominous to wait until afternoon." That note, unsigned and written in a bold, masculine scrawl, was the key to his abrupt departure. Daisy was certain of it. If only she could discover its author and what it meant. He had said nothing of plans to meet anyone for a morning ride. She would have recalled. "Mrs. Robins," she began, delicately seeking the proper words. "Has His Grace ever abruptly departed London in the past?" A rare frown firmed the housekeeper's lips. "I've instructed the kitchens to keep all the plates hot. Do you find their temperature to your liking, your Grace?" Daisy blinked. "The plates are always appropriately warm. But His Grace, is this a habit of his? None of the household seems particularly surprised. As a relatively new bride who had no inkling he'd planned a trip, you can appreciate why I might wonder, can't you, Mrs. Robins?" Mrs. Robins swallowed. "The chestnuts yesterday, were they to your liking?
I told Monsieur Gascoigne that chestnuts ought to be boiled prior to the roasting, but he disagreed with me and proceeded with the roasting. Are you growing tired of haricots verts? It seems to me that Monsieur favours them far too frequently. At least, he has the sense not to chop them the way some cooks do." The housekeeper was babbling, and it was most uncharacteristic of her. It was Daisy's turn to frown.
"Mrs. Robbins, the chestnuts were lovely, and I must say that I'm not partial to beans. But you haven't answered my question."
"Oh, dear me." Grey eyebrows rose over eyes the colour of sherry. "Are you certain you wouldn't like some roots?" Good heavens! Why would Mrs. Robbins insist on evading her questions? The insidious suggestion rose inside her again, that he had a mistress hidden away in the countryside. Perhaps he'd gone to her.
"No roots, Mrs. Robbins," she said grimly. "You've been a retainer here since the last Duke, have you not?"
The servant's lips tightened. "I have been so honoured, yes, Your Grace."
"Then you've known my husband, the Duke, for his whole life?"
"I have, and a finer gentleman doesn't exist, Your Grace," Mrs. Robbins said firmly. There was a note of truth in the housekeeper's voice, but it didn't satisfy Daisy.
"Then surely you can say whether or not he has previously disappeared in so sudden and unexpected a manner. You must appreciate that I am concerned for his welfare. He left no indication of where he might be going or for how long he would be gone."
Mrs. Robbins sighed. "It isn't my place to say, Your Grace." Daisy stared, frustration rising within her, mingling with anger and despair.
"Does His Grace like asparagus?"
she asked suddenly. The housekeeper blinked, looking startled by the abrupt shift in discussion. "Why, no, I don't believe he does, Your Grace."
"Excellent." She gritted through a smile she didn't feel. "Please see that it is served every day this week."
"Of course, Your Grace." Mrs. Robbins' expression was one of blatant confusion.
"I like asparagus,"
she explained. She would have gone through every vegetable she enjoyed until she'd reached one he didn't like, and that was the truth of it. 5th of April, 1881.
Dear husband, I've taken the liberty of sending copies of this letter to each of your estates should you find yourself at any of them. You are missed in London. While I understand the nature of your departure was both private and urgent, as you stated, I believe that as your wife I am at least entitled to know when you shall return. May it be sooner rather than later. Yours, Daisy.
Liverpool was a city of dead ends. At least, that was the way it seemed. Sebastian had been firmly ensconced there for over a bloody fortnight, and he'd precious few leads. In the small, nondescript rooms he kept above the Barrel and Anchor, the din of the seedy tavern reached him as a raucous assault on his ears. Roaring laughter, music, and female squeals. His rooms smelled of stale ale and cheroots, and yesterday he'd interrupted an assignation between a dock worker and a whore in the hall. He found himself in a grim sort of purgatory here, where he was Mr. George Thompson, rather than the Duke of Trent, and he came and went from his rooms without anyone giving a damn whether he lived or died. Hiding in plain sight was one of his gifts as a spy, but that didn't bloody well mean he liked it, particularly when every speck of information he'd managed to glean from his days of scouring the city and questioning chemists had turned out to be worthless. He'd yet to uncover evidence of the dynamite factory Carlyle suspected was being run from the city. No large purchases of glycerin, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid, the ingredients required for the creation of dynamite, had been recorded at any of the chemists he'd visited thus far. He was becoming convinced that either Van Reed was using his ships to somehow secret dynamite, or The bastards had chosen another city as their base. With a muttered curse, he stalked to the chipped pitcher and bowl atop an equally battered washstand and splashed water on his face. The man staring back at him in the cracked mirror was a forbidding stranger. Wincing, he peeled away the false moustache affixed to his upper lip. The removal smarted, but not as much as being away from Daisy did. Each day he was gone from her, unable to contact her, far from her side and her bed where he longed to be, was like a bare blade finding its home in his gut. 2 sharp knocks at his door, followed by a pause, and then 3 more in rapid succession, interrupted his thoughts. Using the scrap of toweling by the pitcher and bowl, he dried his face before pivoting and striding back across the chamber. He hesitated only a moment before knocking once on the door. The person on the other side knocked back in the sign they had pre-arranged. Griffin had arrived at last. Feeling a small surge of relief that his friend and comrade had finally joined him, he pulled open the door, careful to keep out of sight lest anyone should see him sans moustache. His friend raised a golden brow at him as he stepped over the threshold, and the door snapped closed at his back. Like Sebastian, he wore plain trousers and a work shirt and jacket. He'd grown a beard, and he rather resembled nothing so much as a Whitechapel thug.
"Brother George, is that you?"
he deadpanned.
"Of course you must know that it is I, Brother John,"
he returned, grinning. They clapped each other on the back solidly. "It's good to see you, Bast," Griffin said. "I'm deuced glad Carlyle decided to pair us up on this one."
"As am I."
Though they were the best of friends, they had not worked together on many missions. When he'd received word from Carlyle 2 days prior that Griffin would be joining him, he'd been more than pleased, in spite of their last clash. Griffin had a sharp eye, keen wit, steady hand, and the cool calculation of a seasoned warrior.
"Even if it means I'll be stuck in bloody Liverpool for another fortnight at least."
Tomorrow they would move to a new part of the city, take different rooms, and begin Thompson Brothers Chemists. Since Sebastian's work had thus far uncovered precious little, they were going to act as a lure, selling their goods wholesale below market price. Either the Fenians were purchasing their acids and glycerin in small quantities from a variety of chemists to avoid detection, or they were not in Liverpool at all. Thompson Brothers should, within a relatively short time frame, give them the means to determine the answer. If the plotters were in Liverpool, it stood to reason that they would purchase more affordable supplies, and it was down to Sebastian and Griffin to monitor the customers and their purchases.
"Liverpool is where we need eyes and ears the most," Griffin said then. "We've word from the consul in Philadelphia that there are plots in the works to blow up public buildings here in the city."
Sebastian's blood went cold.
"Jesus. The information is reliable?"
Griffin nodded.
"It comes directly from the Pinkertons."
Hell. The Pinkerton Detective Agency's work was always sound.
"I've still no evidence that the dynamite is being manufactured here. I've run every lead I had to ground, and I've come up with nothing."
"I'm here now, old chap. We'll find these bastards one way or another, and put a stop to them." Griffin's tone was congenial. His countenance was anything but. His expression was fairly murderous. "That we will." He paused then, his thoughts going inevitably to Daisy. Christ, what must she think of him? He had wedded her, bedded her, and left her with nothing but a terse note and no indication of when he might return. Though he knew his actions were born of duty rather than callousness, she did not,
and the notion had been driving him mad this last fortnight. He longed for her, as he never had for another, and though he cursed himself for his weakness, he couldn't deny it.
"Have you any word from London?"
"Bloody fucking hell, Bast! Is this about your American tart?" His head felt as if it may explode. "She is not a tart," he bit out. "Oh, Christ!" Griffin studied him in his signature penetrating manner that had made far more worthy opponents than Sebastian tremble in fear. "Never say you fancy yourself in love with the chit." He spat the word love as though it were a dirty word, something to revile, a bitter taste he couldn't wait to remove from his tongue. Heat climbed his throat. Good God. He didn't flush, and yet how else to explain the warmth searing his flesh, reaching to even his cheeks? He cleared his throat. "The chit is my wife." Griffin's lips thinned. "Have you forgotten the circumstances that made her your wife?" "No, God damn it," he growled. Of course he hadn't forgotten. How could he, when the deceit he'd perpetrated swallowed him whole each time he thought of it? He had spent his entire adult life as a spy, lying to everyone around him, manipulating, dissembling, using, donning whatever name and disguise he required in the moment, but for the first time, the credo by which he'd lived, anything in the name of the League, no longer sufficed. "I saw any number of cheeky wenches in the tavern below. You could have your pick of the lot for the night, if that's what ails you." Griffin's gaze was steadfast, unrelenting. Damn him. "I don't want to tup a whore," he bit out. "I'm married to her, by God. I owe her my fidelity, if nothing else." "Fuck!" Griffin shook his head. "I told Carlyle it shouldn't be you, but he was adamant you were the man for the task. He doesn't know you the way I do. You're too bloody soft-hearted for it, and now she's managed to cozen you into thinking she's not the deceptive bitch she truly is." Sebastian didn't think. Indeed, his brain seemed to take leave of the rest of his body, for it was almost as if the two were disconnected as his fist swung wildly, finding rigid purchase in his best friend's jaw for the second time in as many weeks. He watched as Griffin's head snapped back, almost from a dream, a bloody nightmare. But Griffin had pushed him too far, and this he would not be insulted. Wouldn't allow his loyalty to be called into question, not by anyone, and especially not by the man he considered a brother. The way he'd spoken of Daisy, disparaging her, as if she were a siren who bewitched him, and as if any other woman might easily take her place, it was not to be borne. Griffin was a seasoned fighter, and he was cold as ice. Always. So the fist meeting Sebastian's jaw, a few scant seconds later, was no surprise, though the burst of pain and stars marring his vision took him aback for half a second. There. He supposed they were even this time around. "Have you no word on her?" he asked ruefully, rubbing the place where his friend's right hook had connected with his face. "Fucking hell!" Griffin snarled, staring at him as though he were a stranger. "Who watches her?" Sebastian pressed, undeterred in his quest for some word of Daisy, however small and insignificant. By God, he missed her, and with a desperation that was utterly humiliating. "Surely someone, if not you. Is she safe, at least?" Leaving her had been difficult enough, but leaving her behind, knowing that her bastard of a father was within the same city, still capable of reaching her and hurting her, that was a different kind of torture.
the sort of torture that none of his training could have prepared him for.
She's safe. Griffin's lip curled into a sneer. What's next, Bast? You're going to secret her away to the country and start getting brats on her? Men like us aren't meant for that life. We're bound to put the League first.
Sebastian met his gaze, unflinching. His friend wasn't wrong, not about any of it, and he was being torn apart from the inside out, stretched in two opposing directions. Love versus loyalty, duty against want.
I'm putting the League first, or I wouldn't be here, damn it.
Griffin's expression became dazed.
This isn't like you.
No, it wasn't. But he'd never been in love before.
Maybe you don't know me,
he said evenly. Because the truth of it was that he'd begun to realize not even he had known himself. The man he'd believed himself to be had been an island in a vast ocean, accountable to no one, untouchable and unbreakable. The man he thought he was would never have fallen in love with a slip of an American girl who was stronger than anyone he'd ever met. He was not himself without her, and she was the part of him that had been missing all along. With Daisy, he was whole.
I'm beginning to think I don't, Griffin said, sounding weary. But we've a duty to uphold and a mission to carry out.
Yes, they bloody well did.
Chapter 21 15th of April, 1881. Your Grace, over a month has passed without word. I find myself fearing for your well-being. None of the staff knows of your whereabouts or the reason for your abrupt departure. Indeed, it is quite as if you have disappeared. If your absence is due to me, perhaps you could be kind enough to inform me so that I may make amends. I do hope to hear from you soon. In the meantime, I hope you don't mind my recent increase in expenditures. I've commissioned an entire new wardrobe, and have begun making a few much-needed alterations to our London home. I'm sure you will agree that the paintings of the former dukes were decidedly de trop, and much in need of replacement. I've had them sent to the attics. Sincerely, Daisy Trent. Daisy found herself being ushered into the salon of the Duchess of Leeds by a butler who looked as if he'd been more at home on the docks than he was in his formal attire. He possessed none of the formidable starch of Giles, and he seemed far too young for the position. Tall and broad and commanding, with a head of black hair and a wicked scar running down his right cheek. He was almost handsome, though not in the classical sense. Rather, his was a raw, brawny attractiveness that was most disarming in a servant who was meant to blend into the wallpaper unless he was required. This man would never blend into wallpaper. Damask could not possibly contain him. The invitation from the Duchess had arrived 2 days before, disarming Daisy, for she didn't recall ever having much discourse with the Duchess of Leeds, and precious few invitations had been forthcoming for the American who had eloped with the Duke, who'd subsequently disappeared. Daisy read the gossip sheets, even if she knew she shouldn't. She was more than aware of her reputation and what was being said of her. It wasn't pretty.
Her Grace, the Duchess of Trent, the man masquerading as a butler announced.
Daisy entered the salon to an unexpected sight. The Duchess of Leeds sat on a gilded settee, surrounded by a bevy of dogs, an orange cat curled on her lap. One dog, a handsome terrier with an underbite, rose and sauntered toward Daisy, sniffing her skirts.
Daisy didn't think twice before lowering herself to the dog's level, offering him her hand for a judicious sniff. He sniffed deeply for a few moments, pressing his warm nuzzle into her palm before delivering a lick. "Your Grace," said the Duchess, drawing Daisy's attention back to her with a smile that only served to heighten her exotic beauty. She had rich chestnut hair, high cheekbones, and flashing green eyes. "It seems as if you've met with Hugo's approval." "He is a dear." Daisy removed her glove to rub Hugo's satiny head. He rewarded her by getting onto his haunches and licking her directly across the mouth. "Oh, heavens, Hugo! Down, boy!" The Duchess's voice rang across the salon, cutting and authoritative. "My dear Duchess, please do stand, else I fear the little mongrel will stuff his tongue down your throat." Daisy laughed as Hugo licked her cheek. "I don't mind." As a girl, she'd longed for a dog, and that same longing returned to her in a rush now, likely compounded by an entire month of loneliness and isolation. March had turned to April, the weather warming, spring blossoming over the city, and still her husband had not returned. No word, no indication he even still breathed. The pang in her chest tightened, and the little dog seemed to sense her distress, for his simple lick turned into a frenzy of wet, overzealous canine kisses. "Oh, dear heavens, you little scoundrel!" the Duchess chided. "Down, Hugo!" The dog at last obeyed, settling himself on his haunches and blinking up at her with large chocolate eyes. Daisy gave his head another pat before she stood, recalling her manners as she swept into a curtsy. "Pish, none of that now," the Duchess said, an open and friendly smile curving her lips and rendering her even lovelier. "I don't believe in standing on ceremony." She gestured about her airily. "I'm somewhat of a collector of strays, you see." A collector of strays. Yes, it made sense, from the dogs to the cat to the butler. Daisy couldn't help but wonder if the odd woman before her viewed her as yet another one. "How kind-hearted of you." Daisy strove for diplomacy. "Thank you for your invitation, Your Grace. I find myself something of an outsider in London." "You mustn't thank me. Do come in and get settled," the Duchess ordered. "And please, you must call me Georgiana. I insist. Ludlow will bring tea shortly." Daisy hesitantly found her way to a chair that flanked the Duchess, Hugo trailing happily along with her and sitting on the hem of her skirts after she'd found her seat. They chatted politely until the unlikely butler returned, looking almost ridiculous as he bore a dainty silver tray in his meaty paws. Daisy didn't miss the look the Duchess exchanged with the man before he quietly retreated from the room once more. Innocuous chatter continued over tea, Daisy grateful for the companionship and the distraction both. Georgiana, as it turned out, was a fellow American heiress. Having grown up largely abroad, she possessed the cultured accent of any lady to the manner born. Daisy felt herself warming to the garrulous Duchess, who was quick to laugh and equally generous in her smiles. During the course of their tête-à-tête, she almost forgot the misery of her current situation, until Georgiana eyed her sympathetically over her tea and uttered the observation she least wished to hear. "You seem dreadfully in need of a friend, Daisy." Daisy nearly spat her tea all over her silk gown. Yes, she supposed she was dreadfully in need of a friend. But who was this odd woman she scarcely knew, who kept a menagerie of small animals and had a terrifying butler, to say so? "I'm perfectly content," her pride forced her to say. The Duchess wasn't fooled. She tilted her head, considering her. You look perfectly miserable, dear. Daisy firmed her lips, stifling the unwanted surge of emotion evoked by her would-be friend's words. I'm lonely, wretched, dejected, heartbroken. She swallowed. A friend would be lovely. Excellent. You may be surprised to learn that we have a great deal more in common than hailing from the same homeland. Georgiana settled her teacup into its saucer. I, too, have a husband, given to abrupt disappearances and secrecy. Daisy considered her new-found friend, struggling to make sense of the implications of what she'd just revealed. During the time she'd flitted about fashionable London society, she had never seen the Duke of Leeds himself. His Grace is not in residence? She asked hesitantly. Georgiana's sunny expression went uncharacteristically dark. He claims to be in America on a prolonged hunting expedition. Naturally, I don't believe a word of it. Daisy frowned, feeling uncomfortable with this glimpse into the marriage of two virtual strangers. You don't? I found some correspondence in the fire grate of his study, half burnt. It was nothing but a few sentences, meaningless observations on the weather, and I couldn't fathom why he would have gone to the trouble of burning such a thing. Georgiana paused. It was only later, when I found some other letters stuffed amongst his books, that I realized they were written in code. It wasn't at all what it seemed. Letters written in code. What in heaven's name? Daisy's mind returned to the odd note she'd found in Sebastian's chamber, folded in thirds. The skies look too ominous to wait until afternoon. A shiver went straight down her spine. Were you able to translate them? She asked. Georgiana nodded slowly. My husband isn't hunting game, Daisy. He's in New York City. I haven't yet worked out what he is doing or why, but it's something to do with the Fenians. What's more, there was a name on one of the letters. Dread crept through her, uncoiling and then snapping tight around her heart like a manacle. Somehow, she knew what Georgiana was going to say next. It was my name, wasn't it? The Duchess nodded. So it only seems fitting, you see, that you and I ought to join forces to bring our miserable husbands to heel. Daisy set down her teacup with numb fingers, as suspicion, hurt, and confusion warred within her. What do you propose we do? Georgiana smiled, but this time the smile didn't reach her eyes. We'll wage a campaign of our own. Men are not so different from dogs in some ways, you see. Both are quite territorial. By the time we're finished, they'll be begging to tell us the truth. 30th of April, 1881. Your Grace, if you would deign to answer any of my letters, or to return to London where I await you, you would do me the utmost kindness. Your silence is as disheartening as your abandonment. I do so fervently hope you won't mind the soirees I've been hosting, which are sometimes quite dear in cost. I confess that I was startled to realize I'd spent nearly £100 on ice sculptures over the course of the month. To be fair, however, the sculptures were exquisite. Sincerely, Duchess of Trent. April bled into May. By day, Sebastian and Griffin oversaw the chemist's shop, keeping their wits about them and their eyes and ears open. Their clientele was steady and predictable. No large-scale purchases of acids or glycerin. Nothing that would be cause for suspicion or alarm. By night, they scoured the streets of Liverpool. Their intelligence from the Pinkertons in America was concise and clear. There would be an attack. The devil of it was that beyond knowing a bomb planting was imminent, they were helpless to stop the destruction from unfolding without evidence leading them to the origin of the conspiracy.
"All roads lead to Van Reed," Griffin pointed out needlessly as they stood alone in their empty storefront one evening.
Sebastian stilled in the act of tallying their ledger from the day. Though he'd never been interested in trade, here was a part of his duty that he enjoyed. Numbers were so precise. There was no confusion when it came to arithmetic. One was either correct or incorrect, and there was not a bloody subjective thing about it. So unlike every other part of his life that he almost found peace in working over the leather-bound book with his pen. It was a diversion, at any rate, from missing Daisy and wondering what the hell she must think of his sudden disappearance. Duty was a hell of a thing.
"Of course all roads lead to Van Reed," he said at last, measuring his words with care as he finished a sum. "He is the primary source of funds. He owns the arms factory, the boats. He hides his every evil action beneath the pretext of innocent business. And yet, for all that, he remains the wily fox who has outsmarted us, gotten into the henhouse and eaten every last fowl. For we cannot buy evidence against him."
"Do you not think it odd, Bast, the way he can seemingly predict our moves?" Griffin asked from across the room. He stiffened. Acting on information from American operatives, they had raided Van Reed's ships on 4 occasions, only to be met with legitimate goods each time. Not a hint of dynamite or dynamite-making ingredients to be found.
"Do you mean to suggest I shared sensitive information with Daisy?"
he calmly asked, his pen still scratching away on the ledger. It was better to involve himself in such tasks than to dwell on the growing doubt his best friend levied his way each passing day. As their mission had proved increasingly fruitless, the strain between them had only gotten worse. "I would never question your loyalty, Bast." Griffin's tone was quiet, contemplative. "That, I think, is rather the point. Is your loyalty to her as strong as your loyalty to the League?" He didn't know the answer to the goddamn question, nor did he wish to consider it. 10 carboys of nitric acid, he read, and then he froze.
"Did you arrange for a large sale of nitric acid today?"
"No," Griffin snapped. "Don't seek to distract me, Bast. It's high time we had this out between the two of us. You haven't spoken a word about her since the night I arrived." No, he had not. Daisy was a private matter, and to his mind she had nothing to do with his obligations in Liverpool. She was simply his, and he would not discuss her as if she were an enemy or a suspect when she was the woman who owned his heart. But that was neither here nor there at the moment, for he was staring at a blank line where the scrawl of their assistant shop boy, James, indicated an inordinately large purchase of nitric acid, along with 14 carboys of sulphuric acid. They were to be delivered the following day to an address not far off. The lure had finally worked, damn it. He jerked his head up to find Griffin pacing the shop floor, a scowl hardening his features.
"I believe we need to pay a visit to one Reginald White."
"What are you on about?" Griffin stalked over to him. Sebastian pushed the ledger toward his friend, pointing to the entry in question.
"Have a look for yourself. It seems to me that Reginald White purchased far too great a quantity for a mere painter. Indeed, it rather seems to me that the bastard bought enough to make dynamite."
Griffin scanned the ledger, his jaw clenching. "Bloody hell. What do you know? It looks like we may have found our canary after all." Sebastian raised a brow.
"Let's go."
The sun had long since set, all storefronts closed. Liverpool's night denizens had come out to play in full, raucous effect. It was nigh on to midnight, which meant they hadn't a moment to waste. Working with haste, they closed down the shop for the night, locked everything away, doused the lights, and moved on foot to their destination. Number 3 Castle Street was a fairly nondescript building. No lights burned within. By the streetlight, Sebastian read the sign hanging over the small storefront. Reginald White, painter and decorator. They had reached their quarry, and he knew a moment of pure, unadulterated thrill. Here was the part of his work in the League that called to him, that felt like home. Danger excited him. And yet, for some reason, tonight the excitement felt, after its initial rush, hollow. Perhaps it was because he knew that back in London, the most exquisite woman he'd ever known was organising his library and wondering where in the hell he'd gone. Jesus, she was probably cursing him, hating him. When he finally did return, there was no telling if he would be able to win her back. But this wasn't the time or the place for that thought. For now, he was a pledged member of the League, and he had a mission to see through. For Daisy, and for every other innocent who would be an unwitting victim, he needed to cast Van Reed into jail forever. That's it, old chap. Wits about you. Time to move. We'll canvass the perimeter, make certain no one's within. He told Griffin lowly. You take the east, I'll move from the west, and we'll meet in the rear. Done, Griffin agreed, his hand going to the pistol he kept beneath his jacket. God go with you, brother, they said in unison. And then they parted ways and sank into the night. Some 20 minutes later, they reconnoitred by a locked back door. No one's inside. Griffin grunted Sebastian's thought aloud. We need to gain access, see what's within. Sebastian lit a match to illuminate the lock on the door. Have you your bloody keys? Does a stag shit in the woods? Griffin asked, triumphantly, extracting the ring of skeleton keys he always kept at the ready from his pocket. He would have laughed had the situation been any less dire. Griffin's gift was picking locks. He had 7 keys, and if none of them fit a lock, Griffin could muscle the closest match into working. He'd never seen a door the Duke of Strathmore couldn't break through with his innate feel. Griffin turned his attention to the door. Sebastian's match sputtered out, but it little mattered. In less than 2 minutes, Griffin had the door open. They stepped inside, shutting the portal behind them, and lit the gas lamps on low, walking with as much care as possible, lest anyone let the rooms above the shop. The storefront seemed innocent enough. Sebastian followed Griffin into the back room, and that was the precise location where innocent morphed into something decidedly evil. Carboys of nitric acid, Griffin reported quietly. 17 in all. 10 of sulphuric, Sebastian added grimly. The evidence grew more damning as they continued. On the boiler, a vat of nitroglycerin simmered. Bloody hell, Griffin rasped. It was in that precise moment that Sebastian's gaze found a scrap of paper bearing a nearly illegible scrawl. He snatched it up, reading it thrice. Sure he was wrong. Sure that no one, especially not the sort of enemy who had been brewing dynamite beneath the nose of England's most elite spies for the past 2 months, could be so foolish. Fuck. He scanned the contents again for good measure. Midnight, Dale Street. There's to be an explosion tonight at the police station. Jesus, we've got to get there to warn them, Griffin said needlessly. Taking great care to leave the premises just as they'd found it, they backtracked together, turning down all the lamps, leaving and locking the doors. Dale Street wasn't far by foot, so they took off at a run. They'd almost reached the station when the explosion struck. The earth rumbled, the sound of the detonation reverberating in otherworldly fashion, blasting through his chest. Glass shattered, a woman screamed, and at last the war they'd been warned of had arrived in Liverpool. But Sebastian and Griffin had been too goddamn late to stop it. They halted in their tracks, watching the smoke rise in the wake of the blast, and the resultant commotion unleash. "Fucking hell!" Sebastian breathed, smoke and the bitter ascent of sulphur burning his lungs. "Hell on earth!" Sebastian agreed bitterly. "Damn their hides! We'll get them, Bast. We'll get every last one of the rotten bastards." Sebastian watched the glow of flame, the smoke billowing into the air. He thought of Daisy, her innocence, the way he'd last left her, and his heart ached. Then he thought of her father, the duplicitous son of a bitch who financed these godforsaken plots, and a part of him resented her for being so innocent and good and naive, for being the woman he loved, and yet also the daughter of the enemy he needed to destroy. It wasn't fair, damn it. Life was not fair. Because nothing was as it seemed, and everything was about to change. Chapter 22. 23rd of May, 1881. Your Grace, you will perhaps be happy to learn that I've made a great number of friends in your absence. There are ever so many gentlemen eager to make my acquaintance now that the Duchess of Leeds has taken me under her wing. In particular, the Earl of Bolton is a noble and generous man, and not at all as you described him. It is such a pity that your private and urgent matters keep you from London, as I think you would get on with him as well as I do. Sincerely, Duchess of Trent. Daisy stared at the man who had once been her betrothed, and fought back the familiar burst of nausea that had been striking her on and off for the last month. Tall and lanky, with black hair and flashing blue eyes, he was just as handsome as he'd been the day she'd first met him in New York at one of her father's dinner parties. Padraig Maguire, with his lilting accent from Ireland's shores, his easy smiles and wicked charm. She'd fallen for those charms once upon a time. Strange where life had led them, their diverging paths bringing them to this moment. Now, when she looked upon him, she saw a stranger. What a naive girl she'd been, to think she'd been prepared for marriage to him. She knew now that the girlish fancy she'd felt had been predicated by the burning desire to escape her father more than any other emotion. And some 2 years later, here she stood, an abandoned duchess in a foreign land, no happier as the Duchess of Trent than she would have been as Mrs. Padraig Maguire. 2 years, and she'd learned nothing about entrusting her heart to the care of men. How sobering. "Why have you come, Mr. Maguire?" she asked into the silence that had fallen between them. She stood by the window in the small salon where she received callers, a sliver of sun warming her face. The chamber was filled with flowers, a testament to the last month's efforts. Her arrangement with Georgiana was proceeding with success. Together they had managed to set the ton on its ear with all manner of gossip in the hopes that they would cause enough furore to bring their husbands home and get the answers they so badly deserved. Hugo sat at her feet, guarding her as was his wont. The boisterous pup had proved far more devoted to her than any person had ever been. Padraig took a step closer to her, and Hugo growled. "Bloody hell, Daisy, must you have that mutt present?" He cast a jaundiced eye toward her beloved companion. Her chin rose. "Yes, I must. And you're far too familiar, Mr. Maguire.
You may address me as Your Grace, or you may leave." Another step brought him nearer, and for a moment she wondered if she should fear him. After all, he ran her father's businesses. She should not have received him again today, his fourth visit in the last fortnight since his abrupt reappearance in her life, and especially not since he was using a false name for reasons he refused to divulge. Indeed, she would not have, had he not dangled the one lure before her that she couldn't resist. Bridget. Her sister had abruptly quit her position with Madame Villiers, and she had disappeared. Daisy had not heard from her, and she was dreadfully worried. Madame had no notion of where she'd gone or why, leaving Daisy adrift. "Forgive me, Your Grace." Padraig's tone was mocking, but he stopped where he was, the boldly patterned replacement carpet she'd chosen between them. "Are you happy, then, as a duchess? Is it the life you wanted?" Her own husband had abandoned her, as if she were of no greater import than the newspaper he'd discarded the day before. And she had given her heart to him, or at least to the man she'd imagined him to be, for the real Sebastian was an enigma to her, a mystery she could not seem to solve. Of course this was not the life she wanted, spending each day in frivolous amusements, working with Georgiana to cause as much gossip as possible in the hope she might get the answers she so desperately sought. "Where are you, Sebastian?" she wondered silently. "And more importantly, who are you?" She forced a smile to her lips. "This is the life I've been given. I am content. But that is enough idle chatter, Mr. Maguire. You said you had news of my sister that required an audience. I don't wish to hear anything you say if it doesn't concern her. May I remind you that your other visits have been fruitless? That each time you claim to have information regarding her whereabouts, they lead to dead ends?" Padraig's mouth flattened into a harsh line. "You loathe me." Did she? Once, perhaps, she had, but time, distance, and knowledge could heal any wound. Now she looked upon him and felt nothing. He was not the man she'd believed him to be, and she was no longer the girl he'd once known. "You are my father's emissary. My distaste for you stems from that fact alone." "I've told you, I'm not here at his behest." Padraig's gaze searched hers, as a frown furrowed his brow. "He doesn't know I've been speaking with you, though I've made no secret of it. I don't answer to Van Reed." She wasn't sure she believed that, but she didn't wish to discuss her father with him. Her every tie to him except her sister had been severed, and she intended to keep it that way forever. "Have you news of Bridget or not?" "Yes." His single word response did little to quell the apprehension unfurling within her. "And? Where is she? What has happened?" Padraig strode toward her, closing the distance. Hugo growled again, making him stop short of reaching her. "She's no longer in London. Her precise location is unknown, but I fear she's in danger." Danger? The apprehension iced into fear, her hands clenched in her skirts. "What sort of danger?" "Bombs, Daisy," he said simply, and she didn't bother to correct his familiar address this time, for her inundated mind was too busy attempting to make sense of what he'd just told her. "Bombs?" "Dynamite, to be specific." His expression tightened. "The danger is grave." Good sweet heavens! The papers had been abuzz with talk of the explosion in Liverpool and talk of Fenian uprisings. Daisy had never imagined such evils had anything to do with her sister's disappearance. "Do you mean to say she's involved with the Fenians?" Padraig inclined his head. "I cannot say. All I will say is that you should trust no one,
including me. He caught her hand then, and Hugo gave a small yip of protest as he raised it to his lips for a kiss. Daisy snatched her hand from his grasp, staring at him, questions and dread rushing through her like floodwaters. "Why are you telling me this, Patrick? Are you connected to this? Is that why you've come calling using the name John Greaves instead of your own?" He shook his head slowly. "The danger is grave," he repeated, bowing to her. "Be wary of those closest to you, and take care of yourself." She watched him turn to leave, clutching her hand to her madly thumping heart. Just before he reached the door, he turned back to her, a brief ghost of a smile flitting over his lips. "If it had been within my power, I would have kept him from hurting you," he said in an odd tone. "Know that. Goodbye, Daisy Van Reed." As quickly as he'd re-emerged in her life, Padraig Maguire was gone, the panelled door clicking closed at his back. She stared at the space where he'd been, knowing somehow that this was the last call he would make upon her. "Daisy Trent," she corrected, not that it mattered. 25th of May, 1881. Dear Sir, as we prepare to enter the 3rd month of your absence, I write you with unexpected news. I am expecting your child. Though you've amply demonstrated your lack of sentiment for myself, I cannot help but hope you may be somewhat less reticent in regards to an innocent. In other matters, I hope you don't mind that I've recently replaced all the carpets with a fine Axminster at 8 shillings a yard. Redecorating the old nursery will prove even more costly, I fear. Sincerely, Duchess of Trent.
Surely even you can concede she's become a liability now, Trent.
Scowling, Sebastian looked up from the Home Office report the Duke of Carlisle had offered up for his perusal. Following the blast at the police station, Carlisle had joined Sebastian and Griffin in Liverpool. They'd arrested 3 Fenians responsible for the dynamite operation on Castle Street. But there were literally hundreds more suspects and clues to pursue. The last fortnight had been a blur of running more leads to ground. But now a different sort of blur descended upon Sebastian. Words rattled about in his mind, attempting to form into coherent thoughts. The anger crashing through him wouldn't allow a complete sentence to form. The words, separately, meant little. Trousers. That explained the fortune she'd spent at an establishment owned by a Madame Blanc. Wild parties. And that absolutely explained the thousands of pounds in expenditures he'd noticed disappearing from his accounts. He read on. Scandal. Artists and playwrights. The Earl of Bolton. Trousers. God damn it. The Earl of bloody Bolton. The image of Bolton touching Daisy, of taking her in his arms and kissing her soft pink lips, of hearing her satisfied sighs and stripping away her layers and losing himself in her delectable body, made him want to smash his fists through the table, through a wall, through the Earl of Bolton's fucking face. What had she said that first night at the Beresford ball? "Thank you for your unnecessary concern, Your Grace, but foxes don't frighten me. They never have." The devil. If she had allowed Bolton to touch so much as her hand, he'd... What would he do? Hadn't he left her behind without a word? He'd been gone nearly 3 months, a far longer span of time than the fortnight he'd known her. His fault. He had pushed her away. He had chosen duty over her. But if the contents of the report were to be believed, she was faithless. A soul-crushing ire seared through him at the thought.
She could have waited for him to return. By God, she'd claimed to love him. Lies, whispered a voice inside his mind. She lied to you. What other lies did she tell? He tamped down the bile, forced himself to calm, took a breath. 2. There. He felt nothing. Thank Christ Carlyle had chosen to deliver this report in private, while Griffin was out reconnoitring with some men from the Home Office. And then he felt something again, sudden and explosive, directly in the vicinity of his chest.
The Earl of Bolton? Tell me, Carlyle, is she fucking the Earl of Bolton?
He hadn't meant to snarl out those particular questions to the brick wall of a man staring him down, but they'd emerged, raw and visceral, from somewhere deep within him.
Likely bewitched Bolton the same way she's bewitched you, Carlyle said, his tone sour. Does she have a magical cunny?
Sebastian clenched his fists. He would not strike the leader of the League. He would not.
Go to hell!
Carlyle raised a brow.
Perhaps we ought to ask Bolton.
Sebastian launched himself from his chair so forcefully that it toppled over behind him. He was going to beat Carlyle to a pulp.
Fuck you, Carlyle!
I once thought you unshakable, Carlyle whistled, cocking his head to consider him as though viewing him for the first time. The man who survived a fire and an assassin's blade, brought low by a conniving bit of American skirts. But do read on, Trent. It would appear there's someone else who may have enjoyed her ample charms as well. Damn Carlyle. He was like a lion pawing at a mouse, and Sebastian couldn't shake the feeling that part of the man enjoyed this, enjoyed tormenting him. His body teemed with fury and the need to smash something or someone. Belatedly, his training returned to him. He forced the tight muscles of his body to relax, his face to become expressionless. If Carlyle meant to provoke him into doing something stupid, he wouldn't facilitate the bastard. Sebastian caught the report back up and hurriedly scoured the contents, returning to the last 3 paragraphs he'd missed. The blood turned to ice in his veins. Padraig Maguire called upon her grace and was received upon 4 separate occasions. The first lasting 1/4 of an hour, the next lasting 20 minutes, 1/2 hour the third. The remainder of the report swirled before his eyes. She had been closeting herself with her former betrothed, a dangerous man, and one that perhaps she had never stopped loving. Betrayal, sharp and sudden as any blade, twisted through him. He was going to kill Maguire. When the time came, he would savage him and take great pleasure in it. A knife to the gut, maybe, after water torture. But Daisy, what the hell would he do with his beautiful vixen of a wife if the report was true? Bolton and Maguire? Trousers and scandal? It sounded much like the Daisy Van Reed he'd first met. Perhaps that was the real Daisy. Mayhap everything had been a lie, from her father's abuse to her fear. Had that sickening scene with Van Reed the day after their wedding been staged for his benefit? Dear God. His wife was courting ruin and taking lovers. The last few months he'd spent away from her, he'd been a man torn between his duty and the woman he'd married. How many nights had his thoughts strayed to her? How many times had he longed for her scent, the sight of her burnished curls, her mouth and body right beneath his? How desperately had he ached for the sound of her voice, the touch of her hand?
How thoroughly had his love for her eaten him alive? And all the while, she'd been scheming and taking other men to bed, in his own bloody home. Was it possible that the entire time he thought he was using her, she had in fact been using him? The notion was too ugly to contemplate, the implications too far-reaching and severe. His stupid, bloody heart thudded in his chest. Had everything been a ruse? If it had, he needed to be put down like a lame horse. How could his instincts about her have been so wrong? How could he love someone capable of such deception? He, who had been trained better than anyone to recognize even the most cunning subterfuge.
Trent. Carlyle's voice, tinged with something he'd sworn was concern, if he didn't know better, pierced the fog of wrath that had infected his mind. "What would you have me do?" he rasped. Carlyle's chiselled face hardened even further. "You'll need to return to London at once. Griffin will accompany you when he returns. According to all the intelligence the Home Office has been able to gather, signs indicate quite strongly that she's been tasked with infiltrating the Special League. It would appear that you are her target." Her target. The two words echoed in his mind. A taunt. It all made perfect sense. Disgusting sense. A beautiful heiress who'd set the ton on its ear. She'd danced her way through a series of suitors and balls, setting off wagging tongues but avoiding ruination. Daisy was the siren meant to lure his ship into the jagged rocks. She'd put on a pretty show of fearing her father, and he'd been sympathetic. His honour had demanded he protect her, even in the face of all logic, reason, and yes, duty. He was no one's target, damn it. He was one of the finest spies in all of England. There was no way in hell he would allow himself to be outfoxed by a sultry siren who smelled of bergamot and made him hard simply by being in the room. He straightened, forcing himself to focus. "I return to London, and then what? Wait for those bastards to set off another bomb?" A strange expression crossed his superior's face. "No. You need to keep a watchful eye on your wife. Find out how much she knows. Discover her connections. Gather as much information for us as you possibly can, so that we can send more double operatives to infiltrate their ranks. And do whatever you must to break her and gain the information we need." To break her. The notion shouldn't fill him with... what? Sadness? He couldn't define the sensation hollowing him out. Didn't want to. "As you order, Your Grace." Suddenly, he needed to escape. He felt as if the air had been sucked from the chamber, and he couldn't properly breathe. "I will take my leave and begin preparations for my return post-haste." He pivoted on his heel, ready to flee, trying not to run from the room, from the demons, from the price of doing what he must, from the burden of duty. "Trent?" Sebastian halted, turning back to his superior. Carlyle had the appearance of a man at his mother's funeral. A foreign sensation crept through Sebastian, filling him with dread. He knew what the Duke was going to say before the words ever left his mouth. His entire body tightened, bracing for it. "Prepare yourself, Trent," Carlyle said finally. "She is a woman, I know, but under the proper circumstances, a bolder course of action may have its merits, if you take my meaning." He was sure he did, but he wanted to be certain. "You want me to... kill her?" Asking the question filled him with ice. Dread expanded in his chest. Disgust curdled his gut.
His superior inclined his head, his gaze steady.
I want you to take whatever action you deem necessary as you carry out your duty to the Crown and the innocents under our protection.
Jesus. Sebastian's mouth went dry. The Duke of Carlisle wanted him to murder Daisy. He was giving him permission, an indirect order. Even if she was guilty of every crime Carlisle suspected her of, and more, women and children were... Damn it! They were women and children. Men could be gutted, shot, hanged or drowned, burnt alive. Any number of torturous ends could be their fate in the name of duty. But not women. Not Daisy. Not his wife, regardless of how duplicitous and conniving she may be. He'd sworn an oath to the League, to his crown, yes, but he'd also sworn an oath before God, an oath to her, and even if she was the most deceptive viper in all of England, he still loved her. Bloody hell. Without another word, he stalked away. He made it out the door before he cast up his accounts into the mud and dung-caked street. Chapter 23. Daisy returned from yet another evening's entertainment. It was well after midnight, and she was weary, as much from the lateness of the hour and the strain of the charade she maintained as from her delicate condition. All night long she had feigned smiles and flirted madly, danced with as many rakes and scoundrels as she could find. She'd laughed, pretended to be a merry wife who hadn't a care in the world that she'd been left behind, pretended that she hadn't been left to gather dust in a Belgravia townhouse, as if she were of no greater import than the landscapes and former dukes once lining the walls, that she didn't mind if she had no inkling of her husband's whereabouts, and nowhere to send a proper letter aside from barraging his estates, that she'd received not one God-forsaken word from him. It was as if he'd vanished, as surely as Bridget had. Once ensconced in the solitude of her bedchamber, she plucked the earrings from her ears and slipped off her dress shoes. They were aquamarine satin, fetching creations that matched her ensemble perfectly, but hours of clipping about in heels had left her feet aching. Closing her eyes and releasing a sigh, she rolled her head about her shoulders, seeking to loosen her tense muscles. She had instructed Abigail not to wait up for her, and Hugo was already asleep in the comfortable bed he preferred in the lower salon. She was alone. The silence after such a raucous evening was enjoyable. With a sigh, she hugged the gentle, almost imperceptible swell of her belly, where a child grew. It had taken Georgiana's perceptive observations regarding her wan appearance and frequent bouts of nausea for her to realize she was carrying Sebastian's babe. The notion had initially filled her with hope that he might, at last, return to her. But more days had passed, more letters unanswered, more silence, more waiting, and she had begun to settle into the grim acceptance that her husband didn't give a damn about her. "Not to worry, little one," she promised the babe now, with a pang in her heart. "I will love you enough for the both of us."
"Where were you tonight, wife?"
The voice, deep and dark and silky with menace, cut into the quiet calm. An undignified squeak tore from her as she started, eyes flying open. Sebastian stood before her, as if conjured from her troubled thoughts. Wickedly handsome, tall, dark, debonair, expression as solid as granite, jaw rigid, blue eyes glittering. At long last, her husband had returned. All the
the air fled her lungs, as if she'd taken a fall from a horse at full gallop. Her heart pounded, the anger and resentment swirling inside her, warring against a fragile burst of hope that he was back. Had her letter reached him then? She drank him in before she could remind herself that he had left her with nary a word or expectation of finding him for nearly 3 solid months. "How ironic you should pose such a question," she told him tartly when she found her voice at last. "For I've been wondering the same of you, husband. Where were you for the last 3 months? But he didn't answer. Instead, he remained, forbidding and still, raking her with an insolent gaze. Heat suffused her body. A pang of intense longing began low in her belly and radiated outward before she could ruthlessly tamp it down. How foolish she was, flesh and heart both betraying her. For she'd missed the husband she'd only begun to know. She'd missed his teasing, his rare smiles, his sensual touch, the way he kissed. Her fragile heart had begun to believe she'd found a future that would not only be preferable to her fate as Viscountess Breckley, but one in which she could find happiness. She couldn't ignore just how bereft his absence had left her. And now that he was here, within reach, it was as if a missing part of her had been restored. He was every bit as beautiful as she remembered. More so, in fact. But there was something different about him. Something in the way he held himself so stiffly, in the way he stared at her, his finely formed lip curling into a sneer. All at once, she knew what that something was, felt it like a blow that banished her naivety and her interminable weakness for him both. This was no happy homecoming. He was furious. Her earrings, heavy diamonds and hard gold, warmed by her skin, bit into her palm. "Sebastian," she said, irritated by the breathless quality of her voice. "Have you nothing to say for yourself?" He cocked his head, glowering. "Were you expecting someone else, then?" Daisy frowned. "Someone else?" "Someone else." He stepped closer to her. He was so near that his scent, clear and masculine and delicious, washed over her. "Someone like the Earl of Bolton, perhaps. Or any one of your other lovers." Ah! The gossip had finally reached him wherever he'd been secreting himself. She knew a brief moment of satisfaction that her endless devotion to flushing him out had succeeded. But the pleasure was hollow, for he had returned a wrathful stranger. And she was angry at him as well. She wanted answers, wanted to rail against him, demand to know why he'd left her in such haste, nothing but a vague missive to explain, to know the secrets that had taken him from her. "Well?" he snapped, his voice as sharp as a rapier. "Still holding your tongue, darling? Don't you know that this is the part of our little tragedy where you attempt to explain why you've been welcoming other men into your bed?" She flinched, steeling herself. "What have you heard?" "That you've been making a cuckold of me." He took another step closer, stalking her like she was his prey. Daisy resisted the frantic urge to retreat. He wouldn't strike her. His vitriol was almost palpable. Fear crept its way into her heart as she recalled all the times her father had charged at her, the times he had hit her, the occasion when he'd struck her with so much force that she'd fallen to the floor and his boot-shod foot had connected with her midriff. Her sin? Embarrassing him at dinner by laughing too loudly. She still remembered the sensation of all the air being knocked from her body in a rush, the burning in her lungs.
But she held her ground now against Sebastian's anger, because she was not the girl she'd once been. She was a woman now, independent and strong. Her chin tipped up in defiance. "I've been doing nothing of the sort." 2 more strides, and his long legs brushed the twin falls of her specially tailored trousers. Trousers that would soon no longer fit her with their snug embrace of her blossoming figure. He made a show of raking her with a glance that swept down over her form and left her feeling as though she was bare before him rather than fully dressed.
"What in hell are you wearing?"
"You have functioning eyes," she pointed out with a flippant air she little felt. "What does it look like I'm wearing?" Her evening wear ensemble was, she knew, unusual. As part of their campaign to stir up enough scandal to bring their husbands back to them, she and Georgiana sought the aid and creative genius of the talented Madame Blanc, who had been delighted to create beautiful and costly wardrobes featuring cleverly designed trousers and skirted bodices. Daisy adored them, and rather imagined she would wear them even though her original purpose for them, starting enough tongues wagging to bring her husband home, was done.
"It looks as if you're wearing the costume of a whore."
His voice was pure ice.
"What can you be thinking, gadding about London wearing bloody trousers? Wasn't it enough to take your pleasure with whatever man you could find? You needed to humiliate me as well? Is that it?"
His words cut her more than she had expected them to. When she and Georgiana had set their plan into motion, she hadn't considered the full ramifications. She'd been driven by desperation, by longing, by missing him. She'd been prepared to do anything, don trousers, flirt with rakes, incite whispers and disapproval at every turn. Heavens, she had written him a waterfall of letters, desperate for any way to make him come back to her. But scandal was rather like wildfire. It couldn't be controlled. Once it had begun burning, its hunger for destruction became voracious. Now, it seemed all her frustrated efforts had turned upon her to disastrous effect. He was home at last, but he didn't believe her. He believed the gossip. And well, why should he not? They were strangers, weren't they? Married for several months, only a fortnight spent in each other's presence. What could she have expected? Her heart felt like a weight in her chest to match the knot of dread spinning in her stomach. Yet it was he who had created the chasm. He who had abandoned her with a hastily scrawled missive as explanation. The loneliness, isolation, and confusion of the months without him struck her now with the force of a locomotive. An ire to match his fanned into a flame. Where had he been? What had he been doing? Who was the real Sebastian, Duke of Trent? "How dare you insult me?" Pent-up emotion made her voice shrill. "You, who abandoned me with no real explanation, no notion of where you'd gone, or when you might return."
"It was a private matter of extreme urgency," he gritted. "I told you I would return, as soon as I was able. My departure from London was necessary. Had I been able to avoid it, I wholeheartedly would have."
"A private matter? Necessary?" The words left a bad taste in her mouth, and the pressing suspicion that had been her constant companion for the last few months returned. What if he had been engaged in a different sort of secrecy than what Georgiana suspected? By-blows were common enough, though hardly proper drawing-room conversation. A few oddly phrased missives weren't enough to prove some sort of vast conspiracy. "Were you with your mistress?"
"No, God damn it!"
Suddenly his hands gripped her upper arms, large and warm on her bare skin. The contact sent the same fiery need as always licking through her.
"I've told you before that I don't have a mistress. I've been bloody true to our vows, which is more than I can say for you."
She wanted to believe him, even as his continued assertion that she had been unfaithful left her cold. "I have not made a cuckold of you." He pulled her into him, and her hands flew to his broad chest, seeking purchase. Her earrings falling forgotten to the floor. Her gaze dropped to his mouth. They were so near that if she rose on tiptoe, their lips would meet. How she missed his kiss. For an instant, it didn't matter that he'd been gone, that he had returned a cold and bitter stranger. Her body still longed for his, ached for him. She still loved him.
"Would you care to explain what you've been doing behind closed doors with the Earl of Bolton?"
His tone had become deceptively smooth once more. His eyes travelled over her face, studying.
"You're beautiful as ever, Daisy. Little wonder half the men of London are waiting in line to lift your skirts. How many others have aside from Bolton?"
She'd known that receiving the Earl of Bolton had been a grievous mistake. At the time, her husband's dislike of the man had served as her primary impetus. The door was never closed. That was a rumour likely begun by the Earl himself. That much was the truth. Bolton had been clear with his desire that she become his mistress. Daisy had refused and slapped him for the insult, which was likely why he'd spread such a tale, a balm to his wounded pride. The only man she wanted was the one standing before her, and it was a truth she couldn't deny. She had made vows to him and him alone. Her heart beat for him, broke for him.
"Did you scream the way you did for me, sweet?"
His hand left her arm to skim over her jaw, then cup her cheek. His thumb pressed into the fullness of her lower lip with a rough pressure that surprised her, but she liked it. The savagery in him made her pulse leap, her entire body come to life. It was odd and troubling, and yet, there it was.
"Tell me, did you enjoy it when he fucked you? Did you pretend he was me, just for a moment? We both know he couldn't have made you come the way I did."
She swallowed. The memory of their blistering love-making coupled with his lean hardness against her, his masculine scent and strength enveloping her, made heat bloom between her thighs. The flesh he'd brought to life became hungry and wet. Her nipples tightened against her corset. His anger should have disturbed her, should have lessened her desire. Such provocative, ugly things he'd said. He was being rough and crude, deliberately cruel. The way he touched her, masterful though detached, should have left her cold. And yet she couldn't help the way she felt, the way he made her feel. Hot, restless, yearning. Her heart still ached for him, and in spite of everything, logic, reason, hurt, common sense, she couldn't deny him. She nipped at his thumb, tasting him, salt and warmth and man, and he removed it, allowing her to speak. "I did nothing with the Earl of Bolton. Nothing with any other man, for that matter."
"You expect me to believe you?"
His tone was frigid. His touch was anything but. It was hot, demanding, seeking, urgent. His fingers trailed down her throat, lingering at the diamond necklace she still wore, a weighty reminder of her former life. The caress sent sparks skittering over her skin, need throbbing deep within. "It's the truth," she whispered.
"The truth? How rich?"
A bleak smile curved his sensual lips. It was grim, harsh.
There was no hint of the dimple she'd once longed to kiss. Not a trace of humour remained within him, it seemed. It was as if a stranger had taken his place. A bitter, broken, angry stranger. Where had he been for the past 3 months? And what had he done? Perhaps more importantly, what had been done to him? But she held firm, stoic. Yes, the truth. I would never betray our vow, Sebastian.
You don't think I believe a word that slips past your pretty lips, do you, sweet? Not when you've been carrying on as you have. Wild fetes, a string of lovers, wearing trousers for Christ's sake. Were you so foolish to believe that word would not reach me, that I wouldn't learn of your antics and your debauchery?
She should be frightened, but she was not. Though his language was coarse, and his touch lacked the skilful play of slow seduction she'd become accustomed to from him, he would not hurt her. She knew it instinctively. "How did word reach you?" she asked instead. "Did you get my letters?" One letter in particular, the one in which she revealed the impending birth of their child, the one good that had risen from the ashes of their turbulent union.
I dare say word has even reached America by now. You made no attempt to hide your lechery," he sneered. "You couldn't even bother to wait until you'd provided me with an heir before bedding the Earl of Bolton."
That answered her question, then. He hadn't read a single one of her letters. Disappointment bloomed as his fingers travelled lower, stopping at the ribbon-trimmed edge of her décolletage. She swallowed against a fresh wave of need. His cruelty should have diminished her body's response to him, but it seemed that nothing could. Her nipples longed for his touch, his mouth, the rake of his teeth. He cupped her breast, and it was a possessive clamp of ownership, nothing sweet about it. Through her corset, undergarments, and silk, his fingers bit into her skin with just enough pressure to arch her back. She wanted more, and her reaction frightened her. She had not known that darkness and anger could form such a powerful web of seduction. Still, he owed her every bit as much as she owed him, if not more. He was the one who had left. She had been right here, waiting for him all along. "Tell me where you've been," she challenged impetuously. "Tell me the truth." "Care for me enough to give me that, if nothing else." "The truth is that even though you've been bedding other lovers, you still want me, don't you, Buttercup?" He stilled, his eyes intense and glittering, sparking with unadulterated sexual fire as they burned into hers. "Your pretty pink lips might lie, but your body doesn't." Damn him. "The truth," she demanded again. "Where were you? Why did you go?"
"Ah, I see the way of it."
He smiled without mirth, his tone bitter.
"You think you can tempt me with your body and I'll confess all. But I won't give you the gratification of fucking you, Daisy. You'd like it too much."
The wickedness and arrogance of his words should have repulsed her. He was being a beast, but it somehow made her long for him all the more. Her breasts tingled, the flesh between her thighs hungered for him, for his touch, his claiming. At last, her body seemed to say, even if her mind couldn't form the acknowledgement. At last! Daisy pressed herself closer to him, her breasts crushing into his hand, into his chest. Their lips were a scant inch apart. His breath ghosted over her mouth, hot and promising. Their legs tangled, free of the encumbrance of skirts, and she felt his arousal, rigid and undeniable, cutting into her belly. He wanted her,
no matter what he said. In that moment, she had infinite power over him, and she knew it. And she liked it. She rocked forward, gliding her body along his hard length. Her lower lip brushed his once, twice.
"Do you know what I think, Sebastian?"
She paused, a wicked urge to shock him rising within, to goad him, push him off the precipice to which he clung.
"I think you're lying to me. Lying to yourself. You don't want to fuck me because you're afraid you'd like it too much."
There. One word, raw and vulgar and wrong. His word. Fuck. Used upon him as a weapon, but it had the desired effect, and she didn't feel a drop of shame as he growled deep in his throat and forced her backward, guiding her with hands on her waist and long strides, taking her to the big bed where she'd lain awake so many nights, wondering where he was and whether or not he would ever return, where she'd imagined him joining her, taking his time, kissing her and stripping her bare, learning every bit of her flesh before joining them as one. But this wasn't going to be anything like her silly fancies, or even like their previous couplings, and she knew it by the harshness in his expression, the wildness of his touch. The backs of her knees bumped into the bed's softness. He didn't throw her on it as she thought he might. Instead, he stopped, stared down at her. "Explain yourself," he commanded. She swallowed, not knowing what he wanted to hear, what he meant. She was breathless with waiting, with wanting, with a deep, decadent tide of anticipation.
"What do you want me to say, Sebastian? That I've spent these last months wondering where you've been? That I flirted like mad and courted scandal at every opportunity, just so that you would come back to me?"
"No." His nostrils flared. He was fiercely beautiful, his body leaner against hers, honed to hard, well-muscled angles. Everything about him had become dark and powerful and ruthless. Even his shoulders were more severe and hard beneath her hands as she settled them there to anchor herself. But she wasn't finished. Let him think of her what he would. There was only one way to win this battle between them.
"Do you want to hear how I did everything in my power to find you? And when all else failed, I decided to bring about your return by causing as much scandal as possible? For that's the truth."
"No, goddammit," he snapped. "No more of your lies."
"My lies?"
She rubbed her leg against his, because it felt good, and because she couldn't resist the temptation. His proximity did wild things to her senses, but even as she teased him, parried back in this sensual battle between them, she hadn't forgotten that she had just as much cause as he to be angry. More, even.
"What of yours, Sebastian? Where have you been?"
Heavens, yes. She had every right to be properly enraged. He had disappeared without explanation. Months of no word had passed, yet he barged back into her life with the grace of a gunboat, raging and bent on destruction. How dare he brand her a liar, accuse her of debasing their vows, when she still didn't have any idea where he'd gone, what he'd done, or whom he'd been with during his lengthy absence? "You want to ask questions, Buttercup?" The grin he flashed her was stark and lethal, not a hint of merriment, not a drop of sympathy or contrition. His dimple appeared for a fraction of a moment before it was gone. "Very well, but I get to ask first." His hands tightened on her waist, her only warning before he lifted her in one fluid motion and tossed her back onto the bed. She hadn't expected his sudden reaction, and so she made her landing in a rather undignified heap, legs akimbo, flat on her back. Her husband's expression was dark and unrelenting as a summer thunderstorm. He stalked forward, between her thighs, and bent forward, planting his palms on either side of her as he pinned her to the mattress. His muscled abdomen pressed into hers, robbing her of breath. Sebastian lowered his head so that their foreheads nearly touched. His eyes sparked into hers, intense and burning, with so much wrath she trembled. "Who the hell is Padraig Maguire to you, Daisy?"
Chapter 24. She blanched at the name of her former betrothed, all the colour leaching from her beautiful face. Bloody hell. It wasn't what he wanted to see, even if he'd anticipated it. Even if he'd had the journey between London and Liverpool to reconcile himself to the fact that the woman he'd married, the woman who had forced him to spend the last 3 months guilt-ridden and torn between his feelings for her and his duty, was a fraud, a liar, and a conniving jade. Possibly even a conspirator and prospective murderess. And then there had been the other part of him, the part that had been desperate to come up with reasons why she could not be, or ways he could save her if she was. Pathetic of him, really. His jaw hardened, fingers fisting the bedclothes on either side of her lithe form, a fresh wave of rage bursting through him. Hers was not the reaction of an innocent woman, by God. It was the reaction of a woman who was guilty as sin. A woman who'd just realised the elaborate web of lies and deceit she'd spun had transformed into a trap of her own making.
"Padraig Maguire!"
He spat the name out as if it left a bad taste in his mouth. Of course it did. The thought of any other man touching Daisy, kissing her, running his hands over her bare curves, sinking home inside her. Jesus! It made him livid enough that he wouldn't trust himself alone in a chamber with any of them, whoever they were. Faceless bastards. Christ knew how many. He wanted to tear them all limb from limb. Padraig Maguire, however, was the one man above any, even above the Earl of Bolton, that infuriated him to the point of irrational, unpredictable bloodlust. Maguire was a Fenian plotter, a maestro of death and destruction. Most importantly, and damning of all, he was a man that Daisy had once loved enough that she'd wished to marry him. A man she had received in private no less than 4 times. Damn it all. He was a fool, for even with the blinders removed, he still couldn't help but want her. His cock was rigid, straining against the placket of his trousers, jutting into the soft warmth of her left thigh. She was even lovelier than he'd recalled during his months away from her. When his eyes had first lit on her tonight, as she'd crossed the threshold, he'd been momentarily speechless. Perhaps it had been the trousers, which accentuated her tiny waist and the feminine flare of her hips and trim ankles to perfection. Or perhaps it had simply been her. Daisy. Goddess, witch, siren, liar.
"I'll ask you one more time,"
he growled, realising that she had yet to answer him, and his body was growing far too accustomed to his position atop her. His body, in fact, wanted to be buried deep inside her. It was a hell of a thing, how his cock and his mind could fight each other so mercilessly, but there it was.
"Who the hell is Padraig Maguire to you?"
She flinched, then swallowed. The thick fringe of her lashes swept down over her eyes. "How do you know that name? He didn't use it when he called here." Hearing her confirm what he'd already known, that the bastard had called upon her, at his goddamn home, as though it had been an innocent social visit, sent another onslaught of fury ricocheting through him. Slowly, the full implications of what she'd said descended.
He'd unwittingly revealed too much to her, to this woman with her tits straining against her bodice, legs spread wide in satin trousers, and with her wide eyes and full beckoning mouth, who was a deceptive, traitorous bitch. To this woman, who knew too much and had always known more than she'd let on. His wife, the woman he had lusted over for 3 long, interminable months. The same woman who had taken lovers the moment he'd been gone from her sight. The woman he loved. Bloody hell. The heart was nothing but a weakness. A fool incapable of knowing reason. For there was no reason on this earth, not a goddamn one, that he should still feel this heaviness in his chest, this conflagration inside him by being in her presence. "You don't have the right to ask anything of me," he snapped at her, feeling an icy cold sink straight into the marrow of his bones. "I pose the questions. You answer them, or tonight won't go well for you. Do you understand?" She stiffened as she gauged the depth of his rage, bringing her palms between them to shove ineffectively at his chest. The fear in her expression would have made him feel shame on any other day. Regardless of what he'd been ordered to do, and regardless of the depth of her treachery, he would never physically hurt her. But today was different. Today, he wanted her to drown in dread of what he would do to her. Today, he wanted to make her pay, and in so doing, slake some of his own pain. He had believed her, and she had lied. He rose on his knees and caught her wrists in a manacle grip, luring each to her side and pinning them to the bed. She was helpless. He rocked his body against hers, partly for the simple pleasure, and partly to let her know that he was the dominant force, that she answered to him. "Who is Padraig Maguire?" He posed the question once more, this time with his cock grinding against the part of her he wanted most. He decided that regardless of how much he would despise himself by morning light, he was not going to stop until he took his fill of Daisy tonight. He would possess her, enjoying the sound of her shameless trousers being torn from her body. He'd rip the bodice to shreds, cut her corset off with the knife in his boot. Then he'd sink so deep inside her, pound so hard, until she couldn't help but cry out with wild need. Suck her nipples, sink his fingers into the soft bounty of her hair. Yes, by God, he would take her, punish her, and he would enjoy every debauched second of it. Perhaps he would even bind her wrists. The thought made his cock jerk, and he rolled his hips against hers in instinct, half horrified at himself for being so consumed with lust at the thought of fucking a conscienceless traitor. But she was still and ashen-faced beneath him, her lips compressed, not compliant, not willing as he wanted her to be. The hunger burning within him cooled. He took no pleasure in forcing a woman, regardless of how far she drove him to the edge of sanity. "Who is he?" he pressed. "Please, Sebastian." She paused, breathless, wetting her lips. "It is not what you must think." That was a goddamn lie, and he knew it. The report had been forever committed to his memory. Padraig Maguire called upon her grace and was received upon 4 separate occasions. She had been alone with Maguire, in Sebastian's own bloody house. Half an hour on the 3rd visit. A scant 15 minutes on the last. But he wouldn't trouble himself with that now. Perhaps by that time Maguire had enjoyed his fill and needed only a rushed coupling to satisfy his lust. The thought of Padraig Maguire atop Daisy, much the same as he was now, sent more ice through his veins. "The truth!" he commanded her. unable to resist pressing his body deeper into hers until her breasts thrust against his chest and his abdomen crushed into the rigid girding of her corset. Had she forgotten the way it was between them so easily? Or had her introduction to desire only made her hungry for more with the man she almost married? Had nothing they shared been real? Was her body's reaction to him even now feigned? Damn it! Not even his disgust for her hampered his raging lust. His cock ground into her in a crude imitation of what he wanted to do, despite the fact that she had allowed the same privilege to others in his absence. Never mind that she had never been meant to be his wife in truth. As far as she knew, she was his Duchess forever. And even if he'd been called away on an urgent matter, she'd sworn to be faithful and obey. How quickly she'd broken her vows, not to even mention the feelings she'd claimed to have for him. Her protestations of love returned to him now, the remembrance of her sweet, husky voice raining the words down upon him. I love you. I love you. I love you. And he had believed her, fool that he was, like a starving man hungering for a scrap to put into his empty belly. He had been desperate to believe in her and her innocence. How wrong he'd been. His instincts were worthless to him now. And she had done that. She alone had slipped past his defences, making him fall in love with her, making him want to build a true marriage with her after his mission's completion, making him want to give up his life's work just to be with her. What a sodding joke! What a lunatic he was! Perhaps he ought to retire from the League anyway, just on account of his own stupidity. He was useless, foolish. How could he look any of his fellow League members or his superior in the eye again, knowing what he'd done in allowing this scrap of a woman to control him and lay him low? Delilah, he thought. She was his bloody Delilah. The truth, she said at last, shattering his thoughts. Her voice quiet, but as decadent as velvet to the senses, just as it always had been. Her lashes swept up, and her gaze met his. That vivid, vibrant, clear green seemed to see straight through him. I've told you nothing but the truth already. You ought to know that, Sebastian. Just as you know that I was engaged to marry Patrick Maguire in New York City. But he came here for good reason. Ever perceptive, he could own that she was intelligent, far too intelligent for that matter, and wary and cagey for her own good. Her skills as an actress, however, outshined any other gift she had, even her undeniable beauty. Her protest that Maguire had visited her for good reason almost seemed genuine. He didn't deny that he was aware of her relationship with Maguire. Why pretend?
Did you not think that word would reach me, that I wouldn't hear of your frequent private visits with a particular gentleman, that I wouldn't take it upon myself to gather information about who it was that my wife felt the need to spend time with in my absence? Private visits with a Fenian plotter. Had they discussed plans for laying bombs, and then fucked? Christ, he wouldn't think of it now. He ought to hate her for what she'd done. And yet, somehow he couldn't. Daisy's gaze didn't waver from his. Aside from the hitch in her breath and the thumping of her heart that he could feel against his chest, she appeared the perfect picture of calm and elegance. Of course I knew that word would reach you, or at least I hoped it would. What would you have done in my place? I'd been abandoned by my husband with no friends or family to speak of, and you certainly didn't answer any of my letters or even bother to send word inquiring after me. You disappeared with just a terse note.
Everything I tried failed. No one knew where you'd gone, or when you would return. So I decided to attempt to lure you back here by creating so much scandal that you'd have no choice." There was his brazen actress once again, returning from the ashes of the broken creature she'd wanted him to believe her to be. How bold of her to suggest she'd privately received gentlemen callers in his absence in order to win him back to her side. My God, she lied so swiftly, he almost wanted to believe her. His fingers tightened on her wrists, her gaze fastened on his, alert and searching. He allowed her nothing, keeping eyes and his expression both cold as the diamond she wore at her throat. "You expect me to believe that you took lovers so that I would return to you?" "Of course not." She tugged at her wrists, attempting to free herself. "Sebastian, release me!" He wasn't inclined to listen to her demand. The beast inside him had been caged for too long. He didn't ease the grip. Instead, he lowered his face closer to hers until her scent flooded him. By some miracle of self-restraint, he refrained from burying his face in the honey-gold strands of her hair. But as he observed her now, he wished he'd taken the pins from her coif before leaping upon her. "Am I meant to thank you for bedding a string of lovers, including your former betrothed, in my own home?" He seized. The last words emerged as a roar. "No!" she shouted back at him, turning her weak attempt at escaping him into a full-scale battle. She writhed and bucked beneath him, trying in vain to free her wrists, but all her efforts trapped her more snugly beneath him. "Listen to me, Sebastian!" But he was beyond listening, and in truth, her thrashing like a feral cat only heightened his arousal. Each jerk of her body made the most pleasurable friction against his cock. Her breasts strained against him, her mouth so near to his that he could almost taste her. Her body fitted around him, her lush curves melting into his hardness and angles. A perfect fit. Even half mad with anger and lust, he could still feel the rightness of her beneath him. Such a bloody shame that the one woman he wanted most in the world was the same woman he'd be sending off to prison along with her lover. First, however, he would take what was his, what had always been his, and he would take her so fiercely that she would never forget in all her days that he was the man who had claimed her, body and soul. "Keep moving about like that, madam, and see what happens," he warned her, his voice ragged and low, saturated by the tumult of the moment. Dichotomies plagued him. He wanted her, but hated himself for his weakness. She was beautiful, but she was a bloody criminal, an enemy of the crown, his enemy, the woman who had betrayed and deceived him. She went still beneath him. "You still don't believe me?" "Of course I don't believe you, buttercup." Slowly, he slid her wrists along the bed until they were both held captive above her head. He leaned back to survey his handiwork. She was like an offering before him, breasts out-thrust, face flushed, succulent lower lip caught between her teeth. He wanted to bite her there, to nip her just enough to give her pain without drawing blood. She needed to pay for what she'd done, for the harm she intended to inflict upon innocents by aiding and abetting Padraig Maguire and her father. For what she had done to him, infiltrating his mind and body as thoroughly as opium. Fury ravaged him, mingling with lust. Retribution was what this was. He would make her atone for her sins. He would take her one last time so that he could sleep at night when she was gone. "I'm telling you the truth," she insisted. "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not.
Sebastian, you left me. You didn't deserve my loyalty. But I have been here waiting for your return just the same. Even now, I can't deny you because I love you too much.
Bitterness laced through him. Your manipulation won't work upon me any longer. All those clever little lies, Daisy. You're a brilliant actress, I'll grant you that. But now the time for deceit is at an end.
Her fine-boned wrists were small and delicate enough that he could hold them both in one fist, he discovered, which left his right hand free to do as it wished. He skimmed down the length of her bare arm to the lace at her sleeve, down over her breasts, and then lower, to her hip, her knee. "It's true," she said, and there was a tremble in her voice that almost made him feel a trace of compunction. "I love you." He pressed his forehead to hers.
Liar.
She tugged at her wrists, naively thinking she could somehow overpower him and escape. She could not. "Unlike you, I speak the truth. You still have not said where you were. Will you tell me? Please?" He ignored her plea. Blood rushed through him, straight to his cock. He didn't want to hear anything else she had to say. No more falsehoods or pretense. No more protestation. One last time. Just this night, he promised himself silently. This night, to exorcise her from him. He kissed her, took her mouth with his to stop hers from moving, or, at least, that's what he told himself as lust slammed through him. She tasted sweet, sweeter than he remembered, and though he'd wanted the kiss to be punishing, the moment she responded, moaning into his mouth, fitting her lips to his, he knew it could not be. The only one he punished was himself, because his body clamoured for her, but so did his heart. Damn it! The weakest part of him wanted to believe her when she professed to love him, when she claimed her antics had all been an attempt to bring about his return, that the fortnight they'd spent together had been real, the laughter, the love, all of it, that she wasn't a Fenian. Dynamite, he thought as he dragged his mouth lower, down her throat, across the silky expanse of creamy skin. She was his dynamite. He had missed her. Dear God, how he had missed her. "Do you want this?" he asked, before he tongued the hollow at the base of her throat, just above her glittering diamonds. "Yes." The word slid from her lips on a sigh. "I want you so much. I can't bear it." Thank fuck. He caught her bodice in his hand and ripped the delicate silk cleanly from her, or at least half of it. With a flick of his wrist, the bodice was gone. He gripped her corset and used his thumb to work the first hook and eye closure free. It didn't take him long to have the red satin, black lace-trimmed corset open. Her chemise remained, shielding her from him. He rent the fine fabric as well. She was nude from the waist up. Her breasts were full and high. The sweet pink nipples he'd recalled countless times while secreted in Liverpool, hard and inviting, pointing upward. He couldn't resist, lowering his head to take the hardened bud of her left nipple into his mouth. He sucked, relishing the way she writhed against him, arching into his body, squeezing his hips with her thighs. She moaned. He caught her between his teeth, tugged. She begged, "Please, Sebastian." Need roared out of control, thundered through his veins, lit a fire that burned just beneath his skin. His bollocks tightened, his cock grinding against her centre. Jesus. He had never wanted a woman more. His reaction to her was ludicrous. He knew what she was, what she'd done. Christ, he probably didn't even know the half of it.
And yet there would be no purging her from his blood until he had her this night. He released her nipple with a loud, wet pop, tilted his head so that their eyes clashed again at last. Deep, intense green pierced him. Her mouth had fallen open, her breath uneven. He blew on her nipple, once, twice, nipped it again, his gaze never leaving hers.
"What do you want, Daisy?"
As he asked the question, he canted his hips, pressing the demanding ridge of his cock against her more fully.
"Tell me, what do you want?"
Her breasts rose and fell, her breathing faster. She swallowed, ran her tongue over her lower lip.
"I want you to believe me."
"Make me believe you,"
he dared. The challenge was a lie, bold and foolish, for he knew there was no earthly means by which she could persuade him that she wasn't in fact the treacherous viper he had discovered her to be. All the evidence led to only one conclusion. She was her father's daughter. She had betrayed him. She was an actress, a manipulator, a faithless liar, and he had fallen prey to her. Now, he wanted to exact a bit of his own vengeance before she needed to face her inevitable end. Turning her over to Carlyle and League forces would not be easy when the time came, regardless of what she'd done. But for tonight, she was his and his alone.
"I shouldn't have to make you,"
she countered, stubborn to the last. That was Daisy, bravado and courage and manipulation. A vibrant flower that was too bold and dishonest for her own good.
"I'm your wife. I've never given you cause to doubt me."
Everything she'd done gave him cause to doubt her. The reports from the Home Office made him doubt her. Her own actions made him doubt her. The fact that her father was the puppeteer for an ever-growing web of Fenian plotters made him doubt her. But doubt and need were two separate propulsions. He tongued her nipple, and she arched on a breathy moan, responsive as ever. And then he nipped her again. Not hard enough to bruise, but enough that she gasped and writhed against him in obvious frustration. A liar she might be, but there was no pretense in the way her body wanted his, nor in the way he wanted her. His desire for her was all-consuming.
"Release my hands,"
she said. He licked the puckered flesh he'd just bit.
"No."
"I want to touch you."
Fuck. Longing slammed into him at her simple words. He wanted her to touch him. He could overpower her in an instant. What was the danger, the risk? Only his heart. Where the hell had that rogue thought come from? He forced it where it belonged, into the dark recesses of his mind. Good and bloody buried. He did as she asked, and then, with two free hands, he took his knife from his boot and lowered it to the waistband of her trousers. One quick, careful swipe, and he'd cut straight through the silk and her drawers both. Fabric gaped. He tossed his knife to the floor where it landed with a carpet-muffled thud. And then he caught the rent fabric in his hands and tore it down her body in one fluid motion. Her eyes widened.
"Sebastian!"
He looked down at their bodies, his poised for entrance despite the barrier of clothing he still wore. Hers? Bloody, bloody hell. He took in a curved length of creamy thigh, an impossibly perfect knee, a sweetly turned calf and a trim ankle. But that wasn't what made his mouth go dry. No. His gaze skimmed back up her body, lingering on the soft flesh at the apex of her thighs. Ah, yes.
He had not forgotten the taste of her, the way she'd reacted to him. Here was his prize at last, what he'd longed for each seemingly endless day of the 3 months he'd spent away from her. His fingers slid into her folds, finding her so slick that he couldn't suppress his groan. His cock surged, wanting, needing. His heart pounded. "Daisy." He circled her responsive bundle of flesh once, twice, then traced the seam to her entrance. He was drawn as tense and still as the strings on a violin awaiting the slide of a bow. He needed to calm himself, to slow down. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his cock so rigid he had to take a few steadying breaths just to regain his equilibrium. 1, 2, 3. Counting again. Blast it all. Blast her.
"Sebastian!"
She said his name again on a gasp, and it bloody well killed him.
"I want you so badly, I ache with it. I wanted you every day that you were gone, and I want you now more than I ever did, though I hate myself for it."
Jesus, he knew the feeling. The breath he'd inhaled hissed from his lungs. When he found his voice, it was dark and low with the same suppressed anger that had been guiding him from the moment he'd first caught sight of her, resplendent in her evening finery, trousers and all. "Damn you. How is it that I want you so badly, Daisy? It makes no bloody sense, but I want you so goddamn much that I burn with it." Her right palm caressed down his chest, over the taut plane of his abdomen, before travelling lower, seeking and bold. Her fingers glanced his trousers directly over his cock. He jerked into her, and her fingers curled around his length. His mouth descended upon hers, bruising, scolding, possessing. This kiss held no quarter. It was meant to ravish her, take her, remind her she was his, that he was her bloody husband, like it or not. Not in truth. There it was again, his sainted conscience, interrupting at the most inopportune moment. But nothing, not the fact that she'd been parading her lovers in and out of his home, nor that she was working for the Fenians, neither her duplicity nor the fact that he was meant to remove her as a threat, could cool the raging fires within him. Not even his conscience would keep him from sinking deep inside her tonight. He thrust against her hand, caught her lip between his teeth, and lightly bit. His free hand cupped one of her full, beautiful breasts with his thumb, working her nipple. Everywhere he touched her, she was hot, soft as silk. Her scent, the scent that had haunted him in his absence, went to his head like fine whiskey. He kissed down her neck, licking and nipping. She tasted sweet, like vanilla, with a trace of bergamot, and by God, he could lick every bit of her all night long, if not for the painful state of his engorged cock. "Open my trousers," he commanded against her skin, before playing his tongue over the elegant hollow where her throat and shoulder met and her pulse raced. She hesitated only a moment before her fingers found the closure of his waistband. Slowly, his trousers came undone, and then the placket of his drawers. He dragged his mouth lower in appreciation, over her breast to the nipple he wasn't currently plucking between thumb and forefinger. His tongue teased the stiff peak back and forth, wringing a moan from her lips. Unable to deny himself or her any longer, he gave in and drew her into his mouth. He used his teeth against her, a subtle pressure designed to heighten her arousal before releasing her. "Touch me," he said, pressing a kiss alongside that pretty nipple. Pink, so pink, the sweetest pink he'd ever seen, rivalled only by her luscious lips. He kissed the tip. She gripped him then, and the taut of her fingers over his bare length was enough to nearly unman him. On another night, when he wasn't quite so carried away to the edge by his commingling anger and lust, he would have taken his time. He would have removed his boots and his bloody trousers, his shirt. But this was no ordinary night, and nothing about the passion exploding between him and Daisy felt ordinary. It felt deuced incendiary, in fact. If he didn't sheathe himself inside her in the next minute, he was going to come all over her hand like a lad who'd just seen his first cunny. And so he swirled her nub, worked it, ran his finger along her dewy seam, coating his fingers in the evidence that she wanted him every bit as much as he needed to have her. He slicked his digit over her again and again, teasing at her entrance, sucking her nipple, paying attention to the soft sounds of appreciation she hummed, and the way she angled her hips to gain more sensation. Daisy was so near to reaching her pinnacle. Her breathing was coming in fast gasps, her body arching from the bed. Finally, he returned to the pearl he'd originally sought, exerting greater pressure, working her into a fine frenzy, and then he sank a finger deep inside her sheath, testing her, teasing her. Wet. So hot and wet and... damn it! Everything in him clamoured for more. He hooked his finger, pressing against the most sensitive part of her, fucking her in slow, deep thrusts. He released her nipple, dragging himself back up her lithe body to her mouth, and he kissed her as though she was everything to him, his life source, and he couldn't get enough. In that stark, mad moment, she was. Their tongues tangled, and she shuddered against him, more wetness flooding his already drenched fingers as she came. He took her cries with his mouth and swallowed them. His forever. There was no time to shuck his shirt, not enough patience to even pull down his trousers and smalls. He guided his cock to her slick entrance. He forced everything, her betrayal, what would come tomorrow, from his mind. In one swift thrust, he was inside her to the hilt. She was so damn tight, her body wet and hot, and so bloody decadent that it took his breath away. "Sebastian!" she cried out, drawing him deeper, her body clenching on his as though she would never let him go. He didn't want her to, damn it all. He surged inside her, again and again, until he jerked himself from her, exploding onto the bed coverings. Dynamite! How the hell could he ever let her go? Chapter 25. Daisy flinched as the door joining their chambers slammed. He didn't believe her, even after what they'd just shared. The moment he'd rolled away from her and righted his clothing, his expression impassive, she'd known. She'd created a chasm, and it threatened to engulf them both. A part of her wanted to rail against him for so easily doubting her, but part of her knew that if she wanted his honesty and his trust, she would need to meet him halfway. She wanted the truth from him, wanted him to lower the walls he'd erected around himself for the sake of their marriage, but most importantly, for the sake of their child. Knowing what she needed to do, she rose from the bed and took up a dressing gown, belting it at her waist. Her feet carried her to the door he'd just closed. She didn't knock, didn't hesitate before turning the knob and crossing the threshold. This distance between them had to end. He stood at the window, his back to her. The curtains he'd drawn back were clenched so tightly in his fist that his knuckles were white. "Get out!" His deep voice cut into the silence,
the only acknowledgement he'd made of her presence. No. She didn't stop until she was so near to him that his familiar scent hit her, and she flattened her palm against his shoulder. Look at me, Sebastian. He tensed beneath her touch, but remained otherwise immobile. I can't bloody well look at you. Had she thought he would bend? When had he ever? Her chest grew tight as she recalled the charmed fortnight they'd spent together, laughing with him, loving with him. A 1/32 Your Grace, the library's worth of books he'd had delivered to her door. A favourite for a favourite. Those 2 weeks had been the best she'd ever known. She wanted that life with him back, wanted him back, forever. Pedrick Maguire was here because of my sister, she told him softly. I have a half-sister, Bridget. She worked, at a milliner's shop here in London. A few months ago she left without word. Pedrick had information about her. That, and that alone, is why I received his calls. Sebastian whipped about, his face carved in hard, grim lines that did nothing to detract from his startling looks. Even in his rage, he was beautiful. Pedrick! She took a step back from him, wincing at his furious tone and harsh expression. Mr. Maguire, I've known him for several years, Sebastian, and yes, I was betrothed to him once, but I was young and foolish and desperate to escape my father. There is nothing between us now, nor has there been since our engagement was broken. A muscle ticked in his cheek. Do you love him? Of course not. Giving in to the need to touch him again, she moved nearer, reaching up to cup the rigid set of his jaw. When he didn't withdraw from her touch, a brief flutter of optimism beat in her breast. I love you. He was silent for so long, she feared he wouldn't speak. His eyes devoured her, hungrily raking her face and lower, dipping to her mouth. Damn you, he whispered. No, my love. She glided her palm over the prickly stubble of his whiskers, caressing him. Damn you for leaving. Why did you go? Where? Tell me, please. I want to understand. Let me in, Sebastian. Let me love you. But he remained unyielding, even if he allowed her touch. This sister of yours, tell me about her. It wasn't what she'd expected him to dwell on, but neither was he pushing her away, so she supposed that, at least, was something. Bridget was born out of wedlock soon after my parents married. Father was on business in Ireland. Her mother worked in a tavern. When I learned she was here in London, I was overjoyed. I had always longed to meet her, you see. She's a shop girl. Yes. I wanted her to leave her position and stay with Aunt Caroline, but she refused. My father, he wouldn't acknowledge her or help her in any way. She took a breath, searching his eyes. I wanted to tell you about her before. I was hoping she might live with us. But then, you were both gone. I'm worried about her, Sebastian. Mr. Maguire told me she's involved with the Fenians. Sebastian's gaze sharpened. He caught her hand, removed it from his face. What else did Mr. Maguire tell you? She focused on their linked hands, the heat of his skin burning into hers. He had not let her go. He said she was in danger, that somehow she'd gotten caught up with the dynamitards. Why do you ask? All her suspicions crowded down on her in that moment. His abrupt departure, the odd note she'd discovered, the length of time he'd been away, the darkness and secrecy she'd always sensed in him. Georgiana's words echoed eerily in her mind.
dizzy. She felt so dizzy. My husband isn't hunting game, Daisy. It's something to do with the Fenians. There was a name on one of the letters. The name on the letter had been Daisy's. The day after Sebastian left, the papers had been filled with news of a foiled Fenian bomb plot. The bomb had been discovered prior to detonation. The people clamoured for answers and reassurance. The government's response had remained a secret, but it stood to reason that it would not show its hand to the players seated at its table. No, the Crown would keep its emissaries enshrouded in secrecy, all the better to gain the advantage over their foe. Secrecy, such as a husband who disappeared without a word. Dear God! The chamber spun around her, a rushing sound in her ears, her breath going shallow. She couldn't seem to suck enough air into her lungs, or perhaps it was too much air. Little pinpricks of light marred her vision. She tried to pull free of Sebastian's grasp, but he refused to release her. "You're a spy!" she accused. He stared at her, not denying her charge. And then her world went black. Bloody hell! Sebastian caught Daisy against his chest before she pitched backward and landed in a crumpled heap on the floor. With little effort, he swept her into his arms and carried her across the chamber, laying her on his bed, his mind spinning. He patted her pale cheeks. "Daisy, love?" His fingers found her pulse, steady and thrumming in her throat. Her chest rose and fell in normal breaths. Christ! She had fainted. And in the moment he watched the bloom fade from her cheeks, her eyes going wide as she issued that lone, correct allegation. He had known. His instinct had not been wrong. The heated interlude he'd shared with her had pierced the haze of jealousy fogging his brain, had undone him in a way nothing else could. He'd removed himself to his chamber, trying to gain some perspective, to objectively study the situation and facts. But she had just lowered the gavel for him. She was telling the truth. Not even the greatest actress alive could have managed to feign the shock on her face, the ghostly pallor her skin had taken on, the weightless fall. There was no mistaking the limp feeling of an unconscious body to anyone who had ever known it. Daisy was not a Fenian plotter. The Irish shopgirl she'd been in contact with was her bloody sister, born on the wrong side of the blanket. The jagged pieces of truth formed together into a perfect puzzle. He ran his hands over her now, rubbing her arms, urging her to wake. For the first time since his return, he allowed himself to relish the feeling of her, warm and soft, reassuring, beloved. He believed her, believed everything, her innocence, her recklessness in trying to force his return, her love for him. Guilt slammed through him with the force of a runaway carriage. He had doubted her, lied to her, used her, abandoned her when he should never have left her side. He was not worthy of her love, and she was lying supine, out cold, so bloody still and pale it scared him. "Daisy, come back to me," he said, patting her cheek again. A low moan issued from her parted lips. Golden lashes fluttered on her cheeks. Her eyes opened, startling and verdant. "Sebastian?" "Buttercup." He pressed a fervent kiss to her brow. "Thank God." Her hands fluttered to his shoulders, tentative at first as she became lucid once more. Then she clutched him, her fingers digging through the fabric of his shirt. "Who are you?" Christ if he knew. Right now,
In this moment, he was a man who loved the woman before him, a man who had wronged her in the name of duty, a man who very much wanted to atone for his sins. He lowered himself onto the bed alongside her, framing her face in his hands. Somehow, he needed to unburden himself to her. He owed her his honesty, owed her so much more.
Sebastian Fairmont, 8th Duke of Trent, Marquess of Sunbury, and other lesser titles.
His attempt at levity met with a frown that furrowed the smooth expanse of her forehead. That wasn't what I meant, and you know it. Could he do it? Did he dare reveal the truth to her? A great gaping fear paralyzed him for a moment. He had been a spy his entire adult life. He traded in secrets. He deceived everyone he knew. He couldn't recall when his life had been his, when he'd been free. He lived and died by his oath. He was bound to the League. But now, here, in the woman at his side, was a different form of bond altogether. The sort that transcended everything and everyone. As much as she was his, he too was hers. Sebastian. Her voice prodded him, ate at him, forced its way through the indecision. Those moss-green eyes plumbed his. What I want to know is whether or not you're a spy.
A spy. All he needed to say was one word, one response. The truth.
He closed his eyes, whispered the answer.
Yes.
Silence stretched between them in the wake of his crippling admission. She stiffened. He kept holding her face because he couldn't bear to release her, stroking his thumbs over her cheekbones with tender care. Such delicate bone structure, so refined, regal as a queen. You've been spying on me, haven't you? She asked at last, a shimmer of unshed tears glistening in the light, making her eyes all the more vibrant, mossy green. He wanted to lie. Christ, it would be so much easier. The truth, Sebastian, she demanded when he hesitated again. It's why you were following me when we first met. It's why you married me, why you disappeared. How you knew that I was betrothed to Patrick, how you knew he'd called here. I'll wager you didn't earn those scars in a childhood fire, did you? Don't lie to me any longer. He'd spent nearly half his 30 years keeping the truth guarded, locked away from everyone who wasn't part of the League. Unleashing it made his chest go tight, as if air was being knocked from his lungs by a sound punch to the gut.
You are my mission,
he allowed at last. She pushed at his shoulders, dislodging his gentle hold on her. A gasp tore from her, and it was the raw sound of grief, and he was its cause, and that racked him all the way to his bloody bones. Was any of it true? Fuck. He swallowed around the bile rising in his throat. This was not how he'd intended to tell her. Her pain was like a knife to his chest.
You and me, Daisy and Sebastian. That was true, is true. What I feel for you is as real and true as the roof over our heads and the stars lighting the night sky.
Her hand rose to her mouth, as if she attempted to contain the sob shuddering from her. My God! Just now, making love to me, was that part of your mission?
No, love.
Feeling like the world's biggest rotter, he touched her shoulder, seeking to comfort her. But she didn't want his comfort. She shrugged away from him and scooted across the bed, not stopping until she threw her feet onto the floor and stood on the opposite side of him. A pale goddess, brave as ever. His heart ached for her, and he hated himself for the deceptions he'd perpetrated against her. He should never have consummated their marriage, not while he'd been dishonest, not without giving her the choice of knowing who and what he was. He recognized it now as she faced him with the look of a woman whose world had just been torn asunder. "Do not dare to call me that, and do not touch me. Is our marriage even binding, or was that part of your lies as well?"
"It's binding. You are my wife, and I'm your husband."
It hadn't been meant to remain that way. His conscience needled him. Damn it. He had to tell her everything, and hope that he could somehow regain her trust. He skirted the bed, going to her again, taking her cold hands in his.
"Do you want the full truth, Daisy?"
"Release me." She tugged at her hands fruitlessly. He wasn't letting her go. Not now, not ever.
"The truth,"
he continued, lacing his fingers through hers and forcing her to meet his gaze,
"is that I was meant to annul the marriage at the conclusion of my assignment. Your father is deeply involved with the Fenians, who are setting bombs throughout England. He is funding them, running ships with his guns and supplies. But he's a clever bastard, and no one has been able to furnish absolute proof of his guilt. I was assigned to get closer to you, glean as much information from you as I could."
"Glean information from me?" She jerked her hands from his grip and stalked around him in such fury that her robe billowed out around her. Halfway across the chamber, she stopped and spun back to face him. "And you intended to learn my father's secrets by following me into a moonlit garden? By marrying me? By consummating the marriage you were meant to annul?"
"It is complicated."
Damn Carlyle to hell for what he'd forced him to do. Damn himself for doing it. He followed her, stopping only when the hem of her robe brushed his trousers and her sweet scent wafted over him. So near, he could make out the flecks of gold in her eyes.
"I wasn't meant to do half of what I've done. My mission was to marry you, keep you close, get even closer to your father, and gather enough evidence against him to see him thrown into prison. But from the moment I saw you, I couldn't stop wanting you. I tried my damnedest to keep from consummating the marriage, but you were no longer a pawn to me the moment I brought you here as my wife."
She gave a bitter laugh, crossing her arms over herself in a defensive posture. "How honourable you were to refrain from consummating our marriage for the span of one whole day." Well, Christ. When she put it in those terms, he was a bloody beast, and he knew it. How had this golden angel come to earth, entrusted to him, and he had forsaken her? He passed a hand over his face, trying to gather his thoughts, to marshal them into something worthy of her listening.
"I'm not an honourable man. When I should have placed my duty first, I followed my own selfish desires instead. And when I should have placed you first, I answered the call of duty. The truth is stark and ugly. But if you must know one thing, Buttercup, know this. I married you out of duty, but I fell in love with you, somewhere in between you taking me to task for turning up half inebriated at breakfast, and that morning we lay in bed laughing and making love. Do you remember it?"
She shook her head. "Don't."
"Don't what?"
Another step brought their bodies together. His hands found her waist, anchoring her to him.
"Don't tell you that I love you?"
How can I not? I love you, Daisy, Duchess of Trent. You sealed my fate from the moment you dared me to take my turn at the Beresford ball. You had such fire, such daring, the likes of which I've never seen in a woman. You humble me, you inspire me, you make me want to be better so that I'm worthy of being your husband. No! She cried out, shaking against him, her palms flattened to his chest. Stop it, Sebastian! He couldn't. He held her to him, made her listen, because he couldn't shake the feeling that if he allowed her to walk away now, he'd lose her forever. And he couldn't bear that, even with the accusations in the report running through his mind. Fury and jealousy wreaking havoc on him for the entire trip from Liverpool to London. He had been thinking of ways he could reform her, convince her to see reason, keep her safe and at his side. I've been living a lie for years. I've devoted my entire life to duty and protecting crown and country. I don't know how to be different than who I am, but I do know that I love you. I love you, and I will change for you. I'll do anything for you, Buttercup. Don't you see? She exhaled, her tone steeped in sadness as she touched his face for a fleeting moment. I don't want you to change. All I ever wanted from you was your love and your honesty. But you came to me in lies. Everything we shared emerged from your deceit. Do you think you can tell me the truth and everything will fall into place? That I'll swoon into your arms in gratitude? Because I can assure you it won't. I won't. I'm stronger than that. Of course she was strong. She was the strongest woman he'd ever known. He was in awe of her. I'm telling you all of this because I owe you the truth, Daisy. The truth or your version of it? Her eyes flashed as she faced him, vibrant in her ire, more beautiful than he'd ever seen her as she stood up to him. Because as I see it, the truth is that you returned for me tonight believing the gossip and lies and whatever information you've received. You believed I had betrayed our vows. I cannot fathom what changed your mind, but I haven't forgotten your words earlier this evening. You are a hypocrite, sir, to charge me with deceiving you when you are the greatest dissembler of them all. A hypocrite and a liar, and I want nothing more to do with you. Grant me the annulment I was meant to have. With that final parting shot, she spun on her heel and quit the chamber. The door slammed closed, humming on its frame. He remained where he was, in the centre of the chamber. He may as well have been in the middle of a bloody wilderness for all that he could find the answers for what to do next. Because she was right. He was a hypocrite and a liar, and he didn't deserve a woman as good as Daisy. He didn't deserve her at all. Unfortunately, that realization didn't make him want or love her any less. Fuck me, he growled into the night. Chapter 26. As the sun began to rise over London, Daisy reached a painful conclusion. She'd spent the night pacing her chamber, struggling to make sense of the tumult within her. Shock had rendered it impossible to sleep. Her feet hurt, her back ached. She was tired and emotionally drained and more confused than she'd ever been in her life. But she knew what she needed to do. She was leaving Sebastian. Her hand skimmed over her burgeoning belly. She needed time and space to decide whether or not she was leaving him forever. There was the babe to consider. He had deceived her, manipulated her, abandoned her. What a fool she was, falling in love with a man who had merely been carrying out his duty. A man who had suspected her guilty of heinous crimes. A man who had believed the worst of her until it was too late. How naive of her to have imagined he was the only person in her life who hadn't used her for his own gain. He had used her more thoroughly than anyone ever had. His betrayal ran so deep she wasn't sure if she could ever recover from it. She was so caught up in her tortured thoughts that she didn't realize she was no longer alone in her chamber until the distinctive sound of a gun being cocked rang into the silence. Heart in her throat, she spun about to find the last person in the world she could have imagined pointing a pistol at her. Her lady's maid. A gasp tore from her as a fresh onslaught of shock barreled through her. Abigail, who had always been pleasant and polite and smiling, who had been her steadfast attendant, first as a nurse and later as her lady's maid, was coolly training a gun upon her. She took an instinctive step forward, palms raised in supplication. "Don't take another step or you'll regret it," Abigail warned, her voice as cold and hard as the frozen ground on a January morning. Daisy froze, her mouth going dry. "Abigail? What are you doing?" "Returning you to your father. He's waiting in a carriage below," Abigail said with an eerie calm that belied the heaviness of the moment. As though Daisy wasn't staring down the barrel of a gun. "Come along quietly, and you won't get hurt." She shook her head, dread icing a path down her spine. "I don't wish to go anywhere with him. I never want to see him again." "Ungrateful bitch!" Her lip curled, "just like your mother." "How dare you disparage my mother?" The words rushed from Daisy's lips before she could think better of them. But she was fiercely defensive of her precious mamma's memory, the only part of her that remained. "I dare quite a bit, seeing as how I've a pistol." Abigail stalked forward. "You're not worth much to me any longer, so you'd serve yourself best by shutting your mouth and doing as I say." Abigail's tone as she had spoken of Daisy's mother struck her then. Bitter, laced with rancour and hatred. Suddenly queasy, she flattened her palm over her belly, where even now her babe innocently grew. She would do anything to protect her child. Her instincts told her that obeying the other woman would be a grave mistake. Her spinning mind suddenly recalled that she was not without a means of defending herself. As she paced the Axminster earlier, she discovered Sebastian's forgotten knife on the floor and had slipped it into the pocket on her robe. If she could distract Abigail sufficiently, she had a chance of striking with the knife and knocking the gun from her hand. Yes, she had to distract her. Keep her talking. Think, Daisy, think. "What do you know of my mother?" she asked. "She didn't deserve your father," Abigail snapped. "She never loved him as I do. Now get moving to the door. We haven't much time." Daisy hesitated, grappling with the elder woman's revelation. "You love my father?" "I've loved him for years." "And yet he turned you out without reference?" she was quick to point out. "You believed it so easily, didn't you? You ruined our plans by eloping with that blackguard Duke, and I needed a reason to stay close to you." Abigail's eyes narrowed. "Now to the door with you. No more tarrying." Daisy feared she was going to be ill. What plans? Abigail struck her head with the butt of the pistol. Pain laced through her. She stumbled, losing her balance, crying out. Tears stung her eyes. The woman before her, wild-eyed and stern-faced, was not the woman she had known for her entire life. It was as if a stranger had come to inhabit her body. But that was the gift, she supposed, of evil. It could hide in plain sight,
waiting for the right moment to strike and lay low the innocent. "Walk to the door," the woman gritted, "or I'll hit you even harder next time." Daisy forced herself to move, one foot in front of the other, step by step. Think, Daisy. Distract her. "What plans?" she asked again. Abigail grabbed her arm and settled the pistol into her lower back, urging her to move faster. "You were to marry Lord Breckley, to solidify your father's position in the Irish Nationalist League. It would have been the perfect foil. Your father would have been rid of you at last, and his influence and power would have grown immeasurably. But you couldn't obey him, could you?" Dear God. Her father was a Fenian, and so was Abigail. It all began to make horrible, sickening sense. Why had she failed to see it before now? Sebastian's government had suspected Daisy, and all along, the true conspirator had been her lady's maid, the one woman she'd trusted more than she'd even trusted her own aunt. She forced her dazed mind to churn up more questions, more diversions. "Why are you doing this, Abigail? What use has my father for me now that I've married another?" "Your leverage, of course." Abigail pushed her forward so roughly that she stumbled again. She righted herself, the gun jamming into her back. "It wasn't hard to dupe the English fools into believing I'd serve as an informant. They already suspected your father, and we knew it, and used their suspicion to our benefit. Did you know they paid me £500 to tell them that you were colluding to gain Irish independence from English tyranny?" They'd reached the chamber door, and Daisy's heart hammered in her breast. A combination of what Abigail had revealed to her and the realization that she needed to act now to save herself. Whatever Abigail and her father intended for her, she knew without question that it wasn't as harmless as Abigail would have her believe. Marrying Sebastian was the first time she had ever gone against her father's edicts. She recalled all too well his red-faced rage the morning after her wedding, how furious he'd been that his bargaining chip had been stripped from his grasp. No, she couldn't wait any longer. The time had come. She'd never considered herself brave. For so many years she'd endured her father's brutal beatings. She'd learned not to defy him, to conform to his wishes, to please him so that he wouldn't strike her. She had played the part of doting daughter for his friends and business associates, and she had never once gainsayed him. Sometimes he'd hit her anyway, for perceived infractions. Afterward, he had always rewarded her with diamonds and kindness. It was a vicious cycle, and Daisy was going to end it. Here, now, today. She'd never been brave before, but now she had an innocent babe growing within her, and she loved that life more than she loved her own. She would protect her child with everything in her. Fight until the last breath escaped her, if there was no other way. "Open the door," Abigail commanded. "We'll go to the servants' stairs. You'll say nothing. If anyone sees you, you will smile and tell them that I'm ill and you're seeing me to my rooms to make me a poultice. Below stairs they already think you're an angel, so it won't be hard for them to believe it. If you say even a word, I'll—" Daisy reached into the pocket of her gown with her left hand, her fingers finding the hilt of Sebastian's blade. It was time. With as much speed as she could manage, she yanked her right arm from Abigail's grasp and jammed her elbow into the other woman's midsection. She withdrew the knife, raising it high, a primal scream tearing from her. At the exact moment that her blade connected with the meaty flesh of her opponent's upper arm, the pistol fired. Agonizing pain shot through her, but her knife had done its work. Abigail's sleeve was torn, blood gushing forth from the rent fabric. Her pistol clattered to the floor, Daisy dove for it, knife still in hand. Sebastian sat at the desk in his study. The flickering gas lamps illuminated the letters he'd only just begun to read. All of them had been penned in Daisy's neat hand, forwarded from his various estates. Dozens and dozens of them. She must have written until her fingers ached. How had he ever doubted her? Each fresh line he read was like a booted kick to the stomach. How deeply he had wronged her. By the morning's light, he couldn't blame her for telling him to go to the devil the night before. He was everything she'd accused him of and more. Worse. He had married her in lies, cleaved her to him in deception born of his own inability to resist her, had left her without word or explanation in the name of duty, and had returned believing her in the wrong. When the only person who had ever been in the wrong was Sebastian Fairmont, 8th Duke of Trent, 1st Marquis of selfish arsehole. Daisy had always been true and good and undeserving of the situations in which she'd found herself. She'd been used, and everyone had taken advantage of her. First her father, abusing her and using her as a lure for suitors who would better himself and increase his wealth. Then her would-be suitors, and the League by ruining her, forcing her into a falsehood of a marriage. But finally, there had been Sebastian. He'd not only taken advantage of her every weakness, he had stormed past her defences. She'd told him that she loved him. And what had he done? Coward that he was, he'd disappeared from her life. As he flipped through her letters, he could sense her mood shifting. Her epistles began with hesitation and hope. As time went on, she began to enumerate all the things she knew would enrage him. Here, in black ink and paper, was all the proof that anyone could require. Yes, these letters proved to him that Daisy had only ever been honest with him. When he reached the final series of letters, he felt as if the wind had been knocked from him. I write to you with unexpected news. I am expecting your child. Though you've amply demonstrated your lack of sentiment for myself, I cannot help but hope you may be somewhat less reticent in regards to an innocent. The letter dropped from his fingers, wafting to his desk without even a whisper of sound. A child. A babe. Daisy carried their babe, and she hadn't told him. No, instead, she had demanded an annulment. Dear God. Had he been too rough with her last night? How could he have failed to realize what the small changes in her frame implied? He had noted the slight curve in her belly, the generosity in her breasts, but he had enjoyed it, never once imagining how life-altering, how beautiful and wonderful and fucking altogether glorious it all was. A sudden knock sounded at his door, startling him. He didn't want to be wrenched from this moment of unadulterated celebration, this moment of realizing that his wife carried their babe within her body. His carelessness, his stupid, bloody recklessness, had in the end turned out to be his saving grace. His child, Daisy's child. Would it be a girl with golden ringlets and an infallible sense of bravery? Or a tow-headed boy with moss-green eyes and a penchant for daring? His heartbeat was a wild, uncontrollable rhythm. He felt complete for the first time. Replete, not a part of him missing. A babe. How bloody amazing. The notion awed him. The knock sounded again, this time more forceful than the last. No more avoidance. Give the devil his due. Enter, he called. But it wasn't his butler Giles who opened the portal as he'd fancied it would be, and stepped over the threshold as he'd anticipated. It was Griffin, and he wasn't alone. Sebastian stood, mouth going dry, gut tightening. His blood felt as if it leached from his body as he took in the 4 men flanking his best friend. Home Office brawn, it would appear, though none of their faces were familiar to him. Surely they hadn't come for Daisy. Carlyle had told him to see to her himself. He thought he had time, for fuck's sake. Time to align all the information into a proper picture. Time to go to Carlyle with undeniable proof of Daisy's innocence, so that the Home Office could exonerate her once and for all.
"What the bloody hell is this, Griffin?"
he rasped, every last bit of the exultation seeping from his body. He could not lose her, would not lose her now.
"Where is Her Grace?"
Griffin asked in lieu of answering. His forbidding expression was one of a man going into battle.
"She is abed in her chamber."
He strode forward.
"God damn it, Griffin. Why are you here?" "She is in danger, Bast. One of our double operatives contacted me. We haven't a moment to waste."
His friend's tone was calm, but his eyes told a different story. If a man as hardened as Griffin was worried, the danger was real. Everything inside him turned to ice. Daisy was in danger. Their babe was in danger. Christ! His hands were shaking, but there was no time to linger. They needed to act, to get to Daisy, protect her.
"We'll walk upstairs while you tell me what the hell is going on,"
he demanded of his friend and brother in arms. Shoulder to shoulder they strode from the study, the 4 grim-faced men following in their wake.
"Her lady's maid is a Fenian,"
Griffin said in low tones. "She is connected to Van Reed." Damn it! Sebastian scarcely recalled the lady's maid, who had turned up at his household after Daisy's departure from her father's home.
"You're certain?"
Griffin nodded as they ascended the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time.
"She was the anonymous source feeding false information about Daisy to the Home Office."
An anonymous source had been supplying information about Daisy, damning and incorrect information. Why hadn't that occurred to him? Of course, it all made perfect bloody sense. And he had allowed the woman to enter his household, to remain close to Daisy, close enough to strike. A muffled scream sounded just then, followed by the report of a pistol. The air rushed from him. The scream had been Daisy's. "No! No! No!" Sebastian broke into a run, his heart pumping faster than it ever had. He took the stairs 3 at a time, racing down the hall. Dimly, he was aware of the pounding feet of Griffin and his men following in his wake, but he didn't care. The earth could have opened upon itself and swallowed everyone but Daisy and himself, and he wouldn't have given a goddamn. Griffin appeared at his side, running to keep pace.
"Damn it, Bast! Let me go in first. I'm armed."
Fuck. That was how much he loved that woman. For her, he would have run headlong into enemy fire without a weapon, and without a second thought. For Daisy's sake, it would be far better to allow an armed man into the chamber first. No one had a deadlier aim than Griffin. He pointed to Daisy's chamber door as they ran. "That one." Griffin held up a hand as they approached the door, withdrawing his pistol. With a swift kick of his booted foot, the door splintered open. He strode forward, gun drawn, and aimed, prepared to do battle. Sebastian wasn't far behind, as Griffin stopped in his tracks.
"Your Grace?"
Daisy stood, looking like nothing so much as an avenging goddess of war, his bloodied knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. Her unbound hair cascaded wildly down her back, and she was clad in nothing more than a dressing gown that gaped badly at the top and bottom. But it wasn't the robe that drew his attention. Rather, it was the damaged right sleeve and flesh beneath, torn open by the undeniable trajectory of a bullet. Daisy's hand that clutched the pistol was drenched in dark, crimson blood that dripped onto the floor, soaking into the carpets. Jesus Christ! He raced forward, registering the slumped figure of another woman on the floor, also in a pool of blood. "Daisy!" he cried. "You've been shot!"
"She was trying to force me to go with her," Daisy said in an oddly toneless voice. Her skin was pale, far too pale, the perfect white of fresh cream. She was going to swoon, he realized. The blood loss and shock combined would be enough to lay low even the most seasoned soldier. "Oh, God! My father is waiting in a carriage below. Sebastian, you must arrest him." His heart wrenched, and he was prouder than he'd ever been. His brave warrior. She hadn't needed rescuing. She had bloody well rescued herself. 2 of Her Majesty's fiercest spies and a handful of Home Office brawn had not been able to accomplish what one tiny, fierce American duchess had. Griffin kept his gun trained on the woman moaning on the floor. "Arrest her," he ordered one of his men. Sebastian didn't waste a moment. He went to Daisy, gathered her in his arms, hauled her to him as tightly as he could. "Buttercup." He pressed his face into her hair, inhaling deeply of her luscious, sweet scent. She was alive, and gratitude hit him with such ferocity that he trembled beneath its weight. If he had lost her... Christ, he couldn't even bear to think it. But she needed a doctor. The wound on her arm bled heavily. Her blood was warm and sticky, oozing onto him. "We need a doctor," he called out tightly. "Quickly!" "My father." Daisy slumped in his arms, her head lolled back, her eyes taking on the glazed, pinned look of one who had just witnessed a great trauma.
He'd seen that look enough times to know it.
"See that he's arrested, Sebastian. Stop him from hurting anyone else. Please."
He looked to Griffin, who gave him a grim nod before leading the remaining 3 men from the chamber. Van Reed wouldn't come out the victor. He was outmanned and outgunned. "Hush, love," he told Daisy. "Stay with me now. Griffin will arrest your father. You're safe. It's over."
She blinked at him owlishly. "Is it?" Her words were sluggish, slurred. "Is it really over?" He wondered for a grim moment whether she referred to her father's plots or their union, but before he could ask her, she fainted dead away. Chapter 27. 2nd of June, 1881.
Darling Daisy, I hope that this note finds you well. Please convey my thanks to the Duchess of Leeds for granting you the hospitality you requested. Your doctor promises me you will mend and that our babe was unharmed, and I am heartily glad, as I cannot fathom a life without the both of you in it. Bravo, Buttercup. The papers are ablaze with talk of the daring Duchess. The Home Office assures me that your name is cleared, and there remains no shadow of doubt concerning your integrity, bravery, and courage. You were, and are, magnificent. I am unutterably sorry for everything. Deceiving you, doubting you, hurting you. I hope you will find it within you to forgive me some day, though I know I'm not deserving of your clemency. Regardless, I'm inordinately proud of my fierce, beautiful, daring Duchess. Though I must say, £100 on ice sculptures was rather extortionate. Yours, Sebastian. P.S. I've begun inquiries into your sister's whereabouts. I won't stop looking until she is found. Daisy finished reading the note and allowed it to flutter to her lap. It would seem that her letters had at last found their way into Sebastian's hands, and he had read them. Not only that, but he was searching for Bridget on her behalf. Her foolish heart quickened in her chest. "Well?" Georgiana demanded, holding a white cat to her bosom as she seated herself at Daisy's bedside. "What has he to say for himself?" She swallowed, tamping down the unsettled emotion Sebastian's words had brought back to teeming life within her. A week had passed since her world had been torn asunder. Abigail and her father had been arrested, along with a string of other plotters in London and a host of other cities. Still, both Padraig Maguire and Bridget remained unaccounted for, and Daisy could only hope that wherever she was and whatever she had done, her sister hadn't mired herself too deep within the dangerous Fenian organisation. Daisy herself was healing fine. Thankfully, the bullet had only passed cleanly through her shoulder. Daisy had lost a fair amount of blood, but the doctor had been able to stitch her up, and thus far she remained free of infection. The babe continued to grow, blissfully unaware throughout it all. She'd chosen to recover at Georgiana's home rather than staying with Sebastian, and he had honoured her request by keeping his distance. She hadn't seen him since the awful day Abigail had attempted to take her hostage. She'd spent the last week lolling about in a spare guest chamber, eating pastries and feeling sorry for herself. In the furor of the moment, she had left Hugo behind with Sebastian, which meant she'd been settling for the company of Georgiana's menagerie, which had grown to include a family of mice, a parrot, and a frightfully inquisitive lizard, whilst she recovered. "Daisy!" Her friend's gentle voice reminded her that she'd asked her a question. Oh yes, Sebastian's bitter-sweet note. "He says that the newspapers are calling me the Daring Duchess." Georgiana laughed. "He is correct on that score anyway. You're being held as a veritable goddess. Your bravery will be the stuff of legends." There was no bravery, only necessity. She paused, frowning. "Do you mean to say the people who once flayed me alive are now touting my praises?" "You helped to catch some of the Fenian menace." Georgiana winked, giving the cat a thorough scratch behind her ears. "Lady Philomena Whiskers likes that, doesn't she?" Daisy chuckled in spite of her unsettled emotions, and then she grimaced when her body's movement pulled at the stitches in her shoulder. What a ridiculous name for a cat! "For some cats, perhaps, but not for this one," Georgiana said with a grin and raised brows. "She's descended from feline royalty. Just look at her delicate paws and her sweet heart-shaped nose. She's destined to marry a marquis at the least. No second sons for her." The woman was as ridiculous as the names she gave her animal friends. But inquiring minds do long to know, how did she get along with the mouse family? "The Lilliputians, you mean?" Georgiana winked. "Ludlow has been seeing to their care. Lady Philomena Whiskers doesn't prefer their company. Rather, she would prefer their company, but only if they were obliging enough to be her dinner, and we cannot have that." The mere notion of Georgiana's odd mountain of a butler caring for a family of mice was just too much. Daisy collapsed into a fit of giggles. "No, you jest." The Duchess of Leeds raised an imperious brow. "I assure you, I would never joke about such a thing. You'd have to see it to believe it, but Ludlow does have a heart beating beneath that rigid, scarred hide of his, I swear." How refreshing to indulge in laughter. For a brief moment it distracted her from thoughts of Sebastian, But in the next breath, the pain was there, beating in her heart. For Lilliputians reminded her of the gift he'd once given her. A favourite for a favourite. She would never stop loving him. But she needed time to find herself. Everything she'd known had been torn asunder, and so many of the people closest to her, Sebastian included, had deceived her. This time of healing was for her body, her mind, and her heart. Or at least, that was her most fervent hope. 5th of June, 1881.
Dearest Daisy, I have resigned my position, effective immediately. The only position I wish to occupy is that of your husband. When and if you are ready, I await you here. Also, if it is friendship you require, may I offer my services? Given that I'm no longer a covert operative, I fear that gutting the Earl of Bolton may land me in Newgate. Yours, Sebastian.
She hadn't answered the first 2 letters he'd sent her. Sebastian sat at the desk in his study, and it was still intricately carved and polished smooth. Its surface remained organised with the meticulous precision he preferred. For the familiarity of it, nothing might have changed. His secretary had stacked his most recent correspondence in 3 neat piles in the upper right quadrant. The lower held his pen. The left held the letters Daisy had sent him. All opened, all read at least 6 times. Her words were windows to her. He could read them and so easily know what she'd experienced as she'd written them. And so, while all the small pieces of his life ostensibly remained the same, everything had changed. He had changed. Griffin had railed against him, begged him not to retire from the League, and he had anyway. His years of service were done. The life he wanted was a life with Daisy. He wanted her back. He wanted their babe. He wanted love and laughter and happiness well into the next bloody century. He wanted to fill Thornsby Hall with children and love and contentment. He would even bring the mongrel. Hugo, as he was called, wandered about the study, offering a judicious sniff here and there. He'd been sitting by the door for the last half hour, staring Sebastian down, until he'd given up on that game and begun to wander. He watched the dog sniff, prance to the centre of the carpet.
"Oh, bloody hell! Hugo, no!"
and raise his leg.
"Damn it!"
Some time and some clean-up efforts later, Sebastian set pen to paper to write Daisy another letter. She had asked for time and space, and he had honoured her wishes. But damn it, he was still going to fight for her, and if he had anything to say about it, he was going to win her. 7th of June, 1881.
Buttercup.
The Axminster is quite lovely, but I'm afraid your beast has besmirched it on no less than 3 occasions. All aforementioned outrages occurred in my study. I do think he loathes me. Furthermore, 8 shillings a yard seems a trifle profligate, as I'm reasonably certain the going rate is 6. Your beast and I both miss you profoundly. Yours, Sebastian. Daisy pressed a hand to her mouth as she read Sebastian's latest letter, suppressing her unexpected mirth.
"What's so humorous? Do tell."
Today, Georgiana held a midnight black kitten in her arms. He was purring loudly, snoozing so soundly that his tiny mouth had fallen open.
"Hugo is marking his territory on the new Axminster."
She grinned.
"Serves him right, doesn't it, Kitty Hioty?"
Georgiana gave him a chin scratch, but he kept purring and snoozing just the same. It was Daisy's turn to raise a brow. "I'm not sure which is more egregious, Lady Philomena Whiskers or
kiddie Quixote? I can't be sure. Her friend's tone was musing, thoughtful. One could say we're all tilting at windmills at one point or another. No, perhaps the only thing that's egregious is the crime of taking ourselves too seriously. What do you think, Daisy dear? A smile, equal parts sad and reserved, curved Georgiana's lips. The scandal she'd wrought with Daisy hadn't roused her husband. He hadn't charged back to England from New York, determined to fight for her heart. He had continued to ignore her. Georgiana was a strong woman, but even Daisy could see that the Duke's indifference hurt her. I think I'm growing more confused by the day, she admitted. 11th of June, 1881.
Dearest Buttercup, you were right about my scars. They aren't from afar when I was a lad. An anarchist set fire to a merchant's building in Cheapside during one of my missions, and I was fortunate to escape with only burns on my arms and hands. The anarchist didn't prove nearly as lucky. Additionally, I applaud your replacement of the portrait of the 3rd Duke of Trent, Lord Privy Seal. His wig alone was enough to make a man bilious. Ever yours, Sebastian.
He paced the confines of the library, Hugo trotting at his heels. The room smelled of leather and paper and oiled wood. Familiar, comforting. Books were organised by subject now. He discovered that in his peripatetic journey. Down one row of books, up another. Daisy had made sense of each title, organising every bound volume to her liking. Not a spine was out of place. He stalked the library again and again, taking in all the books waiting for her. Hundreds, millions of words, so many stories, worlds, characters, all hers for the taking. Those books taunted him, because they waited for her return the same way that he did. Each day he wrote her, hoping it would be the day she could forgive him and return home. Each day he was met with her silence, not even a one-word response. Keeping his distance from her as she recovered had almost been his undoing, but he had wanted to observe her wishes above all else, even above his concern for her. Her father had robbed her of the power of choice for her entire life. She'd been through so much upheaval. Learning that her father and her lady's maid had been engaged in an affair, and that they had been plotting together against her, that they'd framed her. He couldn't begin to imagine. He didn't wish to add more stress and worry to her life, but she couldn't remain encamped with the odd Duchess of Leeds forever. He wanted his wife back. He wanted a life with her. He stilled, his eyes settling on one spine above all. Gulliver's Travels. He wondered if she'd read it. Hugo nudged his leg, making a needy canine sound and drawing his attention away. He lowered to his haunches, scratching the dog's soft head. Warm brown eyes stared into his. We need her back, don't we, boy? Hugo licked his face, and that was the only answer he required. 15th of June, 1881.
My love, your doctor tells me you are fully healed and the babe continues to flourish. I am and will ever be awed by your strength. I intend to leave for my estate, Thornsby Hall, in the morning. I'm overseeing improvements upon the library and several other rooms. Your beast will accompany me, though he would be wise to cease his alarming proclivity for carpet annihilation. I trust you are in good hands with her Grace. Should you need to reach me, send word there. After much pondering, I've postulated a theory that a 1/32, Your Grace, would consist of the opening of one's mouth as if to form
the sound of a yuh, and nothing more. I've attempted it in a glass on several occasions, and I'm reasonably certain I am correct. You are welcome to debate the matter. Yours as ever, Sebastian. P.S. I love you. P.S. I love you as I love the sun on my face, the breath in my lungs, the green grass of spring, a faultless summer sky. I love you so much that I ache with it. Daisy finished reading Sebastian's latest note. Her heart was so full that it hurt. "Daisy," Georgiana said. She looked up, eyes blurred by tears. Her friend held a small spaniel in her arms, just a wee pup. "What is his name?" she asked, because it was the only thing she could say without turning into a waterfall. Her delicate condition was making her maudling, but then so was Sebastian. "Pappenstein," her friend answered, her tone serious. "I love him," Daisy blurted. "I cannot stop loving him, no matter how hard I try. He makes me laugh, and he makes me cry, and he makes me want to wake up every morning with him and go to bed each night at his side." Georgiana blinked in exaggerated fashion. "Pappenstein? I had no idea you cared for him so much. He's yours, if you'd like." "No." She shook her head, smiling like a fool. "Sebastian Fairmont, 8th Duke of Trent." Georgiana patted her hand. "Then go to him." Chapter 28. Daisy found him in the library with Hugo. They were seated on an overstuffed leather chair, Hugo curled up against Sebastian's thigh, a book opened in his lap. Her lack of grace in entrance, thrusting the door open with so much force that it rattled off the wall of shelving behind it, had his head snapping up. Their gazes clashed and held. She was out of breath from racing to him, but it hadn't seemed she could reach him quickly enough once the decision had been made. The sight of his handsome face filled her with homecoming. He stood, his expression fettered. "Daisy!" Hugo barked and leapt down to bound across the chamber and leap upon her skirts. She sank to her knees, receiving the dog's greeting of unadulterated canine delight, never taking her gaze from Sebastian. He remained still on the opposite side of the library, dressed to perfection in black trousers, a white shirt, and a black brocade waistcoat, no jacket. There was something delicious about him in shirt sleeves. "Sebastian?" She greeted him at last, standing once more. "Have you come for your beast, then?" His voice was guarded, quiet. "No." "No?" She moved toward him, drawn by the magnetism he exuded, by the necessity of being near him once again. How had she kept her distance for so long? It seemed unfathomable to her now as she stopped before him, tilting her head back to consider his rugged beauty. "No," she said again. "I've come to debate your theory." He quirked a brow, managing to somehow look autocratic and lovable all at once. "My theory?" She smiled. "A 1/32, Your Grace. I feel confident that it's only the act of opening one's mouth, not even forming the yuh. 1/32 is quite a small fraction, as you know." His sensual mouth curved with an answering grin. "It's very small indeed. You do have a valid argument." He took her ungloved hands in his then, tangling their fingers together. "How are you and the babe, Buttercup?" "We're both well, better now." She studied his beloved face. "And you?" "It depends on the nature of your visit," he said softly, squeezing her fingers. "You said you were leaving in the morning."
I am.
He drew her closer, her skirts crushing against his trousers.
I've been overseeing improvements at my country seat from afar for far too long. The time has come for me to devote my attention to the people and places who matter most to me.
You didn't have to give up spying for me. She withdrew her hands from his so that she could touch him, skim her palm over the whiskers stubbling his jaw. I understand you were doing your duty. He pressed a kiss to her palm.
I gave it up for all of us.
His other hand went to her abdomen, flattening over the slight curve hidden beneath her corset.
I want to build a new life with you and the babe, and at least 6 more if I'm lucky. I want Thornsby Hall to ring with laughter and love. Say you'll come with me, my daring Duchess. Tell me you want that life as much as I do.
Oh, my darling, she said tenderly. Her heart could not possibly contain any more love than it did in this moment, standing in the library he'd made hers, as he spoke of their future, and looked upon her as if she were an angel come to walk among men, as if she were the most precious and beloved person to him. Of course I will come with you. I'll go with you to Thornsby Hall, or the other side of the world if you but ask. I love you exactly as you love me, as I love the sun on my face, the breath in my lungs, the green grass of spring, a faultless summer sky. I love you so much that I ache with it. She repeated his words back to him, weighty words, wonderful words, words so powerful they made her knees weak. Her chest felt light, her heart felt whole. This was where she belonged. He was hers, and she was his, and that mattered far more than duty or countries or distance or time.
Do you forgive me, my love?
His eyes searched hers.
Can you forgive me for deceiving you and for doubting you?
Of course, my love. You were doing what the oath you'd sworn required you to do. It had taken her some time and soul-searching to realize that, but when she had, her decision had come easily. He had done his duty to the crown, had been trapped by his loyalty and honour. Yet in spite of everything, he loved her, and she loved him. Love was enough to heal any wound.
No more talk of the past now. There is only the future for us, and I cannot wait to step into it with you.
With a growl, he pulled her into his arms, his mouth descending on hers in a fierce claiming. Her hand slid into his thick, soft hair to cup the base of his skull, and she kissed him back with all the love and need burning within her. She opened to his tongue, and he tasted of brandy and Sebastian and decadence. Nothing had ever tasted better. Nothing had ever felt more right. He tore his lips from hers, dragging them down her neck, nipping and kissing as he went.
I love you.
Another kiss.
I love you.
A silken glide of his tongue on her flesh.
I love you.
A nip of his teeth.
Christ, how I love you.
Sebastian lifted her then and carried her to the overstuffed chair, before sinking into it and pulling her onto his lap. Her skirts crushed around them, but she didn't care as her mouth found his. They kissed and kissed and kissed until Hugo attempted to leap onto the chair alongside them. Sebastian broke the kiss, his head falling back against the chair.
Control your beast, Duchess.
She traced the bow of his upper lip, her finger lingering in the perfect groove of his philtrum. Which beast?
Well deserved, he acknowledged, kissing her digit. The third one, madam.
She gave Hugo a gentle nudge. Shoo, Hugo. Your papa and I need to get reacquainted, and we don't require your assistance."
With a whine of protest, Hugo jumped to the Axminster. "I'm not that mongrel's papa," he grumbled. Daisy trailed her finger lower, over the hard line of his jaw, before burying her face in the tempting expanse of his neck and kissing him there.
"Is that why you were cuddling him when I first entered?"
"I don't cuddle." His voice was a deep, delicious rumble against her lips, and he smelled so wonderful that she couldn't resist flicking her tongue over his skin. She hummed her delight as she kissed his Adam's apple next. He groaned. "Daisy, love?" She began working on the buttons of his shirt, removing them from their moorings as she pressed kisses down each newly revealed swathe of his chest. Feeling wicked, she rocked against him, bringing his rigid length in contact with the part of her that ached the most. Ah, yes, that was heaven. She rolled her hips again, seeking more. "Damn it, Buttercup," he groused. "I want you so much I'm going to explode, but your infernal beast is watching." She burst into laughter.
"You had better take me to bed then, my love, and be quick about it.